There he goes. There's the audio. Hello! How is everyone this grand Umineko Thursday? Well, this seems to be a very different game we are diving into. A game not touched by Beato. A game run by Lambda Delta and Burncastle, pretty much. I did take a look at the test, Marinda, and then like I remembered like when I took the SAT and my brain kind of turned into scrambled eggs, but I did answer a few questions, and my plan was to go over the test live on stream like later, like maybe towards the end when there's more people around. I did tackle a few questions from episode 1, which seems like the freshest because it seems like episode 5 is going over a lot of the stuff in episode 1, even though the circumstances are different. It's interesting. But yeah, it's great to see you again. And Cece actually re-edited the test that you sent and put some questions that were fun, that put some questions back in because they were funny. But yeah, let's get in this. Oh wait, shit. No, I should load. There we go. Things are actually okay for right now, but not for long because your mom's gonna kill you, apparently. After dashing to her bedroom, Jessica answered the phone call that had been transferred there. Oh, hello? Sorry to keep you waiting. Battler? What do you think you're doing? Not contacting us for 6 years. How's it going? Oh, really? How the hell would I know? Cram it, you jackass. So, you'll be coming to this year's family conference? It's been 6 years. Oh, it was, what is the deep meaning behind the crossword puzzle that Goda was pondering? 5 businessmen in expensive suits were visiting in the parlor. 5? It's the 5 guys of the burgers and fries? Oh, Kraus, that one might actually be successful. Go with the 5 guys, burgers and fries, Kraus. Giving Kraus and Natsuhi a progress report on their business. Spread out on the table were the blueprints and designs for a building. The first 5 guys, burgers and fries franchise? As well as documents related to expenditures and the like. Oh, technically I could know everything. What have I figured out? That bit's really been pondering on me. Who is Beatrice and what is going on? That one's a bit of a hard nut to crack. I did try to hit on some of the smaller questions. Like, I appreciated that. I like how this is the answers arc, and one of the first things they do is like, hey, if Beato's catatonic over there, then who's this Beatrice? Alright, this is when you find out there is no, like, if you see some magic bullshit, that could be somebody's truth, but maybe not objective reality, so you can't trust stuff that you don't see with your own eyes or something like that. Which I knew, like, people in the chat were kind of running on the running with that in mind, but it took me a long time to really get that. I was like, why would they show it if it's not actually happening? Or unless it was like some magic trick illusion. But now that they've straight out said, sometimes you see shit that's not true, I'm like, okay, now that they've out and said it, I'm gonna keep that in mind. But as for who Beatrice is, I've been racking my brains a little bit, and I'm not really coming up with an answer I'm satisfied with yet. There was Natsuhi was talking with Beatrice, and then Burncastle was like, all right, Battler, what do you think about this? If witches aren't real, then this couldn't have happened. And then he's like, all right, I got this in the bag. I can't trust stuff like that out of hand. And then she's like, oh, good job. And then Burncastle said in red, Natsuhi is alone right now. And then Battler got really mad at her. That it's like, you know, Natsuhi is probably really lonely at that moment, and you just kind of ruined it by saying in red that she's alone right now. It's like completely unnecessary. You should stick to only saying the red when, oh, I see. Nice reading between the lines. Oh, thanks. Thanks. No, it was very obvious to me that that was, hello, readers of Umineko no Nakukoro ni. Sometimes you will be shown bullshit. Just so you know, it could be somebody's truth. It's not the truth, unless Battler's there, presumably. Or Game Piece Battler, at least. You say it's very obvious, and it is very obvious. Lots of people miss it, though. Really? Like, when you've looked in different streams and stuff, they still don't get that. They still don't realize that by episode 5? It was flat out told to you in episode 3. Oh, you mean with the witch battle? I don't know if it was flat out said. I guess not obvious enough. I think that was the biggest, like, hey, you could see bullshit, but then Battler was like, special effects or something. Hence, things can still be spoilers even after you've seen it. Yeah, that's crazy, though, which makes things difficult. Yeah, that part's crazy. Especially that everybody's saying, I have all the information I need now to figure everything out. I'm like, huh? And looking at the questions, part of the reason why I haven't hit the AP tests harder than I have already is like, I don't know if I can trust my memory on this. I'd need to go through my old VODs and watch them over, which is gonna take a lot of time. Alright. Umineko Thursday, let's go. Yeah! Hello, Bedwards. So packed that even a teacup would have gotten in the way. Officially, they were here to give Kraus a progress report. But in actuality, Kraus had called them all the way over to Rokanjima so that Natsuhi could hear from them directly. You technically have everything you need to solve everything. In practice, you don't. If you solve everything by episode 6, you're doing better than most. Ooh, okay. This was because Natsuhi needed to hear someone other than her husband explain what condition their business was in. Well, the Five Guys burgers and fries will do good in about 25 years? Yeah, maybe Kraus is ahead of his time. No, I'm just kidding. In short, even though another family conference without Kinzo was approaching, their business had not yet earned them any money. You've solved everything over 4 times now, and each time you learned something more that you didn't even realize you didn't know? Oh. You mean like just playing it over again? Or watching other people try to solve it? But man, after telling the guests to wait for a short while and make themselves at home, Kraus took Natsuhi out into the hall and once again summarized the situation. I see. In short, they are saying that the business is proceeding much better than we imagined it could. It would. This is where that personal connection between me and the governor is really starting to pay off. Oh yeah, last week we also learned about Kraus's moon tourism business. Yearly episodes are wild once you know what is going on. Makes a rewatch really fun. Ooh, nice. But is it only wild if you don't believe in magic? No, I'm just kidding. There is no possible way for this catch to get away from us now. Kraus! Never say that. Never say that. I'm sure you've said that a million times. Like, there's no possible way this could possibly fail. Like, damn, bro. To the contrary, it's growing so big that in one go we'll be able to regain not just that power of attorney, but everything we've lost up until this point as well. Kraus, I swear to God, Kraus spoke passionately. This made things seem all the more suspicious to Natsuhi. Let's go, Natsuhi! At this time, at least, she had to admit that everything really did seem to be going well. Certainly, this business Kraus boasted of had expanded in scope over the last year, and was promising an even greater payoff than had been anticipated in the beginning. Investors were gathering, jumping on the bandwagon of their own accord, and the business was rapidly gathering funds. It was a perfect example of the saying, money makes money. This was probably the greatest success of Kraus's life so far. No, it probably would become his greatest success yet. See, this is his problem. He doesn't know when to cash out and be in a stable situation. That point was where Natsuhi's misgivings lay. True, it was certain, and as Kraus had said, they wouldn't lose this catch now. However, the fish on the line had gotten too big. Kraus's problem is that he's Kraus. True. Reel in the damn fish! Reel in the damn fish! Cash out! Sell your stocks! We'll definitely be able to reel this fish in. Reel it now!
何も焦る必要はないのだよ。
There's no need to rush. Yes, there is. Do it now.
親父が生きていたならぜひ見せて誇りたいほどの大成功なのだ。
It's such a success that I wish I could show it to Dad and be praised if he was still alive. No, he would literally beat the shit out of you for citing away the power of attorney. And then laugh at you.
ええ、それは分かっています。
Yes, I know.
ですがあなたは昨年私に約束したはずです。
However, I believe you made me a promise last year.
必ず1年で何とかできると。
You said you were sure you could manage something within a year. A pained look rose to Krause's face. They certainly had hooked a fat fish that guaranteed a great success. However, it would require an appropriate amount of time to reel it in. Ah! Natsuhi pressed Krause, asking if there was any way for them to make money before this year's family conference. But Krause kept saying that he needed just one more year. Krause planned to use this unprecedented success as a springboard to future endeavors. No! Because of this, he didn't want to do anything that would raise suspicions by making it seem like they were rushing to get money. You're already deep in the hole. At some point, you gotta be like, just let your pride down a little. You could easily pass it off to Eva, like Kinzo isn't actually dead. Still, and still be stable. Certainly, fortune tends to turn against people who take it for granted, even in the slightest. There's a saying about hasty anglers. I'm looking at these faces and I'm like, be a hasty angler. Do it. Be hasty. On many occasions before now, Krause had gotten cold feet and sold businesses that would surely have brought in a profit had he just waited. Maybe you want to tap more into your old days, to the days of your youth, Krause. And had, in effect, given away his winning picks. Natsuhi also knew this. She knew that guts were the thing her husband lacked most. That was why she was unable to refuse when Krause said that he wanted to prudently wait just one more year. Ugh. Oh right, Kinzo's ghost, that's a thing.
順調でよかったではないか。
So wonderful that things are going well. All right, right. It's the motivational Kinzo ghost that Natsuhi made up, and that says things he would never say in a million years.
ということはどうやら私はもうしばらくここで幽霊を続けねばならぬようだ。
And that means it looks like I'll have to sit around here as a ghost for a little longer.
まんざらでもなかろうが。
You don't look too disappointed.
そなたの命などこの世を去ればすぐに悪魔どもに食い尽くされる運命よ。
Your life is fated to be chewed to bits by demons as soon as you leave this world.
申し訳ありません、お父様。
My apologies,
また
Father.
今年もお父様にはお休みいただけないかもしれません。
For another year, you might not be granted peace.
よい、気にするな、夏日。
It is fine. Do not worry, Natsuhi. It's so funny how made up this Krause is.
後宮家当主はすでに私ではない。
I am no longer the Ushiromiya family head.
書斎の幽霊はおとなしく、
But I
現在
guess
の当主の命令に従うべきだ。
it could also be said that we've never seen the real Kinzo except maybe in that one memory of Eva's. So maybe the Kinzo we've known and loved for the first 4 chapters was Beatrice's impression of him. Like how this is Natsuhi's impression of Kinzo. So maybe the real Kinzo wasn't as awful as the first 4 episodes. And maybe but the real Kinzo I think was probably not as sweet as Natsuhi's seeing him. The ghost of the study should obediently follow the current head's commands.
クラウスの資料は読ませてもらったが、なかなかに悪くない。
I've taken a look at Krause's charts and they aren't bad at all.
お父様からご覧になってもですか？
Even from your perspective, father?
わらわから見てもなかなかのものよ。
They're pretty good even from my perspective.
誰もが勝利を確信し、相当の魔力が集中している。
Everyone is confident in his victory and concentrating a significant quantity of magical power.
その結果、さらに勝利が熱くなり、ますますに人と魔力を集め、黄金を生み出そうとしている。
As a result, that victory is growing ever deeper, gathering more and more people and magical power and beginning to create gold.
錬金術の王道を見事に体現しているぞ。
A perfect embodiment of the classical method of alchemy.
おお、黄金の魔女の太鼓判までつくなら、これは心強い。
Oh, if you've earned even the Golden Witch's approval, that is very reassuring. This is gonna go so pear-shaped.
喜べ、夏日。
Be pleased, Natsuhi.
このクラウスの事業は必ずや後ろ宮家の危機を救うだろう。
This business of Krause's will save the Ushinomiya family from its crisis without fail.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
そして、そのためにまた。
And if you would once again.
もう一度、親族会議を乗り越えねばならんな。
We'll have to overcome one more family conference, won't we? Yes.
昨年はうまくやり過ごせたつもりですが、不審に思う親族も現れるでしょう。
I think things went well last year, but I imagine some of the relatives will find it suspicious.
今年は正念場になると思います。
I think this year's conference will be a critical period.
去年の親族会議の時、
During last year's family
ひょっ
conference,
としたらもう一度同じことになるかもしれぬと予見したそなたは
you were
正しかったな。
correct to predict that the same thing might have to happen again.
最悪のケースを想定するのは、魔女ならずとも世渡りの基本だ。
Even for those who aren't witches, preparing for the worst case scenario is one of the basics for getting on in this world.
それで、今年はどうする？
So, what will you do this year?
去年同様、会議当日はお父様の秘密を知る使用人を集中的に配置します。
Just like last year, I will see to it that a high concentration of the servants who know Father's secret are there on the day of the
お
conference.
父様の不在を気取る親族もすでにいるかもしれません。
Some of the relatives may already suspect that Father isn't around.
不用意な演出はむしろ馬脚を表す危険性もあります。
A careless act might actually put us in more danger of exposure.
過ぎたるは及ばざるがごとしとも
It is said that too much is as bad as too little.
なればどうする？
Then, what will you do?
今年は昨年とは逆に最後まで書斎をお出にならないという筋書きでいこうと思います。
Unlike last year, I think we'll go with a plan that has you staying inside your study until the end.
それがよかろうな。
That would be suitable.
籠城は単純にして最後の切り札だ。
A barricade is simple, and a final trump card.
どれほど屋敷が毒素に満ちようとも、
No matter how much the mansion is filled with the toxin,
この部屋を密室結界に閉ざす限り金蔵の存在を否定することはできぬ。
it will be impossible to deny Kinzo's existence as long as the locked room barrier remains around this room.
それはわらわも保証する。
I shall guarantee that myself.
だが
However,
籠城すれば囲まれるは必至。
if you choose to make a barricade, it is inevitable that you will be surrounded.
承知しています。
I know.
それでも何とぞもう一度だけお父様とベアトリーチェの力をお貸しください。
Even so, I beg that both of you lend us your power just one more time.
私は新しき当主の命令には逆らえる。
I cannot disobey the orders of the new head.
そして幽霊もまた聖者の命令には逆らえるしな。
Furthermore, a ghost cannot disobey the orders of the living.
この部屋から出るなというのであればそれに従おう。
If you tell me not to leave this room, then I will obey.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
わらわは嫌だぞ。
I, on the other hand, will not.
力を貸せと願われても願いごときでは聞いてやれぬ。
If you want me to lend you my power, I won't listen to a mere request.
ええ、
Yes,
あなたは古文錬金術師
you are the family alchemist.
ですから貸せと願いません。
So I won't ask you to help.
貸しなさいと命じます。
I order you to
あ
help.
なたの魔法だけが頼りです。
We are relying on your magic
そ
alone.
の力でもう一度だけお父様の幻想を。
Use that power to create an illusion of father just one more time.
ならばよし。
Very well. See, I know by that she means like the ghost, but maybe that's another hint that the Kinzo that we've seen the most so far is Beatrice's perception of him.
心得たぞ。
Very well. I hear and obey.
そなたの貫禄なかなかに心地よ
I find your dignity quite pleasing.
し。
Natsuhi just has to make up a bunch of people and ghosts to be like, you go, girlfriend! From the shadows of the study, Battler watched the exchange between these three. Oh, Beato.
なるほどな。
I see.
そして今年の親族会議を迎えるわけだ。
And then this year's family conference comes around.
じい様は不機嫌だからと書斎に閉じこもり、誰の前にも姿を現さない。
Grandfather shuts himself in his study because he's in a bad mood and doesn't appear in front of anyone. Natsuhi spoke boldly, saying that she would find a way to overcome this year's crisis and protect the Ushinomiya family honor to the end. Kinzo praised her, saying that he was relieved to hear it and trusted her to succeed. Beato also praised her, saying that Natsuhi's dignity was even more fitting for that family head than Krause's. However, right now, the true number of people in this room was 1. The same time I thought that, no, just because I thought that, Beato grabbed her chest and moaned,
安心しろ。
Don't worry,
ここはゲーム版のまだ外だ。
we're still outside the game board.
だから俺はそこにいるお前やじい様を否定はしない。
So I won't deny you or grandfather over there. As Beato tried to hold back the pain deep inside her chest, I put my hand on hers. How intimate. I already told Berncastle. Denying the witch illusions in just the 2-day period of the 1986 family conference is enough.
お前は前回全ゲームの開始時に じい様が死んでることを赤で宣言した。
Oh, hey, this is the perfect time to say, I have updated my soundboard. In the last game, you said in red that grandfather is dead at the start time for all
し
games.
かしゲーム開始以前のじい様の生死については言及していない。
However, you never mentioned whether grandfather was alive or dead before the start time for the games.
つまり今この場にじい様が存在していても何の矛盾もないってわけだ。
In short, even if grandfather exists in this place right now, that doesn't create any contradictions. My hand that was touching her let off a faint blue light, which seeped into her chest. That light tenderly wrapped itself around the splinters in Beato's chest. Ooh, so intimate.
そしてこの場にいるベアトリーチェの存在だって否定することはできない。
And I also can't deny the existence of the Beatrice in this place.
ゲーム版の外、すなわち1986年10月4日以前の島の人数については赤で宣言されていないんだ。
The number of people on this island outside the game board, in other words, before October 4th, 1986, has not been declared in red.
だからここにベアトリーチェが存在しても何もおかしいことはない。
Therefore, there's nothing strange about Beatrice existing here. Oh! This is the first time the light came back to her eyes. Beato's expression softened slightly. My blue light slowly started to melt the red splinters that denied the witch illusion. Oh, and it's back. Yeah, so I have my red text, right? And now here's my blue text. And then, of course, we have the classic. There we go. On demand. Beato still wore the same sad expression, but she lifted her face and looked me right in the eye. Even though she was silent, her eyes told me that the pain had gone away. The feelings that showed in her eyes were gratitude for taking the pain away, and appreciation, or was it surprise that I had left even a tiny bit of leeway for witches to exist? Unable to look directly at those pure eyes of hers, I automatically averted my gaze.
誤解すんなよ。
Oh my god, now it's Battler's turn to get tsundere? Don't get the wrong idea.
魔女の存在を認めたり、あるいは屈したつもりもねえ。
I don't plan on accepting the existence of witches or surrendering.
俺はお前とのゲームに勝つために、その部分だけに徹してストイックに戦いたいってわけだぜ。
I just want to focus solely on that one time period and fight like a stoic so that I can win in this game against you.
ゲーム版の外でまで嫌がらせをするほど趣味は悪くねえからな。
I have no desire to bully you outside the game board as well, unlike some little girls. Beato hung her head. I was still facing away from her. However, we waited wordlessly for a while, my hand still on hers. Ooh. By now, no one would believe that this woman with sad eyes was the same person as that prideful Beato. So I asked once more. Even though I said it aloud, it wasn't a question to her. I was asking myself.
お前は
Just What in the world
一体何を考えていたんだ。
were you thinking?
そうさ。
That's right.
俺はラムダデルタのゲームを通じてでもお前を探さなくちゃならない。
Even though this is Lambda Delta's game, I have to find you here.
お前が何を考え、何をしようとしていたのかもな。
I have to find what you thought and what you were trying to do. Very soon, this game will also reach October 4th, 1986. The fifth game will finally begin. And this time, I'll reach the end. The end of that journey. Battler, I hate to say it, but there's 3 more chapters after this.
殺人がとかトリックがとかそういう上辺だけじゃない。
I'm not worried about the obvious stuff like murders and tricks.
お前が黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが何を考え何のためにそうしたのか。
What did you, the Golden Witch Beatrice, think? And why did you do what you did?
何を望んでいたのか。
What were you hoping for?
それをたどる。
That's what I'm gonna find out. That's right. I already know the method for reaching the end of that journey, and I've been shouting it since the very beginning.
今こそチェス盤をひっくり返そう。
This time, I really will flip over the chessboard. But the pieces, they'll go
俺
everywhere.
側からじゃなく
I'll untangle this tale not from my
お前
side,
側からの目線で
but
物
from
語を紐解く。
but from yours. Oh my god, Kirie was right all along.
そして今度こそお前を理解しよ
And this time, I'll understand you,
う。そしてお前の心臓にたどり着く。
and I'll pick my way to your heart. Ooh.
痛みなんか感じさせない。
I won't let you feel pain.
安心しろ。
Don't worry.
あの魔女どものおもちゃになど
I won't
もう
let
これ以上
those
させないからな。
I won't let those witches make you their toy anymore. Oh, she's making a sound. Beato looked up at me again and gave a small nod. That's right. The position of the game master might have been snatched up by Lambda Delta. However, as long as I continue this contest with the intent of fighting against Beato, our fight will continue no matter who controls the game board. Very soon, the curtain will rise on our game.
今年の親族会議でも親方様の秘密を隠さねばならん。
During this year's family conference, we must conceal the Master's secret once again.
はい、
Yes,
心得ております。
I understand.
同じ手がもう一度通じるか疑問だな。
I'm a little doubtful that the same trick will work twice.
奥様も同じご懸念を持たれている。
Madam shares your concerns.
そのため、今年は書斎から一切お出にならない方向で行くことになった。
Because of that, it was decided that this year he will not leave the study even once.
つまり、ずっと書斎にこもられていることにするというわけですか。
In other words, we'll make it seem like he's shut away in the study the whole time? Yes,
そして書斎に入ることが許されているのは、
and the only ones allowed to enter the study
我ら3人、片翼の翼を許された使用人だけだ。
will be the 3 of us, the servants permitted to wear the one-winged eagle.
ということは、僕たち3人で親方様の嘘を突き通さなくちゃならないわけか。
Which means that the 3 of us will have to perpetuate the lie about the master.
そうだ。
Correct.
親族の方々は親方様の具合や機嫌などを問い詰めてくるだろう。
The relatives will probably question you about the master's health and
よ
mood.
どみなく答え、不審に思われることがなきよう 注意するよ
Make sure you answer without hesitation, and see to it that nothing is seen as suspicious.
はい
Yes,
心得ました
I understand.
姉さんはすぐドジるからな。
I'm sure you'll screw up right away,
むし
Ne-san.
ろ当日は風邪か何か理由をつけて欠席した方がいいんじゃない？
Maybe it's better to say that you have a cold or something so that you can skip that day.
そんなひどい
That's mean. Shannon wasn't just saying that to make fun of Shannon. He simply wanted to release her from the stresses they would face that day as they took on the critical task of concealing Kinzo's death.
源氏様、シャノンがシフトに入る必要はないのでは？
Genji-sama, is it really necessary for Shannon to work that
僕
day?
たちだけで十分やります。
We can manage things well enough without her.
それはできん
That I cannot do.
奥様から我ら3人は必ずシフトに入るようにとの厳命だ
Madam gave strict orders that the three of us be scheduled to work on that day.
はいや
Yes,
り遂げる覚悟です
I am prepared to perform my duties successfully.
ドジらないでよ。
Don't screw up.
どじりません
I won't! Shannon grew sullen, and Kanon shrugged. And Genji told them that they weren't taking this seriously enough.
シャノンカノンすでにお仕えする親方様はお亡くなりになっている
Shannon, Kanon, the master we serve, has already passed away.
しかし本当の意味でお亡くなりになるまで我らの奉仕は続く
However, until he has truly passed on, we will continue to serve.
あの書斎は無人ではない
That study is not empty.
今なお親方様がおられ日々の研究に勤しまれているのだ
The master is still there, hard at work on his usual research.
それを深く心得よ
Make sure you take that to heart. Genji going into the master's study to get drunk alone, working hard. Really throwing back that absinthe, huh? Oh no. Did Genji get drunk? I don't remember. I think there was a time when he was like, Genji, stay with me and have a drink. That's funny.
はい源氏様
Yes, Genji-sama.
お父様がすでに亡くなっている
Father has already passed away.
そんなバカな
That's insane.
まあまあ
Settle down. Wait, it was Hideyoshi's idea? Plot twist.
例えの話や
It's only a possibility.
武田信玄はその死を3年の間秘密にするよう遺言したっちゅう有名な故事があるやろ
It's well known that Takeda Shingen said in his will that his death was to be kept secret for 3 years. For the record, Takeda Shingen is a famous I guess shogun's not the right word. Maybe like a daimyo, like a samurai lord. I'll say like that. In the warring period, Sengoku period, and warring states. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, Hideyoshi OP nerf please. I know, right? And so Hideyoshi is like obsessed with those guys because he was named after Toyotomi Hideyoshi, another figure of the Sengoku era, another samurai leader. So another warlord. That's what name I should use. Takeda Shingen and Toyotomi Hideyoshi were both warlords. So that's probably why he brought it up.
知らんか
Know about that?
そんな話もあったかしら
Is that how it went?
日本史はよくわかんない
My Japanese history isn't so great.
当時武田は
Drive by waving, Charybdis.
戦の真っ最中だった
At the time, Takeda was in the middle of a war with Oda and Tokugawa. That would be Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu, the eventual winner of the war.
そこで信玄が死んだなんて話になったら戦況に悪影響が出るよ。
If his death had become known at a time like that, it would probably have had a negative effect on the war.
そやから自分の死を3年隠すように遺言したんや。
Because of this, he left a will saying that his death should be kept hidden for 3 years.
秀吉ってそうやで。
Hideyoshi did the same thing, right? Your namesake did the same thing, huh?
主君織田信長の死を敵方に知られんように徹底的に情報規制を行い
He completely suppressed information about the death of his master, Oda Nobunaga, so that the enemy wouldn't find out.
素早く毛利と和解して中国
Y'all are drowning!
明智を撃ったんやないか。
Evan, Hideyoshi are drowning! Save them! He completely suppressed information about the death of his master, Oda Nobunaga, so that the enemy wouldn't find out, quickly made peace with Mori, and defeated Akechi in the Battle of Yamazaki. They're drowning in Japanese history!
一方の柴田勝家はそこで失敗したんや。
Shibata Katsuie, on the other hand, that was where he failed.
敵の上杉に信長の死を知られ、大ある反撃を受けて足止めを食らい、
Eva's not gonna know what the fuck you're talking about, Hideyoshi. The enemy, Uesugi, learned of Nobuyuki's death, so Shibata had to deal with an unexpected counterattack and was slowed down.
その後の秀吉との後継者争いで大きく遅れを取ることになったんや。
That's why, later on, he suffered a great loss against Hideyoshi in the fight for succession. Hideyoshi, who had a strong fascination with the commanders of the Sengoku period, would always show off his knowledge whenever he got a chance. His hyperfixation. Wincing slightly, Eva made him get back to his point.
早い話が、わしは去年の親族会議から
Long story short, the whole time since last year's family conference,
ずっと違和感を取ったんや。
something's not been feeling right to me about what happened.
あれは私やルドルフが遺産の話をしてたのを廊下のお父様に聞かれてしまってそれで
You mean the time when Rudolph and I were talking about the inheritance and father overheard us from the hall?
そこや。
That's just it.
夏井さんや使用人たちはどこそこにお父さんがいた。不機嫌そうだったと口を揃えたが。
Natsui-san and the servants kept saying father was here or there and that he seemed to be in a bad mood.
わしら親族は誰一人お父さんを見てないんやで。
But not a single one of us relatives saw father, right?
もしあなたの想像が本当なら
If what you're thinking is right,
よかった
what does that mean?
兄さんが遺産の独り占めを狙ってるということ
Does it mean that Nissan is trying to get all of the inheritance for himself?
もちろん死んだことを隠すなんてかなり危険なこ
Of course. Hiding someone's death is a very dangerous thing to do.
と。果たして遺産を独り占めするためだけにそれだけのことをクラウスさんがやってのけるのか。わしも確信は持ってん。
And all things considered, I'm not sure Kraus-san would be willing to do it just to have the inheritance to himself.
可能性はある。
But it is possible.
確かに兄さんは昔から強欲よ
Well, it's true that Nissan has always been greedy.
兄弟全員でと受け取ったものを着服するなんてよくあることだったの
He always used to take things that were meant for all of the siblings and keep them all for himself.
クラウスさんはわしら兄弟の中では一番裕福なはずや。
Kraus-san's meant to be the most affluent of you
そんな
siblings.
クラウスさんがお父さんの死を隠すなんて危険を冒してまで遺産の独り占めを目論むとは。
For Kraus-san to scheme to keep the inheritance all to himself to the point of accepting the risk of hiding father's
わ
death.
しにはちょいと信じられんのだがな。
I don't know, it sounds a little unbelievable to me.
だがそう疑いたくなるくらい去年の親族会議はおかしかったんやで。
But last year's family conference was just so strange, it makes me wonder. Eva and the others were painfully aware of how reckless it would be to try to see Kinzo, knowing that he was in a bad mood. So ever since hearing about Kinzo getting into a terrible mood during last year's family conference, they had never actively tried to contact him. So that's why she was all like knocking on the door and stuff in episode 1. That was why, until this very day, it hadn't occurred to them to find it suspicious that Kinzo never showed himself. They're traumatized.
疑ってみる価値はあるわね。
It definitely is something that we should suspect.
でも本当に兄さんがお父様の死を隠すなんて大それたことをするかしら。
But I wonder if Nissan really would do something as appalling as hiding father's death.
傲慢なくせにおかしなところで小心な人よ。
For all his pride, that man has a coward's side to him.
そんな一世一代の大博打を本当にするかしら。
Would he really make such a once-in-a-lifetime
い
bet?
ずれにせよ今年の会議ではきっちりお父さんのご尊顔を拝謁した方がええやんな。
In any event, it'd probably be a good idea to make sure we get a chance to meet with father during this year's conference.
非常に良くない噂さ。
Hey! Rudolph, you're in your daughter's favorite hangout spot. No, I'm just kidding. They're extremely bad
どう
rumors.
やら兄貴の事業は俺たちの想像を超えて手ひどく失敗してるらしい。
It seems that Oniki's businesses are failing even worse than we'd imagined.
相当の損失を抱えてて表向きを取り繕うだけで精一杯らしい。
It looks like he's had massive losses and is giving it everything he's got just to try and cover up that fact.
つまりクラウスさんからお金を借りるのはとても難しいことというわけね。
In that case, it would be very difficult to borrow money from Kraus-san.
ああ、泣けてくる。
Yeah, I could almost cry.
クラウスさんにとって経済的に困窮していることはある種の弱み
See,
なのね。
this is why Kirie is OP. So, would being in financial distress give Kraus-san some kind of weakness?
弱み？
A weakness?
そりゃ投資家は超えてるから投資家なんだぜ。
Wow, so the theme so far is that the spouses of the siblings are all extremely cunning. Well, investors tend to have a keen eye.
実は金欠だなんてことになったら誰も見向きもしねえ。
If they were to hear that Aniki is actually low on funds, no one would give him the time of day.
信用第一の世界なのね。
I guess trust is the most important part of that business. Fishy aroma. Kirie smiled thinly. Rudolph was taken aback by that smile. He had figured that his plan, which involved raising money to get him out of his current mess by borrowing from the affluent Kraus, would all come to nothing now that they knew Kraus himself was in financial trouble.
クラウスさんの信用はクラウスさんのこれからのお仕事に必要だろうけれど。
Kraus-san's credibility might be something he needs for his future work,
私たちのこれからには必要ないわ。
but we won't have any use for it.
兄貴をゆするってのか。
You're suggesting extorting money from Aniki?
私だったら嫌よ。
If I was in your place, I'd hate the
血の
idea.
つながった兄弟を貶めるなんて。
Who would want to undermine their own blood sibling like that? Rudolph felt a shiver go up his spine at Kirie's cold smile. At times, Kirie was able to throw away all compassion and think in an extremely ruthless manner. Whenever he felt that, Rudolph thought about how he never wanted to have her as his enemy, and thus, that was why he hid all this time that Kirie's son lived and his battler. Switch the babies. If Kirie knew that she would want to, like, fucking murderize Rudolph. So that's why he's keeping up the secret. Never one of Kirie as his enemy.
他に金策があるなら、お兄さんを脅迫なんてしたくないものだわ。
I wouldn't want to threaten Oni-san if there were any other way to get money.
あったら悩んだりしね
If there were another way, we wouldn't be worrying.
選択の余地のない問題で悩むのは人生の無駄だと思うわ。
Don't you think worrying about a problem when you have no other options is a waste of time? Don't you think worrying about a problem when you have no other options is a waste of time? And he was like, suspicious. Almost like Rudolph said he was gonna get murdered in episode 1. You know what? Mirinda asked me about this Umineko AP test, and that was an answer I put down. I'm gonna go over it on the stream later, like when more towards done, or I guess before Mirinda has to go to bed. Maybe when I take a break, I'll come back and we can look over the AP test. So I was like, so about how Kirie can throw away all compassion and be ruthless whenever he felt that Rudolph thought about how he never wanted to have her as his enemy. So, Dan was really smart and figured out almost instantly that, Battler is Kirie's son, and the babies were switched because he was already betrothed to, Ayumu and wanted a legitimate heir. So when Ayumu's son died, he took Kirie's son and was like, this is our Battler. Huh. Nice baby you got there, Ayumu. You know, and then later on when Ayumu died and he married Kirie instead, he's like, oh shit, I can never tell Kirie that I made her think her son was dead and had her son be raised by the chick she hates more than anything in the world because she'll fucking ruin me. So Rudolph said he was almost gonna get murdered in episode 1. I was saying on the AP test, I wrote that as an answer. And this is why I think Rudolph's like, would never want to have her as my enemy. This is a secret she can never know, that he switched the babies. Yeah. Also, when I go over the AP test, what time do you go to bed? Because I don't want to look over it after you're already gone. Rudolph stopped talking, folded his arms, and lowered his gaze. Did you do the whole thing, Dan? I want to see your answers. I mean, I did actually put hashtag blame Shannon for one answer. You know what? You should make a copy of the test and write in answers that have to do with blaming Shannon. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I have to take a break in about 40 minutes to feed my cat anyway, so if you'll still be around by then, I'm down with going over the AP test a bit. Rudolph stopped talking, folded his arms, and lowered his gaze. If you think about worrying about a problem when you have no other options is a waste of time. He feels guilty. That must be what he thought when he had the 2-baby problem. And that his legitimate heir died. So he was like, oh, but Kirie's got a baby, and that baby's of the Ushinomiya line. Yoink! Must have thought that back then. Feeling guilty now, aren't you? Even now, Rudolph had a kind of fear of Kraus due to his violence when they were young. And now Rudolph would be the one to threaten him. That meant Rudolph would also have to fight against his childhood trauma. The baby! I'll steal it. No one will ever know. Yeah. So to give her husband a little push, Hidie smiled reassuringly. And perhaps coldly.
つくづく信用で仕事をしたくないものだわ。
I never want to do business based on trust.
信用ほど積み上げるのに苦労して失
Oh no, Rudolph is scared for his fucking life right now. Rudolph is scared for his fucking life. I never want to do business based on trust. It takes hard work to build up trust, but only an instant to lose it. Look straight at Kraus. I mean, Rudolph. Sorry, I keep saying Kraus, but I mean Rudolph. Rudolph, you're so fucked. Rudolph. Rudolph, you better run for your fucking life. There's no less profitable investment.
そうだな。
He's like, ha, ha, funny you say that. You're right.
世の中、客の信用より一枚の新札だ。
All the trust in the world isn't worth a crisp new banknote.
クラウスさんが大きな損失を出していると言っても
Even though Kraus-san has been taking huge losses.
私たちの急場をしのぐためのお金くらいは十分用意できるは
He should be able to prepare enough money to buy us some time.
ず。もちろんクラウスさんのこれまでの信用を換金してお金を作ってもらうことになるけれど
Of course, this will involve forcing him to exchange all the trust he's built up for cash.
こいつはやばい話になる。
This is gonna get rough.
十分な備えが必要よ。
We'll have to prepare sufficiently.
私たちには時間も失敗も許されてない。
We haven't been giving any time or room for failure.
そうだったのね。
Isn't that right?
私の京都の友人たちにそういうのを洗うのが上手な人たちがいるわ。
Among my Kyoto friends, there are a few people who are very good at investigating that sort of thing.
あまり世話になりたくない連中なんだけど、一度会ってもらってもいい？
I'd rather not be in the debt of those people. But would you want to try meeting them? You know, I was about to remark, it's starting to occur to me that Kirie is like this because growing up in the Sumadera family must have made her, like, given her serious trust issues.
領収書は切れないけど、きっと投資に見合うだけのものを調べ上げてくれるわ。
They don't give receipts, but I'm sure they'll dig up something that makes them worth the investment. The phone is ringing.
ええ、
Yes. Oh God, Rosa.
マリアも元気よ。
Maria is doing well too.
そちらは大きなお世話よ。
That's none of your concern.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Is it Child Protective Services, Rosa? Huh?
さあ、スケジュールを見てみないとわからないけど。
I don't know. I'd have to look at my schedule. Rosa was talking. Oh, it's talking to Rudolph. Rosa was talking to Rudolph over the phone. Rosa rarely received calls from her older siblings, so she braced herself for something serious.
実はな、
Well, truth is,
次の親族会議について
it's true that we've never seen the formation of the sibling coalition before. This is a bit interesting. I want to have a little talk about the next family conference without Aniki.
エヴァ姉さんとルドルフ兄さんと私の3人で。
Between you, me, and Eva-ne-san?
頭痛の増えそうな話ね。
Sounds like a headache.
電話じゃ詳しくは話せない。
I can't talk about the details over the
だ
phone,
が、お前にとって聞く価値のある話のはずだ。
but you might find that it's worth listening
そ
to.
れはいい話？
Something good?
もちろん、
Of course.
姉貴は乗り気だぜ。
Aniki is all for it.
姉さんが？
Ne-san is.
ローザには賛同してほしいだけだ。金を出せとか、そういう話じゃない。
We just want your approval. We aren't going to ask you for money or anything like
俺
that.
たち3人が全員結束してることがまず大事なんだ。
The most important thing is that the three of us are united.
わかるな。
Understand what I'm saying? Rosa let out a sigh. She did so because, in the past, when Rudolph and Eva got into a fight with Kraus, they often used a tone like this to drag her into it.
先に教えて。
First, tell
その
me,
話は私も得をする話よね。
I stand to gain something from this too, right? Yep.
俺たち3人で2億ずつ
The three of us will each grab 200 million out of
制
this.
してそれ以上も引っ張れるかもしれない。
If things go well, we might be able to squeeze out
お
more.
前の借金、それでチャラだ。
That should be enough to wipe out your debt, right?
それはいつまでにせしめられるの？
And when will we be grabbing this by?
もちろん年度内で。
Within this fiscal year, of course. I need
姉
it.
貴も助かる。
Aniki needs it.
そしてローザも助かるってわけだ。
And you need it too, Rosa.
三方丸く収まる。
All three of our problems will be settled.
姉さんが話に乗るくらいには勝算があるのね。
So, its chances of success are good enough that Ne-san's agreed to it?
話を聞く気になったか？
Now, do you want to hear?
ちょいと急だが、次の日曜日の19時、銀座のお前のお気に入りの喫茶店で会おう。
I know it's a bit sudden, but let's meet this Sunday, 1900, at that cafe shop you like in Ginza.
俺と姉貴の予定が
Fancy! Fancy Ginza Cafe. That's the only time Aniki's schedule and mine match.
問題ないか？
Any problems?
2億捻出できる話なら聞かないわけにはいかないわ。
If it can bring me 200 million, I have no choice but to listen.
では次の日曜日の午後7時にレオポルドで。
Then, let's meet at 7 p.m. this Sunday at Leopold's.
マリアちゃんによろしくね。
Say hi to Maria-chan for me.
連れてきてもいいんだぜ。
In Ginza. Yeah. You can bring her too if you
あ
want.
の子の前でお金の話はやめて。
Don't talk about money in front of that child. She set the receiver down with a clunk a little violently. Well, in this context, Ginza is, like Ginza is, a ritzy part of Tokyo. Like, it was like the old, it's kind of the old-fashioned Richie Rich district nowadays. There's a lot of like old department stores and stuff there. And it has, I think, some of the most, or I don't know if it's still like that, but it had a reputation for having some of the most expensive land prices in Japan. And it means a silver seat, I think. The gin is silver. I've been to Ginza a few times. I went to a vampire cafe there. And I went to an old mall. And there was an ice cream like festival or something, and my friend and I went to looked in there, and there was one ice cream little place set up where they had matcha ice cream in 7 different intensities, and as the matcha gets more intense, it gets darker and more intense green, darker and darker green. And so of course we went with the number 7 highest intensity matcha ice cream, and that was the most green color I've ever seen in my entire life. Needless to say, our mouths and tongues were all green after we ate that ice cream, and we were like green on the inside. It was like ice cream that was the most intense grassy tea flavor you could possibly imagine. It was crazy. I would eat it again. Anyway, that happened to me in Ginza. She set the receiver down with a clunk a little violently. Apparently, either Eva or Rudolph had gotten a hold of one of Kraus's weak points. They were probably thinking of threatening him with that at the next family conference and forcing him to pay money. Ah. Even before hearing the details, she knew full well that it could be nothing good. But even so, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to pay back her large debts. Rosa took a notebook out of her handbag and went to fill in the day she would be meeting with Rudolph and Eva. Then she frowned and smacked herself hard in the forehead, because written there was DZL with Maria. God damn it. Disneyland? Maria, we can't go to Disneyland. I have to go meet your meet your aunts and uncles. God damn it. Maria was in her room, playing around excitedly with Soctaro and the others. It was because her mother was going to take her to the amusement park that had just been built. Disneyland had just been built. God damn it. We're not going to Disneyland, Maria. You know what, Rosa? You could call Rudolph back and be like, can you reach out to Aniki and can we move it to a different day? I'm literally taking Maria to Disneyland and I don't want to break her heart. It's an option. That is an option, Rosa. You could do that even if you're intimidated by your older siblings. It's something you could throw out there, because even if they want to make fun of you, they'd probably be like, oh yeah, that'd be great for little Maria to go to Disneyland. Wow. She would love that. And they'd want to reschedule for her sake. Oh, what a concept. It's like somebody could love Maria. It was because her mother was going to take her to the amusement park that had just been built. Disneyland. On Sunday, fuck. Looking at the clock, Rosa said that it was just past 9 o'clock and I'd call them back. Reschedule. Maria was breaking the lights out rule. Oh, you're gonna say we're not going to Disneyland? Wait. You're not gonna use that as an excuse to quit Disneyland? God fucking damn it. Oh, what a time, what a time. What a time. Hello, Tao. Thank you for rating. How is it going? I think I saw you were playing Ocarina of Time. Let's see. Thank you so much for rating. Oh wait, not raid, sorry. No, I mean, shout out Tao Technical. LOL. Is the trip to Disneyland canceled? It sure seems that way, even though there's options. Starlight Katie is once again having no sympathy for Rosa. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. I can just feel it coming, Arinda. All right, I'll say you have a point if she doesn't cancel Disneyland with Maria. If she doesn't cancel Disneyland with Maria, then I'll say you have a point. How about that? You want to shake on it? Do you think Maria's going to Disneyland? Oh, you were playing Majora's Mask. How was that? Anyway, hello. I'm Katie, Belted Gumi, and I stream a lot of story-driven games, such as Umineko, which I'm playing for the first time, and I am on episode 5. I mean, yes, but literally, she could literally talk to her older siblings and be like, I don't want to break poor little Maria's heart. Can we reschedule? It's not an unreasonable thing to ask. My time with it this time around was pretty awful. I took over 3 hours to get through the water temple. Okay, you know what? I understand. I played Majora's Mask a little bit at somebody else's house. It was really hard, I thought. And then, not to mention, like, the Ocarina of Time water temple, I could never get through on my own. Oh, man. I totally feel you there. I am not good at Zelda games. They just said this is the only time their schedules matched. That's the only time Anaki's schedule and mine match. Fuck. You're right. Clunky, but has a lot of content and tried to do a lot of things to showcase 3D stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I was so stressed out by the time limit. Yeah, to be fair, we don't know how far out this is from the conference. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry, Tao. Okay, but they could reschedule Disneyland, which is still gonna break Maria's heart. But okay, I'm gonna amend what I said, Marinda. If she reschedules Disneyland with Maria, I will give you a point there, Marinda. If she uses Maria breaking the lights out rule as an excuse to take away Disneyland, we'll see. Maria was breaking the lights out rule after covering her face and agonizing for a while. Oh. Rosa stood up and stomped over to Maria's room. The room was almost certainly a mess as well. At least tonight, that was convenient. Convenient?! As she stood outside the door to Maria's room, listening to the happy laughter seeping through. Frogfire Fantasy, thank you so much. I stream needle felting sometimes too, although I haven't done it in a little while. I'm kind of like, there's a lot of stuff going on at the moment, but thank you so much for following. Yeah, I hope you look forward to needle felting streams too whenever I start and back up. Thank you so much. As she stood outside the door to Maria's room, listening to the happy laughter seeping through, Rosa's face twisted in anguish once again, and she looked in the floor. Dan! All right, Rosa, ma'am, I'm taking you by the shoulders. You don't have to use this as an excuse to take away Disneyland. You can say, I'm very sorry, but Mama has to move Disneyland to another time. Okay, Rosa? Rosa, please. It's an option. It's the best possible option at this moment. You just gotta take the L. Yeah, ma'am, I'm grabbing you by the scuff of your neck. Me too. Ma'am. You just gotta take the L on this one and say, Mama fucked up. We gotta move Disneyland to a later date. Okay? Don't traumatize Maria. Please, Rosa, don't traumatize Maria. You can disappoint her, but don't traumatize her. Then, when she raised her head again, her brow was furrowed, and her face had become an ugly expression of anger. Don't traumatize Maria challenge impossible. Oh my fucking god. They're just gonna switch to another scene and we know exactly what the fuck's happening, right? Yep! Well, we knew what happened that- well, I guess we can only assume, right? Well, okay, they're just leaving it us with that. Oh, that's so evil. They don't even tell us if that's exactly what she did or not. So I can't say whether Marinda or I won that one. Fuck. I mean, the implications are there, but it could be the haunted house section of Disneyland. You don't know. The weather wasn't looking very good. The weekend forecast had said that there was a high likelihood of a tropical cyclone growing into a large typhoon. If it was true that premonitions tended to be right. Or you mean predictions? Weather forecasts? Premonitions, I don't know. Or the weekend forecast. I don't know. The forecast's premonitions, okay. And this year's family conference would probably take place in absolutely horrible weather. In fact, Natsuhi wished that a typhoon large enough to stop boat travel to the island would seal Rokkenjima away forever. Oh, so that's like what she is wishing for. He's like, this is my magic premonition making this typhoon into being. If that happened, she would be able to keep Kinzo's death hidden as long as she wanted. And now it's Steve for the fortune telling of the skies. Umineko. Oh, the long one. Oh yeah, I've been doing this once a week for how long do you guys think? Like half a year at least? I've been at this for 216 hours once a week. We've been doing this a while. But because I knew it was long, I was purposefully doing this once a week. If only the typhoon would keep them at bay forever. That's like half of a Pokemon game. What do you mean by that? The only Pokemon game I spent over 100 hours on was Platinum. Natsuhi let out a deep sigh. Just doing that made her headache throb. We don't all put 500 plus hours into each Pokemon game? You know, I wish I had that in me. I think... You play Pokemon games? Dan! I know this is being a hater day, but... Okay. You got the Belgian contract and you got the American contract. Dan's got the Canadian contract. So, no, for me, I think I just hated grinding. So, you're Dutch, right? Oh, yeah, Dutch. Yeah, I was never patient enough to grind my Pokemon to 100. I think, like, late 80s to early 90s in levels was, like, the furthest I would get. I was never patient enough for that. Because, like, nothing would give enough XP, and, like, none of the fights would scale. So I would stick with a Pokemon game longer if the fights would scale to higher and higher levels. That was a long time ago. Oh, contests and Poffins. Oh, so also Gen 4 and contests in Gen 3. You know what? You're valid for that. I could have gotten deeper into contests for sure. I loved Poffins. Been 22 years. You have an unbroken Pokemon sleep streak. Awesome. Oh, Cece has to get in here. Cece's been doing Pokemon sleep. I've played every single generation, but usually it's like for a while until I get bored, kind of like Animal Crossing. But I do really like Gen 5, and I stuck with that was the only time I was like attempting to raise Pokemon somewhat competitively was in Gen 5. And then Platinum was just had a really good end game. And so that was the one I put that many hours into because I could just keep fighting trainers at higher levels. And so it made sense to keep progressing my Pokemon to higher levels. We got the same colors. Oh yeah, me and Natsuhi. Oh my god. Is Natsuhi Gumi pilled? Natsuhi? Is there something you want to tell me? Holy shit. Natsuhi is a Gumi. She's even got the little green dot. Does this mean Jessica is a Gumi? Jessica, what have you been hiding from us? Natsumi. Exactly. Exactly. As the day of the family conference approached, the intensity of her headache just kept on increasing. Natsu's like, little Peepo's misery is increasing. Little Peepo's misery is increasing. Little Peepo's misery is increasing. And now we know why. Because she's hiding her father-in-law's death. Yes! Yes, exactly. This is Umineko Thursday. It's the best day of the week. Yeah. I didn't come up with that on my own though. Somebody said that like some months ago and I was like, "Oh, you're so right." And so now I've used it as my like Thursday branding. At that time, the phone rang. Natsuhi turned the television off and picked up the receiver.
Hi.
Hello?
お休みのところ申し訳ございません。
I apologize for calling during your rest.
源氏でございます。
It is Genji.
何事ですか?
Is something the matter?
奥様に外線からお電話でございます。
There is a phone call for you from the external line.
が、名前をお名乗りになられません。
However, they will not state their name. Wait, is this blue meme girl? Is this where she comes in?
名乗らない?
They aren't saying their name.
はい。
Yes.
先方は話せばわかるとは申しておりますが、
The person in question said you would know when you spoke with
い
them.
かがしますか?
What would you like me to do?
いたずらかもしれません。
It might be a prank.
どんな相手です?
What did they sound like?
おそらく若い男性ではないかと。
I believe it was a young man. Okay, probably not blue meme girl.
お心当たりはございませんか?
You have any ideas as to who it might be? Wait, is it Battler?
若い男性?
Did she not know Battler was coming to the... Natsuhi didn't have a clue who that might be. In the first place, there is no one amongst her acquaintances who would do something as rude as refusing to state their name. Battler could do it. And on top of that, a young man? I know who it is. It's Shannon doing the prank call. Shannon managed to leave the island and go to the shore just to make a prank call from an external line. Natsuhi thought that as a wife, yes, it wasn't right for her to have connections with men other than her husband, much less a young man might be considered suspicious. Oh, you mean like what almost happened between you and Goda if Ryukishi hadn't changed his mind? Everything is Shannon's fault. The phone call suddenly seemed like something dirty. But at the same time, she was more interested than ever in what this person wanted to tell her. Could it be that there was some kind of trouble related to Krause's business? That's what I thought it was most likely, but what if there was some particular reason that they needed to talk to Krause's wife instead of Krause directly? There was that one dude that Krause kept mentioning, like, oh, he's so young and he's so full of ideas, you know? No matter what the message, it was her duty as a wife to hear it and relay it to Kraus. If it was some kind of strange extortion attempt, she just had to firmly refuse and inform Kraus that she had received a phone call like that. If the call was something irritating, then she just had to tell Genji to never again send her a call if the caller refused to state their name. Thinking this, Natsuhi told Genji, who was offering to hang up after all, to connect her to this person. And she set the receiver down. After a short while, the phone rang again. Hello. This wasn't the internal line. It was the external phone line, which Genji had transferred to her. So it should have already been connected directly to the mysterious man. However, the person on the other end didn't respond to her. Not liking this at all, Natsuhi spoke one more time, sounding displeased. Hello? Who is it? Tell me your name. She heard something that sounded like a sigh. She automatically gulped. After remaining silent for a little longer, the man finally answered. It's been a long time. That was the first time the man had spoken. Just how long has it been? How many years, I wonder? What are you talking about? Who are you? The voice certainly did sound like that of a young man, but it was a bit hard to figure out much about a person just by their voice over the phone. He sounded like a young adult, but he might actually have been of middle school age. It's Okanoki? Oh, is it? It was hard to tell just from hearing his voice. He sounded more like a Moxa. He might actually have been of middle school age, or an adult whose voice still hadn't deepened. In fact, it might have been premature to assume this person was a male at all. However, one thing was certain. I thought you would have assumed Shannon was put through a voice changer. It's Kanon? Ooh, Kanon, nice sultry voice you got going. I didn't... You'll make, like, Jessica swoon with this one. Though this person spoke to Natsuhi in such a familiar and casual manner, Natsuhi had absolutely no clue who it was. It'd be easy for me to tell you my name. But that would make me very sad. It sounds a little like Battler if he was trying to be a really smooth, smart-ass asshole. Like not like his usual asshole self, but like a smooth villain type. Like if Battler was trying to pretend to be a Makusa, it could sound like this. But that would make me very sad. I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? And what business do you have with me? If you can't tell me that, I'm not interested. I'm hanging up. What I want is for you to remember. Well, that's what Beato asked of Battler. Is this the real Beatrice on the phone right now? And what is it you're telling me to remember? You committed a sin, Natsuhi. So what are you wearing? I don't know you, so I have nothing to remember. Don't say that. I'm your child, aren't I? Huh? Deep Blue Jeer? What did you say? What are you talking about? Oh, banger alert. Let's go. Don't say things that'll make me so sad. Mother. Natsuhi had sex? Jessica was delivered by a stork. Everyone knows this. That unsettling word thrust itself mercilessly into the depths of Natsuhi's heart and started churning it about. In Natsuhi's entire life, no one had ever said anything so unsettling to her. You committed a sin many years ago, and for that many people are going to die. You had a baby out of wedlock. That's like the most un-Natsuhi thing Natsuki could possibly do. In her bewilderment, Natsuhi felt her heart beat so loudly that it felt like it would explode. I have no idea why you think you have the right to call me mother. Very unchristian. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm hanging up. I came back for revenge. Revenge for your crime of 19 years ago. Revenge of your crime, so as opposed to 6 years ago? Natsuhi's mind went blank, and beyond the sound of the wind howling outside the window, she most certainly heard the roar of the sea from that day. What day? You remember, actually, don't you? I told you I don't know what you're talking about. Never call here again. The roar of the sea. I haven't forgotten what you did to me 19 years ago. Is she not the only person who killed someone by having them run off a cliff? Holy shit! You pulled a Rosa on somebody else? So I will call you mother despite what you did. No, because of what you did. To curse you. It'll be the family conference very soon, won't it? I am your son, mother, after all. I'll come on the day of the conference. After 19 years. So that I can have my revenge on you. Click! Breathing so hard her shoulders heaved, Natsuhi slammed the receiver down and hung up. Then she hit the phone violently, knocking the receiver off. Wait, are they trying to trick us into thinking this is Battler? And Battler is actually Natsuhi's baby and not Kirie's? Are they trying to say that? Are they trying to say that Rudolph is such a hoe that he cucked his older brother? Is that what they're trying? Is that what Lambda Delta is trying to suggest? If you had 2 nickels for every time someone caused someone else to die by falling off a cliff on Rokenjima, well, I guess I only have 1 nickel, even if I was right, because the person is clearly already alive. Yeah. So there was no chance of that man calling back. If I had a nickel, someone was getting shafted over the phone, I'd have 2 nickels. I can hear the roar of the sea. The voice I'm hearing is from beyond. The howling wind must be... Oh, no matter how I cover my ears, no matter how I cover my ears, the headache won't. Completely pale, Natsuhi kept shivering as though cold. Pray they tell? I would love to see
ラムダいる？
Lambda. Are you there?
ええ、いるわよ。
Yes, I'm here.
ベルが望めばどこにでも。
I'm anywhere you want me to be, Burn.
じゃあ台所の床下収納に入ってて。
Then crawl into the cupboard under the kitchen floor.
ぬかみその壺の中でもいいわ。
Or in a jar of rice bran paste if you want.
ああ、私を味噌につけてかじってくれるの？
Oh, you're gonna dip me in bean paste and bite me?
でもそれなら蜂蜜につけてほしいものだわ。
It should have been for every time a female Ushinomiya caused someone to die by falling off a cliff on Rokkenjima, yeah. But in that case, I'd prefer to be dipped in honey.
お返しにベルは砂糖水で煮込んであげる。
And in return, I'll cook you in sugar water.
せめて砂糖醤油とみりんにして。
At least make it sweet soy sauce with sweet sake.
それで何？
So what's up?
副賞要求でも気取っちゃう？
You want to play with repetition requests?
そうよ。
That's right.
この夏日の電話のやり取りは事実。
Is Natsuhi's phone conversation here a fact? Lambda Delta grinned unpleasantly, as though sizing Burncastle up. She was probably trying to tease Burncastle by taking her time on the repetition
副
request,
賞拒否。
declining to repeat.
さあ、
I don't know. Let me see.
拒否か応じるかどうしようか
Should I decline or should I respond?
な。それを決めるのはゲームマスターの私の自
As the game master,
由だし、その判断をいつするかさえ自由。
that's up to me to decide, and I get to make that decision anytime I want.
青字宣言でない限り、あんたに答える義務はないし。
Unless I stated in the blue text you aren't obligated to respond.
そういうこと。
Exactly!
今はせいぜい。夏日の19年前に一体どんな秘密が？
For now, the best you can do is be all like, oh, Natsuhi has a secret from 19 years ago. What could it be?
と、ワクワクテカテカしてなさ
Make sure you're sitting on the edge of your seat, alright?
い。
Of course, this fishy telephone call occurs before October 4th, 1986. This is still before the start of the game, so it's not necessary to question whether it's true or false in the first place.
ゲームマスターのあんたがわざわざ見せた以上、何かの布石だと思っとくわ。
Since you, the game master, went out of your way to show me this, I'm just going to assume that you're setting up something for later.
騙しかもしれないけれど、一応あんたのこの指し手は記憶に留めておく。
It might be a trick, but I'll at least keep this move of yours in my memory. Interesting detail, though, that it was like it might not even be a dude, which was like, hey, Dad, you can hashtag blame Shannon if you wanna. Yeah, they were thinking about you specifically, Dan. I placed this card face down on the field. Okay, Yami Yuki. Ouch! What? Direct attack. After suddenly being conked on the head, Lambda Delta was bewildered. He's like, I'm placing my card face down. And then she like clonks her on the head. Direct attack. But perhaps this incomprehensible exchange was funny to her, because I can attack your life points directly, says Burncastle. Perhaps this incomprehensible exchange was funny to her, because she quickly went back to giggling. Are you done preparing the game board now? Yeah, that's right. Now we'll finally move on to the game. Yay! On to October 4th, 1986.
10月4日にね。何度目の1986年10月4日かしらね。
I wonder what number October 4th, 1986. This is The Endless Witch,
ベアトリーチ
Beatrice.
ェやはり恐ろしい子だわ
She really is a frightening child.
ベルン側は何か行動ある
Taking any actions on your sideburn?
ないわよ
No.
あんたが復讐要求に応えないならそれで終わ
If you aren't going to respond to my repetition request, I'm done.
りターンエンドね
Turn end, huh?
スタートクリーンアップドロー
Start! Clean up, draw.
さあ来たね
Come!
1986年10月4日
October 4th, 1986! Woo! Hey, this is the perfect opportunity to go and feed my cat. Lambda setting up a trap card face down and getting OTK'd. Oh, it is 11 o'clock a.m. p.m. The first day. Furuto Erika! That's who I've been wanting to know about! Stand by, not clean up, Lambda. Yeah, get her ass.
やっぱりこのバラ庭園は圧巻だぜ。
Alright, I'm gonna take a little break here. Okay, so, hold on a second. I want to go over Mirinda. Is Mirinda still here? I wanted to go over the AP test. So apparently, now that I'm past episode 4, I'm allowed to take an Umineko AP test. And I wanted to share it to you guys too. It's already shared on my Discord. I'm pretty sure CC shared it, but yeah, maybe I'll feed my, you know what? I'll feed my cat as well. And then when I come back, we can go over this AP test. How about that? So prepare your thinking caps. I'll be right back. All right, Sen has been fed. That's fantastic. My daughter has too. All right, so I'm gonna go over here. And come on, window capture. Let's go to this one. Yeah. Wait, not like that. There we go. Hold on a second. I should probably be like... There we go. Hey, I'm here. So this is something that I think Mirinda had access to originally and then sent to Cece. So Cece sent me a link of like a newly edited way. So if any of you want to do this AP test yourselves, here's a link. Make a copy of this and you can take a crack at it yourself. So, all right. Wait, no, god damn it. There we go. Okay. So this is like a straight up AP test. So we got free response questions. So they want paragraph answers for this thing. Like I'm taking a big dang test. So I've done I haven't done much of this yet, but this is just kind of showing what I've done so far. Question 1, in episodes 1 and 2, it is revealed that the Rokinjima shrine had disappeared prior to the family conference. Local sailors believe that it was struck down by lightning, while in episode 2 we see that it was the destruction of the mirror inside that led to the shrine's ruin. The suggestion was that when Shannon broke the mirror, it lifted a magic protection and Beato made a big lightning bolt come down and destroy the shrine, which should be impossible if magic isn't real. So develop an argument that explains the disappearance of the shrine. So this is what I wrote. Shannon was apparently able to get out to that rock without being noticed. The rock with the shrine on it is kind of out in the ocean a bit. So if we accept that Shannon went out to the shrine, it must be surprisingly easy to take a boat out there on one's own from Rokinjima. So the culprit, whoever they were, took a boat from Rokinjima and destroyed the shrine with a sledgehammer or some such demolition tool they brought with them and shoved the debris into the ocean. If the shrine was indeed old, it seems less likely that it was wiped out by natural disaster. So hashtag blame Shannon ? So there's my hashtag blame Shannon. I'm with Dan on this one, particular one. Only question 1 though. Question 2. A common scene we see across each episode of Umineko is Maria losing her rose. The rose was quite weak, so it's perfectly reasonable to assume that it simply was blown away by the storm. Develop an argument that explains the disappearance of the rose. So, I remember in some episodes, it's like the rose is gone, and Maria is like really upset that it's gone. It's not where it's supposed to be. And then like Rosa hits her and then tells her, if you love your rose so much, you can just stay out there. And so then Maria stays out there in the rain. And but when we come back, Maria has an umbrella that nobody gave her, and the rose is back. And supposedly it was Beatrice who restored the rose. The question doesn't go that far, But I tried to explain that as well. Yeah, exactly. Hashtag blame Shannon. Maybe I should find better keybinds to this, to these Gumi faces than, numbers that affect this. Anyway. So my argument that explains the disappearance of the rose was the culprit clipped the rose that was marked by the ribbon. George had been like, all right, this is your special rose, Maria. We don't want to lose it, right? So I'm just gonna, like, I think it was a yellow ribbon that he like tied to the stem. So the rose was marked by a ribbon. So the culprit clipped the rose that was marked by the ribbon. Whether they were present for the initial interaction with the rose or not, the fact that Maria puts up a big fuss later when the rose is gone would make it obvious to anyone who had happened to pass by the rose garden that Maria was looking for a particular rose. Therefore, the culprit, whether purposefully or after logically putting together that the rose they clipped was the one Maria was looking for, got an umbrella for Maria and restored the rose. They could have used the ribbon that George used to mark the location, to tie the rose to the cut stem, to make the rose appear as if it's been magically restored. Perhaps glue or another adhesive was applied to the ribbon due to the high winds. So that's my, the rose came back with magic explanation. Question 3. In every episode, Maria is given a letter to read to her family. When asked, she always states that she was given this letter by Beatrice. In episode 2, we actually see Maria receive the letter from Beatrice. Develop an argument that explains why Maria says she was given the letter by Beatrice. So the culprit, I posited in question 2, the rose one, gave the letter to Maria. They claimed themselves to be Beatrice, and since they, to Maria's eyes, restored Maria's rose and brought her happiness, she was willing to believe that the helper was the wonderful witch Beatrice, and she happily followed their instructions. There's my theory there. Question 4. In episode 1, oh, this is the one we were talking about earlier. Rudolph tells Battler he wishes to talk with him and Kyrie as a family later. He then states that he might be killed that night. Develop an argument that explains the significance and meaning of Rudolph's statements. So he was going to admit that Battler is Kyrie's son, and Kyrie might kill him for making her think her son had been dead for years and that her actually alive son was raised by the women she hated. So that's exactly what I put on here. You can hashtag blame Shannon for the other things too. You think Shannon was the one who restored the rose? It's possible. Question 5. In episode 1, we see Goda enthralled by a crossword puzzle within the servant room. Develop a well-justified argument on what crossword clue Goda was mulling over at the time of the scene. And so this was a note put in by Cece. Note, this question was removed from Miranda's version of the quiz. However, I, Cece, think it is funny and added it back in, to which I said LOL. So 6, list the names of the individuals involved in the episode 1 murder plot. So that's one I need to think on a little bit. I think this is about as far as I got, I'm pretty sure, with serious answers. Except for one down here. So I'll go over the questions and let me know if any of you have explanations. Of course, if you're like spoiled on stuff, don't give me spoiler explanations, of course, but if you come up with something yourself, let me know. So, all right, list the names of the individuals involved with episode 1's murder plot. Question 7. Episode 1, First Twilight, 6 corpses in the garden shed. So they even, there's even red text here, which is good. I guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses. Develop an explanation for how the first Twilight was conducted. I think I could do something there, but I'd need to, like, have something that weaves into all the other murders of episode 1. right, question 8, episode 1, second twilight. 2 corpses are closed in a closed room protected by a chain. Oh, this one I did explain. And Shannon shot them. Next question. So Shannon hid under the bed. No, I'm just kidding. So for this one, Eva and Hideyoshi were killed in a room protected by like a chain on the door from the inside, right? So Battler's explanation for this was actually just like my explanation in at the time. I know, Dan. So for this one, I didn't write down the paragraph answer yet, but I think the killer was let in by Eva. So I think at the time I thought it was Rosa. So somebody that Eva would have let in. At the time she was very paranoid. But I think if like something concerning happened, like if it was George, ooh, maybe George did it. Like if it was George or Rosa, I think she might have opened the door. If they were saying something concerning, I think that's what I was saying at the start. It was like this is super urgent. Oh my god, let me in. And so she lets this person in. And then Hideyoshi's in the shower. So Eva was sitting on the bed, I remember, when she was killed. And I think maybe she was, having a seat with somebody she was comfortable around. And I think that could have been George or Rosa. And then somebody that person demon stakes Eva to the forehead, and then goes in the bathroom where Hideyoshi is taking a shower, and then also kills him. And then the door was redone with the chain because Eva probably did that because she well, either way, it could have been the killer or Eva who redid the chain. Whoever the killer is definitely wants people to think a witch did it. So even if the chain was undone at the time, they could have redid it to be like, ooh, spooky, how did this happen? And then they hid under the bed. I think Battler was right about that. The killer hid under the bed, so when people came in and they're like, oh my god, how could these people have been stabbed to death deep inside the room when there was a chain on the door and nobody could get in and open the door more than a few inches, right? And but when they actually managed to get the door open, I think they clipped the chain with cutters. When they actually managed to get in and looked around, nobody checked under the bed, which I noticed at the time. So, and then after everybody left, of course, the killer kind of slunk out afterwards. I forget if George or, I forget who was there at the time when the door was open. I think it was Kanon and Genji and Battler? Something like that. Anyway, wasn't Rosa dead there in the first Twilight? Right, I need to do that, but I think somebody clearly faked their deaths. And it would have to be whoever... See, the reason why I haven't actually answered the questions here yet... I mean, I did answer some questions, but I didn't answer any of... I didn't actually write out anything yet from the first Twilight of episode 1 onwards, because I can't remember the exact circumstances. So I'd need to, check back old footage like my old VODs to really look it over and think about it. But I think whoever had their face completely covered up is a suspect. That they pretended they were dead. And they just like, you know, smeared gore over their face and pretended their face was ground off. Shannon, I'm sorry, Dan. Shannon's one of the people it couldn't have been. Shannon very distinctly had her face half destroyed. So you could literally like look into her dead eye and tell she was dead. But maybe she was involved. I don't know. Maybe beforehand. Anyway, so that's because I know all of the first Twilight murders, all of the first episode murders have to kind of, there's kind of a grand, there's a machine with moving parts going on. So they kind of have to tie into each other. And so I actually, if I'm going to answer one of these, I have to answer all of them, which is why I haven't actually written these in yet. Time you thought you could look inside in episode 2 when she died? What do you mean? When Rosa died in episode 2? Like with the... Well, I'm just talking about the stuff that happened in episode 1. But, yeah, these are all of the other murders. And I have thoughts about Nazi's death. But if anybody remembers the episode 1 murders and has suggestions, let me know. Or their own thoughts. Episode 2. Oh. I could have sworn that was episode 1. Because I remember it was in the garden shed. And then George was like crying and stuff. I'm pretty sure that was episode 1 from my memory, but I could be wrong. Nobody could have killed him, therefore the answer is Kanon is not dead. Oh, get him. All right, Dan, you can skip the episode 1 ones if you want, or you can just put hashtag blame Shannon for them all. But I would be really interested in your answers for some of these on the later ones. Like, you were around for episode 2, right? Or did you only really start on episode 3? All right, episode 2. We're told that Shannon and George's love is impossible without magic. Explain why the brooch was necessary for Shannon's wish with George to come true. And then I answered, it wasn't. Magic isn't real. I can probably come up with a better answer later. So another one I have to do later was it mean to be furniture. In episode 2, Beatrice is seen on the game board before the first Twilight by multiple characters, including Rosa and Kirie. Explain how it's possible for both of them to see Beatrice. Now that one's pretty wild. I really need to think about that one. The hater episode. Question 15, episode 2, first Twilight. The 6 with their stomachs split in the closed chapel and stuffed with candy. Now there was a lot of red text for the chapel. I think I had some ideas for the chapel. What was it? Okay, this one I'd really have to think about because episode 2 is really hard. Okay, so you were here for a chunk in 2, and then you were in like the third Twilight in episode 3. Okay. The two who are close cannot even be close as corpses. Right. There are no hidden doors. Okay, this one I had a theory. There are, this was one of the first really big red text battles. And I remember Battler managed to get Beatrice on, her definition of a hidden door was a way to get in or out of a room. So a hidden door does not count if you can't actually exit the room and go elsewhere. You have the full script if you want to answer to what Shannon looked like episode 1. Oh, sure. Thank you. I could have totally just been misremembering. And, can I look at Shannon? No, you can't. Why not? After all, I want to see Shannon's face again, right? So why don't you let me see what her face looked like? Last time you met Shannon-chan was yesterday, right? Let's see, when you left her, what kind of face was she showing you? It was a wonderful smile. After she handed the ring, she must have already made up her mind that she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. This expression that was revived in George's mind. I see that I'm sure Shannon-chan would want to leave you with that smile in your memory. Hideyoshi looked down at Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in a horrible state that'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. So I was right! Right? Unless you think Hideyoshi was hiding it? Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But the half of her face had been left untouched. Beyond a doubt, that Shannon, the body was Shannon's and no one else's. Who lived with him in the same orphanage. So Kanon also confirmed that he saw Shannon's face. So Shannon and Hideyoshi are the only ones who'd have seen him? Seen her? So unless Kanon and Hideyoshi are in on it, it's probably safe to say that half of Shannon's face had been destroyed and she's like for real dead. Battler didn't see it either. Oh right, they really tried to not let anybody see them, but didn't Battler see? Maybe he didn't see Shannon specifically. Okay. That's an interesting thought, though, that the bodies might have been concealed by people who were involved in the murder. Maybe hashtag blame Shannon. Hashtag blame Shannon still has some juice left if Hideyoshi and Kanon were in on it. Okay, thank you for that, Chaos Shield. So anyway, for chapter 2, episode 2, Second Twilight, at the time, nobody could have locked the door between the murders and the discovery of the bodies, and the answer is the door was not locked. Battler got a peek at Kirie's corpse before Hideyoshi and Natsuhi forced the cousins away from the corpses. Oh, shit. Oh. Okay. How very interesting. How very, very interesting. So, anyway, long story short, for this one, because of the specific definition of hidden doors being like in or out of the room, I think there's a hidden closet. And the killer hid in the hidden closet, and that's how the locked room could happen. Battler knew that they were fucked up, but he didn't get to peek further back where Shannon's corpse was. Okay. Okay. How very, very interesting. See, this is why I need to, like, go back and look at old footage before I, write out these answers. The servants have keys. You'll hashtag blame Shannon. She did it. Natsuhi's closed room. None are alive. Yeah, this one I need to think about. Kanon, like a Kanon with red eyes killed people, right? All right. So we have episode 3 happening. All right, in episode 3, the existence of a hidden mansion in Kuwadorion is confirmed. Develop a theory explaining the purpose of the construction of Kuwadorion. Well, I mean, isn't it perfectly possible for Kinzo to have actually been deluded and making a separate hidden mansion for his quote-unquote mistress? Oh, Battler saw his dad. Okay. I have these smashed monster-like faces every time I remember them. That's just great. I didn't want to remember that sold some bastard's smug face anyway. Just great, just great. That old bastard and Kirie-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa, and beyond that, Goto-san, and are there still more of them? How many people died? You're kidding me? I could even count on one hand, damn it! Yeah. That's when Golden Slaughterer first played. Good times. Wait, Battler saw everyone but Shannon? Oh shit! I didn't see this happening. Okay, that's really fucking funny. Battler saw everyone but Shannon. Oh, that means Shannon and Kanon and Hideyoshi are really suspicious. Oh no. Okay, I'll have to think of the rest in that context. But also, all of the people whose faces were completely 100% ripped up. This is the true power of being a hater, yeah. Alright, episode 3, we saw that Beatrice really existed and was housed in Kuwadorion. Develop a theory on how and why Beatrice existed in the mansion in 1967. Oh, that's about when you started watching Dan, wasn't it? And we were like, there's no explanation of this that could be in any way good. You guys ride and first go for no reason. This is what you do when you're a hater. That old bastard, Kirie-san. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa, beyond that Goto-san and no Shannon. Yeah, this is a school assignment. That's why we're doing all these. This is the AP test. Marinda wrote this and then CC curated it. And so I linked it above if you want to scroll up. If you want to take this test yourself, although you probably know all the answers already. So, So I only did the first few questions, but this is literally do an essay answer and state your reasons. Like, man. But if any of you have stuff you want to chime in with, definitely tell me, and I'll try to work on this some more on my own time. But for the murders in particular, I'm really gonna have to watch my VODs. Anyway, one of the first mysteries, the players, like, there's literally no interpretation in which the story is anything but icky. Yeah. So what's your icky interpretation there? Develop a theory on how and why Beatrice existed in the mansion in 1967 in Kubadorion. What was the theory of the construction of Kubadorion? You've reread Sea Cats like 6 times and participated as a theater goer in others' journeys many times. Oh, that fucking rules. So yeah, you don't need this. Episode 3, we see that Beatrice really existed and was housed in Kubadorion. Develop a theory on how and why Beatrice existed in the mansion in 1967. Question 21. One of the first mysteries the player encounters in Umineko is about the nature of Kinzo's wealth. It is said that Kinzo acquired huge amounts of gold from a mysterious benefactor, yet opposing theories have been brought up. Develop a theory on the truth of Kinzo's gold, how it was acquired, or if it even exists. Beatrice 1 was Kinzo's mistress and died. You suspect Kubadorion was actually built for her, and then she died because... Would it be really funny if it was the original Beatrice that... never mind. Now that's a good question. Does the gold even exist? We've seen gold bars before, but Battler's never seen any. They could have been made up. Then she either A, she had a child dying in childbirth, would answer why she died. Yeah. Episode 3. First Twilight, 6. Oh, alright, episode 3 is no problem. 6 corpses connected by the link closed room. Alright, so wait, there was some red text that busted my Okanogi theory. Let me see. The 6 died instantly. There's no one hiding in the 6 rooms. Only the victims are inside the rooms and no other people exist. The 6 were not killed by traps. None of them committed suicide. All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. The individual keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. In short, all the keys related to the linked rooms were locked inside the linked rooms. No key could be returned from the outside room using the crack in the door, crack in the window, the vents, or any place of the sort. All of them would appear to be gunshot wounds that were fatal. Murdering them from outside the room would have been impossible. I shall say more with the red. When the 5 other than Kinzo were killed, the killer was definitely in the same room as them. I proclaim it in the red at the time that there were no suicides. B, he adopted a lookalike. Either way, the second person was given the name Beatrice because Kinzo's fucked up. She died by falling off cliff? Okay, my brain's starting to turn into mush. I'm just gonna rush through these. The corpses, mother and child, lay together at the Rose Garden. The causes of death were as Donjo diagnosed. A stab to the medulla oblongata by the fence. Rosa and Maria's deaths were homicides. I mean, this one we can just say is Eva, right? If my Okanogi theory is still true, then Goda, the 6 are dead. It didn't say it didn't word it as Goda was a victim in this crime. Yes, I'm doing the test. See, I told you. This is why I was asking if you were gonna leave. Oh yeah, Mirinda, these are my answers so far. So for question 1 about the disappearance of the shrine, I said Shannon was apparently able to get out to that rock without being noticed. So if we accept that Shannon went out to the shrine, it must be surprisingly easy to take a boat out there on one's own from Rokunjima. If the culprit took a boat from Rokunjima and destroyed the shrine with a sledgehammer or some such demolition tool they brought with them and shoved the debris into the ocean, if the shrine was indeed old, it seems less likely that it was wiped out by natural disaster. Hashtag blame Shannon. Do you have any contradictions here? So this is for Maria losing the rose. I tried to also explain the rose's reappearance. Or did it only reappear in episode 2? Either way. If Shannon did that, why did she do it? She could have been led to believe that by destroying the shrine, the witch she was doing a deal with would you know, guarantee her and George's love. Like, even if it wasn't true, she could have believed it was true and followed instructions. That's what I think. Anyway, so about Maria losing her rose, the culprit clipped the rose that was marked by the ribbon because George was like, hey, let's not forget where this rose is, tie a ribbon on it, right? Whether the culprit was present for the initial interaction with the rose or not, the fact that Maria puts up a big fuss later when the rose is gone would make it obvious to anyone who happened to pass by the rose garden that Maria was looking for a particular rose. Therefore, the culprit, whether purposefully or after logically putting together that the rose they clipped was the one Maria was looking for, got an umbrella for Maria and restored the rose. They could have used the ribbon that George used to mark the location to tie the rose. They used the ribbon to tie the rose to the cut stem to make the rose appear as if it's been magically restored. Then perhaps glue or another adhesive was applied to the ribbon due to the high winds. I think she might have believed it was a witch. I think she believed that a witch offered to make her and George's love come true. Dan, this is why I'm sharing this. Please posit your own responses. Another rose with the ribbon. Okay. But what about Maria's autism? Do you think that would have fooled her? Are you sure Maria wouldn't be able to tell? She was like really upset. She looked at the exact spot where that rose was. And she was like, why isn't it here? Why isn't it here? Do you think that would have fooled her? Do you think that would have satisfied her if you just simply marked another rose with the ribbon? Yeah? There were a lot of roses. Okay. That would be the easiest way to go. Just mark another rose with the ribbon. Okay. Alright, in every episode, Maria's given a letter to read to her family. When she asked, she always states that she was given the letter by Beatrice. In episode 2, we actually see Maria receive the letter from Beatrice. So my thing was, So the culprit I posited who like fixed the rose gave the letter to Maria. They claimed themselves to be Beatrice, and since they, to Maria's eyes, restored Maria's rose and brought her happiness, she was willing to believe that the helper was the wonderful witch Beatrice, even if it's not true, and she happily followed their instructions. So similar to my thought with Shannon, that they were fooled. I'm not saying that couldn't have been how it was done. You're just saying there's no reason to believe that much effort was necessary. No, you've got a good point. You've got a good point. I guess it's a very extended scene in episode 1 where Maria's like very upset and so certain that I think maybe that kind of tricked me into thinking that that wouldn't trick her. But maybe it really is that simple. So what do you think about this one, Marinda? Again, I'm saying witch, but I'm saying somebody else could have been fooled into thinking witches are real, even if it's not true. Especially Maria. Whoever did it knows Maria enough to know how much effort it would take to fool her. Now that's a good point. And now you're saying Shannon would know because Shannon, as one of the younger servants, was assigned to see Maria every year. They were trusted enough to allow to write in her diary. That too, yeah. All right, sounds plausible. That sounds great, Marinda. That just gave me so many endorphins. Thank you. All right, question 4. In episode 1, Rudolph tells Battler that he wishes to talk with him and Kirie as a family later. He then states that he might be killed that night. Develop an argument that explains the significance and meaning of Rudolph's statements. I said he was going to admit that Battler is Kirie's son, and that Kirie might kill him for making her think her son had been dead for years, and that her actually alive son was raised by the woman she hated. What do you think? That's why he was like, oh, I might get killed tonight. My wife is going to kill me. And I think he also said, like, yeah, like, see, we need to talk as a family. The truth is going to come out. What do you think about that one, Marinda? That's like, this is what I'm inferring information, you know, but adding hashtag blame Shannon to it. No, I just want you to say if it's plausible or not. If you have a contradiction, let me know. If, like, tell me if there are or aren't contradictions. So then, this is the one I said CC put back in. No, it could be something else, but no, I mean, you could just say that sounds plausible. If you can't think of anything that's like, oh, but what about this, then you could just say it sounds plausible. Isn't that good enough? Like, anyway, well, then it sounds plausible. Okay. In episode 1, we see Goda enthralled by a crossword puzzle in the servant room. Develop a well-justified argument on what crossword clue Goda was mulling over at the time of the scene, and then CC said, note, this question was removed from Marinda's version of the quiz. However, I, CC, think it is funny, so I added it back in, and my paragraph answer was LOL. And then I didn't answer questions for a while, because this one is like gonna have to be a process with me watching a lot of VODs. The next time I answered a question was question 12. In episode 2, we were told that Shannon and George's love is impossible without magic. Explain why the brooch was necessary for Shannon's wish to be with George to come true. And I answered, it wasn't. Magic isn't real. What about that one, Marinda? Yeah, that's what I mean. It doesn't necessarily mean it's correct. Okay, so what's the point of the brooch? Some magic bullshit? Like like I was saying with the shrine, that someone was saying, I was saying that Shannon believed that she would be with George if she completed the instructions of somebody, right? Whoever was putting her up to destroying the you like that Goto was replaced theory. You don't know of any direct contradictions, but also I know you got a hashtag blame Shannon, so it's wrong. God damn it. Right. The brooch looked like a butterfly, right? So, there was a legend with the, in episode 1, it was whispered among the, Kumasawa, I think, started, right? She was saying there was, sometimes you could see a golden butterfly flitting around, and things would go wrong, and there would be weird injuries to the servants. But whenever the presence of Beatrice, the ghost stories of Beatrice on the island that was whispered about amongst the servants was about sighting gold butterflies, right? So the brooch could be used as like a calling card for Beatrice to be like, I'm really Beatrice, look, I got this golden butterfly brooch. And to kind of reinforce that she really is Beatrice, who's offering this boon of like, oh, you and George, your romance will totally work out. As offering like reassurance or further proof to convince her. Random humans pretending to be a magical witch and is tricking Shannon, and using the brooch is just a prop to help trick her. Yes, although it does, not a random human, but whoever Beatrice really is. But they would have to know about the legends on Rokkenjima, including the witch and the butterfly thing with the servants. Kumasawa Triss real? Hashtag blame Shannon, she's just superstitious. Hashtag blame Kumasawa? Maybe she's pretending to be a witch? And the whole Virgilia thing was like a hint? She was looking for Hinzo's gold. All right. So that, I think that was the last thing I answered. So that's about as far as I've gotten actually answering questions, but I was going through this to see if anybody had any thoughts. So yeah, I need to write these up, but if I forget if go to replacement theory was debunked or not. So far you're liking it? Oh, I'm glad. Yay. These are the murders in episode 3. I'll need to... George's death. Oh yeah, the July 15th thing. If you say it, a small golden land will be opened. Yeah, these numbers are fucked. What is going on with that? You like answering questions. You have clearly the brooch is kawaii as fuck and it makes anyone wearing it super, super hot. Okay, not the witch Beatrice. I'm just kidding. Hello, Remote MMOs. Welcome. Episode 3, Ninth Twilight. Oh, yeah, I think the guy who pretended to be Goda killed Nanjo. And that's how they can be like, Nanjo is dead. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, killed Nanjo. That's how they can be like, Goda is dead. Because somebody was pretending to be him. Question 27 is a nasty one. Oh. I only figured it out after a 4-hour-ish discussion with somebody else who had gone through the series multiple times. Seriously? You can't answer 27 unless you've beaten the game multiple times? They never tell you what the fuck the number is? What the fuck? All right, Dan, you're really good at this. What does this number mean? No, it's all right. It's all right. It's still like, what the fuck? Even though... No. It's okay. It's okay. Battler's birthday means the other numbers are also a birthday. November 29th? Damn. Alright, anyway, let me keep going. Oh no, somebody else is gonna have a whisper rally with Mirinda. Therefore, once we meet someone whose birthday is November 29th, then that's our murderer. Alright. Alright, episode 4. Question 29. We see Ange come across a straight sight in Marufuku shop that neither the captain or Amakusa could see. That's right! That was a weird scene. Develop a theory on what exactly Ange saw. Ooh, I'd have to go back to that one and look it over again. In episode 4, we learned that Beatrice was unable to revive Saktaro due to it being handmade by Rosa. However, Ange is able to revive it with magic. Develop a theory on why it was possible for Ange to revive Saktaro. I had a thought for this one. What was it? Beatrice is the Golden Witch was made up on November 29th, but that's a lazy answer. Yeah, the implication of what the number is and what it is for is pretty obvious given what we know about the second half of the number. What does that mean? Anyway, develop a theory for the truth behind Battler's birth. Oh yeah, Battler is not Ushiromiya Asumu's son. Well, thanks to Dan, who came up with an answer for question 31 practically instantly. I agree with his theory, so I'm just gonna put it down as my theory, which is the two battlers, Asumu's son and Kirie's son, were born at the same time. It should be clear. Okay. Not just what it is, but why it's written on the door. Oh. It's not obvious until you're further into reading, of course. I see. So, so the theory that Dan came up with like instantly was that it was Asumu's son who died, not Kirie's. But Rudolph was engaged to Asumu. So in order for him to have like a legitimate heir, he took Kirie's son and is like, Asumu, here's your son, gave it back, and then Kirie was told that her son had died. And so So Rudolph was able to have like a legitimate son at the expense of his, at the time, side chick. So Battler grew up thinking he was Asuma's son, even though he was not born from her. And both of the babies were named Battler, which is why important enough to put in the code. Are we yes, we're doing homework. This is the AP test. We're studying. Hello, B. So that's the question for that's the answer for question 31 that Dan helped come up with, or Dan came up with basically, was Battler is actually Kirie's son. And so Kirie all this time thought her son died, but he didn't. And so Battler was actually born out of wedlock, technically. Oh, so Ramote got it in one go. Oh, cool. Rudy did the old switcheroo. Yeah, that's our thought. It's funny to you because that was brought up, the part of the story where they discussed both of them having kids at the same time. It was still fresh in your mind. Right, right. Man, that was a good one. An unexplainable murderous rampage consumes Rokinjima. Oh man. All of whom at the family conference acknowledged the yeah, this one's crazy. Well, let me know if you guys have any theories. All of those who met at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. No person would mistake Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight. No matter what disguise might be used, they would not mistake Ushinomiya Kinzo by sight. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of all of our games. The setup was not different for the fourth game alone. Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. Before now, I have proclaimed that no more than 18 humans exist on this island. I will lower that by 1 for Kinzo. No more than 17 humans exist on this island. That excludes any 18th person. In short, this 18th person X does not exist. This applies to all games. Kanon is dead. Among the 5 people in Kirie's group, he was the first to die. In short, he was the 9th victim. Interesting that they added that part in there. Develop an explanation and timeline for the murders of episode 4, including explanations for events on the game board, such as Kirie's phone call to Battler. They were all in on it, for sure. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Right. There was a woman who, right, my theory at the time was there was a woman who could fake voices. And she was faking all the phone conversations with Battler because Battler never talked to anyone on the phone who wasn't a woman. So if there was a woman who could fake voices... This is the funny part of the other scene. Battler's just fucking stupid. Yeah. That, it doesn't matter that much who Battler's mom is, but that little thing was enough to like shut him down and to make him think he wasn't him, when the only thing he had to ask is he still Kinzo's grandchild? Battler needs to prove by using the red text that he's Kinzo's grandchild. Alright, by the way, be careful about the Rot 13. Mirinda is unable to answer whispers, so there's spoiler whispers going on between people right now. Battler, upon learning he can speak in red text, not doing that. So I need to figure out why all these people were in on it and why it was this crazy. But I do think it was one person on the phone with Battler, because I don't think Kirie would have said all that stuff even if a gun was pointed to her head, even if she was trying to pull it. Maybe if she was trying to pull a prank on Battler, but then why would she want to pull a prank on Battler like that? Yeah, he shuts down and loses constantly, exactly. So that one I need to think more about. All right. Who am I? All right, question 33. 10th Twilight. Who am I? Ushinomiya Battler, I will now kill you. And right now there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere. You are all alone on this island, and of course, I am not you. Yet I am here now and I'm about to kill you. Yeah, that one's fucking wild. Develop an explanation for how the 10th Twilight was conducted. Who is Beatrice? Ah, it's so mysterious. Or yourself? Don't you want to be surprised? But you're like, gee, if only there was a phrase such as I, Battler Ushinomiya, am Kinzo Ushinomiya's grandson, that I could prove that I am that. Better try to say I'm Asuma's son. But interesting that you guys are having disagreements about interpretations. This is fascinating. The only parent who has nothing to do with whether or not I'm Kinzo's grandchild. I know, right? There are a lot of disagreements about interpretations of the story. Now that's interesting, but that's what makes it fun. Ooh, that's fascinating. And so after the Who is Beatrice, stop. End of section 1. If you finish before time is called, you may not check your work for this section. Do not go on to this section until you're told to do so. That is hilarious. They got the proctor thing. All right, I'm just gonna ignore the proctor because I'm a dumbass. Not a dumbass. I'm naughty. Anyway, as long as the story is interesting, you'll enjoy it regardless. That's fair. All right, long response questions. Breaking the law. I'm breaking the law. All right, we have 1.5 hours for this. Directions. This section contains several prompts related to Umineko. You must try to your best ability write a well-developed essay backed by textual evidence following the prompts. Be sure to clearly follow instructions of each question, providing all requested information. Question 1. The epitaph below Beatrice's portrait serves as a key element of Beatrice's game, serving as seemingly the only way to put an end to her plans of murder. All right. Detail a solution to the epitaph. Explain the purpose of the epitaph within the following contexts. 1. Its placement below the portrait of Beatrice, and then 2, within Beatrice's game. Anybody? Knowing Breaking Bad doesn't diminish the show's quality. In fact, I'd say it enhances it. Okay, that much I can agree with. Oh, the link got Rot 13. Damn. Okay. The epitaph I'd really need to work on. What's QCM stand for again? Alright, 2. Throughout Umineko, the phrase, without love it cannot be seen, is stated by multiple characters. Explain the situation and meaning of the phrase. So far what I've been thinking is that without love it cannot be seen. What that means is you can't, people's actions or like things that are caused by people can be, or people's opinions, you know, things having to do with people can be inexplicable to you unless you are able to put yourself in their shoes, if you're able to love them and see things from their perspective, or at least seeing them with love and not being like, that doesn't make any sense, that's ridiculous, you would be able to understand why they did what they did. So right now in episode 5, Battler is trying to understand Beatrice's actions, what she was thinking, why she did what she did, and eventually come to the conclusion about who Beatrice really is. So, is it really anything more than that? Do you guys think? Without spoiling me. But that's what I think without love it cannot be seen means. Alright. Question 3. In episode 4, it is revealed that 6 years ago, Battler had committed a sin, not against Beatrice, but yet the sin leads to people dying. Explain what Battler's sin is. Explain why the sin is so severe that it leads to the deaths of so many. You see this? People try to throw the label horror on anything these days, but forcing you to go through an actual quiz at the end of a game to make sure you understood it all. Well, this is fan-made. That makes it even worse, right? Who's Beato? Beats me. I don't fucking know. But see, B, you're not seeing it with love. Therefore, without love, it cannot be seen. Therefore, we can't answer the AP quiz. As for Battler's sin, I thought I had an idea, but apparently it was contradicted, so I need to figure that one out again. My old idea was that Battler had that 6 years ago, when Battler was last at a family conference, that he had made an attempt at the epitaph, but hadn't quite, and he was on the right track to solving it, but he hadn't, and in a childlike way just kind of like got bored and put it down. But whoever Beatrice is, they want someone to solve the epitaph for whatever reason, and that would have freed whoever Beatrice is, or let them rest, or whatever is going on there. He forgot about his marriage proposal to Shannon, right? It was the horse. The sin that was so severe, it led to the depths of so many, was that he forgot to buy a white horse and bring it to Rokunjima to take Shannon away. That's right. But yeah, my thought was like Battler had almost finished the had almost finished the epitaph, but kind of got bored and put it down and forgot about it. But then I think Cece said the epitaph wasn't around 6 years ago? Was that right? You forgot the horse. I bet you didn't even write. Rude ass. Get his ass. Honestly, he probably didn't write. But yeah, apparently the epitaph wasn't around 6 years ago, so if that's true, my theory just totally goes out the window. And I can't make it any less vague than you needed to solve the epitaph anyway. Alright, so yeah, you're right. Yeah, so Cece was right. Epitaph was not there when Battler was on Rokunjima last. You believe Kumasawa said it's only been added the past few years? Yeah, that part I forgot about. Alright. Thank you for clearing that up. So yeah, I totally gotta rethink my theory on Battler's sin. And that this is something we're already given hints about by the end of episode 4. What Battler's sin is. Okay, one thing I do know is that The red text about the sin only says that this is not something between Battler and Beatrice. But if Beatrice is not who she says she is, if Beatrice is someone else, that means it could be something personal between Battler and someone else, who Beatrice really is. So I don't think that contradicts that red text. That's about as far as I've gotten so far, is that it could be something personal between Battler and whoever Beatrice really is. Definitely found the word it didn't fit 6 characters letters, but then it was a way to make it fit 6 characters either by different writing of the kanji or translating the word. Keyword can be used somewhere on the island. Does the number have to do with it, you think? Yeah. You know, the chapel's really mysterious. Isn't the chapel, I think it's the chapel where there's a door that says, I've got a 1,000,000,001 chance of answering, or whatever it said. A chance of opening. Maybe that's where you use the keyword and that's the passage. By not marrying Shano and he remains single for FBI to jump in. Hashtag my search history is totally not sus. Damn. All right. In Umineko, we see multiple different narratives about the incident on Rokunjima. However, we later follow Ange outside of Rokunjima with Eva alive, not knowing the truth of what really happened. Explain why we see so many different narratives about the incident on Rokunjima. Explain the purpose of these multiple differing narratives. Now this one I'm a little stuck on. What do you guys think? That there's a purpose for the multiple differing narratives. So throughout Umineko, magic has been an essential storytelling element. Write an explanation that explains exactly what magic exactly is within the context of Umineko and explains the purpose of the magical elements of Umineko. My brain is a little too Swiss cheese for this right now, but that is certainly something to think about. Kumasawa had a reason to think the door, the 1 quadrillion thing, had to do with it. Yeah, Kumasawa Triss real? Alright, question 6. Beatrice's reputation precedes her. She's the legendary witch of the forest, the Ushinomiya family's alchemist, the endless witch, the golden witch, and the witch captured by Kinzo and forced to make a contract to give him wealth. Explain the true of who, what, why Beatrice truly is. That's the last question. And that's a different question than question 33, who am I? Now that's interesting. Why are those 2 different questions? Right, if Beatrice isn't Beatrice, then who is Beatrice? Who was she really? Was she simply the mistress? Or what? Ow, my brain. All right, anyway. Those are the questions to ponder. If you would like to make a copy of this and fill it out yourselves, here is the link once again. I'm gonna go back to the game. All right. The gouging steps would be instructions to opening the door? Why would stabbing people open a door? Maybe the stakes themselves are keys that are activated with blood or something? Okay, that's pretty wild. I don't know about that. But then where'd the stakes come from? Why are they keys? Where have they been stored all this time? Although, I'm pretty sure Ange ended up with a stake, so they're definitely relics that exist and are somewhere. Stored somewhere. Anyway. Furudo Erika, I am so ready for Blue Meme Girl. This rose garden really is a masterpiece. Alright, I need to turn up the audio again. It's gotten even more awesome than it was 6 years ago. You're so lucky to have this as your yard. Are you kidding? For me, it just makes it a longer walk to the harbor, which is a real pain. Yeah, but the roses are pretty, Jessica. It has to use a keyword. Oh! There's 7 stakes. So you think there might be a trick to the 7 stakes to reveal letters? Interesting. That's a pretty luxurious worry. Yeah, huh. George Ushidamiya being like, haha, first world problems. Look at Maria's precious smiling face. And given offer the 6 chosen by the keys as sacrifice was how 6 chosen by the keys as sacrifice was how they worked their way to realizing it was a keyword. Oh yeah. Interesting. Also, I noticed there was nothing in the AP test about Rosa and Maria's relationship and about whether Maria killing Rosa hundreds of times and Rosa not loving Maria, if there was an explanation for any of that. That was totally excluded from the test. And now I gotta think about what big things were excluded from the test. Anyway. Ooh, getting to say hi to the roses every morning before school. So awesome. You must get late after saying hi to so many roses. Maria, you're so precious. Shame about Ange, though. I hear her stomach gets upset easily. Apparently. Probably her intestines that are weak. I don't remember her being too much of an IBS warrior in episode 4. Maybe she got over it. She's always getting diarrhea. Don't reveal that kind of information about your sister to your cousins. That's what I'm saying, Maria. Thank you, Maria. Remate MMOs, thank you so much for following. I hope you enjoy. I'm doing this every Thursday. Aw, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, I also have this one. Yeah, I also have this one. Yeah, okay. Ooh, a big thing in Rot 13. Lol, Maria having tact and Battler having none. I know, right? Hello, Brown Sugar Babe. Oh wait, I should put on a better face for this. Hello, Brown Sugar Babe. Okay. Oh, you shouldn't say something like that about a lady. Get his ass.
それはすまねえ。
Sorry about that.
そうだよな。女の子のお尻からはマシュマロが出るんだもんな。
Yeah, I forgot marshmallows are what comes out of a girl's butt, right? That's even worse, Battler! Take that back! Same. I'm pointing all the guns at him.
エンジは体調が悪くてマシュマロが水飴になっちまったわけだ。
So, Ange got sick and the marshmallows turned to syrup. Shut up! That's even worse! Shut up! Shut up!
それはさすがに。
Yeah, Jessica, beat the shit out of him. Yeah, that's just
下品が過ぎる。
too disgusting. They both punched him down. Get him! Yes! Beat the shit out of your cousin! George and Jessica slammed a knee and a fist right into either side of Battler's gut. Good! You're prepared to believe some people got there on their first read? They need to be a lot more insightful than you. Oh, I see. I know Battler's a lost cause. Thanks for clarifying for sure. Oh, interesting. Whack! Smack thud! The smack thud was probably the sound of his knees hitting the ground and him falling over. You're the only getting upset by his speech. Man's just not it. Oh yeah, that's the only thing I'm upset by instead of his whole thing and how he keeps taking L's. That's what you're saying? Normally, Battler possessed the good sense you'd expect of an 18-year-old man. However, it seemed that this reunion had brought him back to the mental age he had been 6 years ago. And bit by bit, Jessica and George realized that they were also returning to the way they'd been 6 years ago. Are we gonna get insight into this sin? This charming chat was being observed by Natsuhi. No! Not Natsuhi overhearing the marshmallow thing. Gazing through an open window in the hall.
奥様、
Madam,
旦那様がお探しです。
Kraus-sama is searching for you. You got distracted by the discussion. You'll need to rewatch the VODs for my theories. Oh, thank you. Was there anything in particular that you missed?
もう少ししたら行きます。
I'll go in just a bit.
まだお昼にもなっていないのに。
It isn't even lunchtime yet, and I'm already tired. The sparks had been flying between them and Eva's group only a few moments earlier. The others had pounded on Kraus and Natsuhi over and over to get Kinzo out of his study. Apparently they hadn't been fully tricked at last year's family conference after all. Mostly my answers to part B? Oh, I didn't really have much. The only big thing was without love it cannot be seen. I was saying that that's, if you don't, like you can't understand, if you can't, wait, like if there's something somebody is or does or something caused by a human, if you don't put yourself in their shoes, if you don't see them with love, if you don't try to understand things from their perspective, or have sympathy, you won't be able to understand why they did such things. So Battler in episode 5 right now is trying to find out what Beatrice was thinking and feeling and why she did this or that, to try to figure out who she is. And so it's kind of like, without love it cannot be seen. So if you don't put yourself in her shoes and try to understand what she was feeling. If you don't see her with love, you might not be able to figure out what she did and why and who she is. And you'll never be able to finish the game. So I don't see, I just didn't see, without love it cannot be seen as anything more deep than if you can see other people and their actions with love. You can't understand them. I didn't know if it was deeper than that, but that's what I got from it. Anyway. Apparently they hadn't been fully tricked at last year's family conference after all.
お父様は問題ありませんね。
There are no problems with father, I assume.
はい、
Correct.
お任せを。
Leave it to me.
シャノンとカノンも今日の段取りを十分に心得ております。
Shannon and Kanon are also fully aware of today's arrangements.
熊沢は嘘をつくのが上手なようですから心配し
Leave
ま
it
せ
to me,
んが
boo.
南條先生が少し心配です。
Kumasawa is a good liar, so I'm not worried about her. But I'm a little concerned about Dr. Nanjo. Dr. Nanjo is on it! Well, I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to be in on it. In every case, Lambda Delta is definitely trying to set it up as like, oh yeah, the doctor of course is in on it and can lie about all sorts of shit. But Kumasawa is a good liar. Kumasawa trusts real? No, I'm just kidding.
隠し事が苦手そうでおられますから。
This is October 4th, so anything from here on out can be scrutinized. And is not necessarily to be taken as gospel. Right. I get the feeling he's bad at hiding things. Well, that's what I thought. I thought Nanjo's behavior in episode 3 was very odd, and so I thought he was totally in on it and got betrayed at the last moment and murdered.
お任せを。
Leave that to me.
可能な限り私が南條先生のお近くで補佐するつもりです。
I intend to support Dr. Nanjo from nearby as much as possible.
あなたがいてくれるなら頼もしいですね。
It's very reassuring to have you there. Aww. I mean, I like Dr. Nanjo, but I'm still willing to believe he's involved.
本当に助かります。
It really helps a lot.
現地の力なくして成し得ないことです。
Without your strength, we wouldn't be able to succeed.
恐縮でございます。
I'm honored by your words.
安心せよ。
Her, Beatrice? Is that who you absolutely despise, B? Don't
書
worry.
斎の密室結界は完璧だ。
The locked room barrier on the study is perfect.
結界を破らぬ限り、誰にも金蔵の秘密を暴くことなどできん。
Notice the little fringe floral looking thing when we jump to the. Oh. Okay. So you're going, Dan? Doing something? Okay. Well, I'll catch you on the flip side. You'll be watching on phone. Okay. Well, you can respond on phone if you like. Or are you only in hater mode when you're on PC? Okay. So whenever we're actually like looking in on the game board from outside, there's like a little floral border thing going on. You think you started hating Battler more than Beatrice? Damn. But it's not present now, so I think this is the imaginary Beatrice from Natsuhi's perspective. As long as the barrier remains unbroken, no one will be able to expose Kinzo's secret. Yep, see, here's Natsuhi. Yes, I understand.
しかしあなたも先ほどの客までのやりとりを
He
聞い
had
て
a
いた
shred
で
of
しょう。
confidence he wouldn't get away with so much. Yeah, she wouldn't get away with so much. True. It's just absurd. Still, you heard that conversation in the parlor just now, didn't you?
やはり去年の時点で
Also, Dan, I should say, I know you're gonna leave for a
相
bit
当の不信感を
and
持
just
たれ
watch
て
on
い
your
たのである
phone, but I'm pretty sure a character you're going to like is going to arrive within this scene. Yeah. So there was a little scene where there was like one of those, like, I don't know if you played Professor Layton. There's like always a scene where he gathers everybody involved and then he points out the culprit. There was that, but it was this blue-haired girl who pointed out Natsuhi as the murderer. And now we're, and that was like the stinger, and now we're rewinding time to see what happened up to that point. So now we're at the beginning, and Natsuhi is set up to be the murderer. It seems that some considerable suspicions were aroused last year.
凄まじき毒素を溜め込み振りまいておるわ
The terrible toxin has accumulated and is being spread all around. I think it's definitely Burncastle related.
やはり今年が正念場になりそうですね。
It seems this year's conference really will be crucial.
今年を何とか乗り越えることはできようが仏の顔も何とやらだ
We might be able to overcome this year somehow, but there is such a thing as pushing our luck.
さすがに来年は無理と心得た方がよかろうな
Rouse was the best one all along. Oh, B, you missed his moon tourism. He tried to invest in moon tourism once. And Natsuhi was like, I can't believe you did that. There was like all of his failed ventures last week. We were talking, it was so fucking funny. It's probably best to assume that next year won't be manageable. Okay, I'm considering.
これほどまで
Hey!
反魔法の毒素が満ちては
This is where Dan went after leaving the PC. With this much of the anti-magic toxin filling up the
来年の
place,
親族会議でもゴールドスミス教の魔法を維持するのは難しいでしょう
it will probably be difficult to preserve Lord Goldsmith's magic for yet another family conference. All the others are psychopathic murderers and schemers. True, Kraus is a little more pure than them. I agree. He's just a fool. He's just a silly, foolish guy. Too pure for this world. No, I'm just kidding. He definitely has some culpability. He definitely cruises by on his status, but yeah, I think he's just a doofus. Who are you? He's Michael Scott. Yeah. I love Kinzo's pretentious alias, the Goldsmith. I agree.
驚か
Oh,
すともよ
no need to be
い
surprised.
わらわの家具頭を務める男だ
This man serves as my head furniture.
はじめまして夏日奥様
Greetings, Madam Natsuhi.
ロノウェと申します
My name is Ronove.
どうぞお見知りおきを
It is a pleasure to meet you.
頼れる男だ
This man's
この
reliable.
男にも密室結界を守ってもらう
He's also helping to guard the locked room barrier. Also, Kraus should watch out, if you know what I mean.
そうですか。
Is that so?
後宮夏日です。
I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi.
あなたにも協力をお願いします。
I thank you for your cooperation.
はい奥様
Of course, madam.
魔法世界からお手伝いをさせていただきます
Ronove's alliance keeps on wavering. Well, this is a whole new game. So the other thing is that Beato setting up the game is like out of commission. So it's not Burn Castle, sorry. It's Lambda Delta who is setting everything up. So you could also think of this as like Lambda Delta's impression of Ronove and Beatrice. I will be aiding you from the magic
どう
world.
かお任せを。
Please rely on me. Damn, if magic isn't real, that means Ronove is not real. Gop
つ
is
いでだ
back?
から私も紹介してもらおう
Gop
か
is
しら
back? In that case, I guess I'll introduce myself next.
はいリーチェ
Hi,
ご無
Riche.
沙汰
This is a demon of hell, just like Ronove. Is a Banto's buddy. Long time no see.
ゴープか
Ah, Gop. Still smash.
そなたまで来てくれるとは心強い
What's next? There was a third bunny girl. It's heartening to see that you're here as well.
遊びに来ただけのつもりだったんだけどね
Well, I only came to have some fun.
手がいるようだったら声をかけて
If you need an extra hand, let me know.
はじめましてマダム
Nice to meet you, madam.
挨拶するのは初めてだけど私はいつだって誰のそばにでもいるわ
This is the first time I've said hello, but I'm always right by anyone's side.
こちらのガープはなかなかのいたずら者。
Gop here is quite the
先
prankster.
日、奥様が自室にてお召しになろうとして、床に落とし見つけられなかった頭痛薬。
Remember that headache medicine you dropped on the floor of your room and lost as you were getting
ガー
dressed?
プの仕業でございますよ。
Gop was the one behind that.
確かに置いたはずなのに見つけられない小物があったらこやつのいたずらを疑うがよいぞ
Whenever you set something small down somewhere and can't find it later, it always is a good idea to suspect that it's one of her pranks. That's where the extra socks have been going when I do laundry. Gop's been stealing them all with her portals.
わらわも昔ずいぶんとからかわれたものだ
Long ago, she used to tease me all the time.
そうですか
Is that so?
いずれにせよここは後ろ宮の屋敷です
In any event, this is the Ushiromiya mansion.
当家にいる間は当家に従っていただきます
As long as you are here, you will obey us.
よろしいです
Damn it, Gop. My socks! You understand, correct?
もちろんです。
Of course.
心得ております。
We understand.
魔法世界での現時と思い、どうぞいつでもご用命ください。
Think of me as a Genji of the magic world. Ronove Genji, if you will. Think of me as a Genji of the magic world, and please give me orders whenever you wish.
私にも客人の心得はあるつもりよ
I'm pretty sure I know how to be a good guest.
家主の顔は潰さないわ
I won't let the landlord lose face.
どの上もガープも頼れるぞ
You can count on Ronove and Gop.
しかし魔法の世界と人間の世界は表裏一体
However, the magic world and the human world are two different sides of the same
分
coin.
かってます
I
も
understand.
ちろん私も人間の世界から努力します
Of course, I will do all I can in the human world. You'll count on Gop, alright? Okay. Think of me as Genji, I already do. Exactly! I will do all I can in the human
力を
world.
合わせてお父様の秘密を守りましょう
Let's work together and protect Father's secret. Hmm.
いつもの展開だな。
This happens every
ど
time.
うせ翌日にならなきゃ話は進まね
We won't get anywhere until the next day.
まあそうね10月4日は私にとっての準備ターンみたいなものだし
Well, sure. October 4th is like a preparation turn for me.
バトラに何もする気がないのなら10月5日までのんびりしててくれていいのよ
If you don't feel like doing anything, why don't you just sit around until October 5th?
6人死んだら呼んであげる
I'll call destroy you after the first 6 die.
Of course, that was a very irritating way to say it. The fight wouldn't start until the crime occurred. However, waiting for the crimes to start would mean turning a blind eye towards the murders of the first Twilight. In other words, it would be the same as being content with the fact that 6 people would die.
知ってる？
Did you know?
チェスの先手と後手では先手の勝率が2倍とも言われてるのよ。
They say that in chess, the player who moves first is twice as likely to win.
戦術の進歩でだいぶ変わるけどね。
Though that can change as the tactics of the match progress.
Strawberry shortcake is certainly up there in terms of irritation factor.
後手はドローを狙えれば上々とか言われてるんだっけ？
Don't they say that the second player has a much better chance at a draw?
先手必勝くらい俺も知ってるぜ。
Even I know what the first to strike wins means.
どうしろってんだ。
Then, what are you trying to say?
そんなだからあんたは無能なのよ。
This is why you're so incompetent!
It was said in red, Battler, you are incompetent.
い
Seriously.
い？バトラ
Are you listening, Battler?
ー、10月4日にだって解くことができる謎は存在するわ。
There is a mystery which can be solved even on October 4th.
何が解けるか。
Do you know what that is?
まさか。
You don't mean...
あ、いや、しかし。
No, but...
まあ見てなさい。無能のバトラー。
Well, watch and see, Battler the incompetent.
I have a general idea of what these witches are talking about. I tried solving it several times myself in the past, but I still haven't found anything resembling an answer. On the contrary, I still can't even understand why that riddle exists. The epitaph, you mean? That's right. The reason it exists. Why did Beato prepare a riddle like that in the first place? Why does the epitaph exist? We all discussed it together from time to time in past games. However, I've been avoiding thinking about it under the assumption that there's no point in investigating the riddle unless we can solve it, but Emma did it, apparently. This time, I should change my viewpoint. I shouldn't just focus on the obvious parts, like the truth of the riddle and how to solve it. What's more important is why that riddle was set up in the first place and displayed for us to see. That's what I should be thinking about. And the one proposing that riddle is Beatrice. Even if I can't solve it, I should be able to try and figure out what Beato was thinking when she showed it to us. Alright, this time I'm turning the chessboard over. The witches keep calling me incompetent. Let them laugh. My enemy isn't them. I'm continuing our match. Beato. Oh, you got any thoughts, Battler, about why she thought about the epitaph like that? I don't know.
お、とうとう降り始めたようやな。
Oh, seems like it's finally started raining.
やれやれ。
Sheesh.
土砂降りは心の中だけにしたかったもんだぜ。
Wish I could keep the downpour limited to the inside of my heart. Yeah, you're feeling guilty about lying to Kirie and Battler again? The people in the parlor noticed that raindrops had started to drip down the window.
これで親族会議が終わるまで私たちには逃げ場なしってわけね。
So now, we have nowhere to run until the family conference ends.
それは兄さんたちだって同じよ。
Same thing goes for Nissan and his accomplices.
逃がさない。絶対に。
I won't let them escape. You can be certain of that.
こっちのカードは悪くないのよ。
The cards we're holding aren't bad.
兄さんは虚勢を張ってるだけだわ。
Nissan is just bluffing.
絶対に屈服させてみせる。
I'll make certain that he surrenders.
取引っちゅうんはな、
Well, the thing about a deal
相
is
手を任すもんとちゃうで。
you don't go in trying to beat the other
落
guy.
としどころを用意しておいて、相手に花を持たせて自らに座らせるもんなんや。
You get a pitfall ready, praise him a bit, and convince him to stand on it of his own accord. Wait, isn't that's just half the plot of Succession.
秀吉さんの言う通りだわ。
Hideyoshi-san is right.
さっきの話もちょっと追い詰めすぎよ、エヴァネ。
You pressed him a little too hard just now, Evane-san. That was very Jeremy Strong of you.
兄さんにはあれくらいでちょうどいいわよ。
That was a perfectly reasonable considering it's Nissan we're dealing with.
なんだ、ローザは寝ちまったのか？
Has Rosa fallen asleep? Did she forget her daughter outside in the fucking rain?
朝が早かったとぼやいとったな。
She was complaining about how early she woke up this
ま
morning.
昼寝もええんとちゃうか。
Well, guess there's nothing wrong with taking a nap. Unless your daughter is outside in the freezing cold rain and winds at the beginning of a typhoon.
下手すりゃ今夜は徹夜だ。
There's a chance we might be forced to spend all night on this.
今から仮眠も賢いかもな。
Getting a nap in now is probably a smart idea. I'm just gonna assume Maria's with her cousins. Out of consideration for Rosa, who had fallen asleep on a sofa, the others quietly left the parlor. Rosa slept, unaware. After telling Maria to stay just where she was after that tantrum over not being able to find her rose, Rosa slept, unaware that the rain had started to fall. The rain poured down as though it had been saving up for this moment. Oh, sweet. Mirinda was distracted and didn't overhear my Rosa slander. Phew! Of course, Maria noticed that the rain had started falling and was soaking her to the bone. Oh, interesting that you guys were able to open each other's eyes a little more. However, that just made her even more stubborn. Unable to find the poor, slightly unhealthy rose that she herself had marked. Right, I think George suggested the ribbon or gave it to her. She marked it. Okay. She just couldn't stand having that search be interrupted by something like the rain. So the more the rain fell on Maria, the more stubborn she grew, and she wandered around and around the rose beds. As she did, from behind her back came a pitter-patter, patter-pitter, patter-patter. The sound of approaching footsteps. Then, whoever it was stepped in a very small puddle, making a light splashing sound, and Maria finally heard. However, even the slight distraction that sound caused made her feel irritated, and Maria ignored it despite having heard it. Hello. Maria turned around, bewildered. After all, that voice was one she didn't recognize at all. On the sealed-off Rokenjima, that voice belonged to no person she knew. Golden sneer. My golden sneer. Kraus-sama, madam.
探しました。
I was looking for you.
大変でございます。
Something important has come up. Kraus and Natsuki had been privately discussing what should be done next in a deserted corner on the 3rd floor. Genji had searched everywhere for them.
どうしたのかね。
What is it?
シーツを雨に濡らした程度ではそこまで慌てることでもないと思う。
It must be something more urgent than a few sheets getting wet by the rain.
何事です？
What is it?
何か粗相でも？
Has there been some sort of blunder?
海難事故で漂流されたと申す方が先ほどお屋敷にいらっしゃられました。
A short while ago, someone came to the mansion, claiming to have drifted here after an accident at sea. I was wondering how they were gonna get her on the island. An accident at sea. Kraus and Natsuhi couldn't help but go wide-eyed and look at each other. This was the first time they had ever heard of someone coming to this island uninvited.
漂流？
Someone drifted here?
それは本当かね。
Is that true?
気の毒に。
Poor thing.
来客として丁重に扱いたまえ。
Treat this person politely, like a guest. See, Kraus has a decent heart.
今はどうしているのかね。
What is happening now?
南條先生が診察しております。
Dr. Nanjo is performing an examination.
まだ診察中ですが、私の見た限りお疲れの様子ではありますが、怪我などをされているように見えませんでした。
He hasn't finished yet, but from what I could tell by looking... Rowan, hello! We're about to meet Bloom Meme Girl. Apparently she drifted in from an accident at sea. It's very mystery novel. He hasn't finished yet, but from what I could tell by looking, the drifter seemed tired but uninjured.
それはよかった。
That's good.
私と夏日は今大切な話をしている。
Natsuhi and I are having an important conversation right
終わ
now.
ったらすぐに見舞いに行く。
We will come to check on this person when we are finished. It's not... What does that mean, Mirinda?
その漂流者にはぜひくつろいでほしいと伝えたまえ。
Please tell this drifter that we want them to feel at home.
かしこまりました。
Certainly. Genji bowed deeply and started to leave, but Natsuhi called him to a stop. Genji stopped walking and Natsuhi jogged up to him.
その漂流者は男ですか？
Genji, is this drifter a man?
いいえ、
No,
お嬢様くらいの若い女性でございます。
she is a young woman, about the same age as Milady.
女性？
A woman?
そうですか。
I see. Thank goodness it's not that weirdo claiming to be my son.
結構です。下がりなさい。
Very well, back to your work. The parlor of the mansion was bussin'. The parlor of the mansion was bustling. The adults gathered, concerned about the well-being of this sudden guest. Is Rosa still honk shoeing?
まあ自力でバラ庭園まで歩いてこれたなら命に別状はねえだろう。
Well, if she was able to walk all the way to the rose garden by herself, her life probably isn't in danger.
転ばぬ先の杖やな。
It always helps to be prepared.
ライフジャケットのおかげやろ。
It's probably all thanks to the life jacket.
あれがなかったら溺れ死んどったかもわからん。
Without that, she might have drowned, especially with all those frills and stuff on her clothing.
どんな子だったの？
What kind of girl was she?
ジョージやジェシカちゃんより上？下？
Older or younger than George? Jessica-chan?
ジェシカお姉ちゃんよりは下だった。
She was younger than Jessica One-chan.
ライフジャケットと水着だった。
She was wearing a life jacket and swimsuit.
Oh, and so not even her frilly clothes.
ヘトヘトみたいだった。
Looked all tired out.
She was wearing a swimsuit.
漂着したのが船着き場のあたりだったなら本当に不幸中の幸いね。
Okay, Rose is awake and doesn't have to deal with the guilt of leaving Marie outside. Assuming she washed up somewhere near the harbor, that must have been a bit of luck amid disaster.
もし島の反対側だったら大変だったわ。
It would have been terrible if she'd landed on the opposite side of the island.
しかし気の毒ね。
Still, you have to feel sorry for
こ
her.
の天気じゃきっと船も来られない。
With this weather, the boats won't be coming.
明日いっぱいまで彼女もこの島に釘付けかしら。
I imagine she'll also be stuck on this island all day tomorrow. At that moment, the door clunked open and everyone looked in that direction.
皆様、お茶はいかがですか?
Bam! Would anyone like some tea? It was Goda and Kanon, with the latter pushing a serving cart laden with a tea set. Goda understood well that doing a little extra at times like this would earn him points. The relatives, hungry for information, crowded around Goda. Goda ordered Kanon to serve the tea and became the sole object of the relatives' attention. Wait, they wanted information from you. How come you're telling Kanon to serve the tea? No, I'm just kidding.
Goda-san, どうなんだい? その子は.
Goda-san, how's that kid doing?
元気そうなのか?
Does she seem well?
さあ、わかりません。
Well, I don't know about that.
ですが、心配ご無用。
But there is no need to worry.
南條先生がつきっきりで見ておりますし、熊沢もシャノンも一緒です。
Dr. Nanjo is giving his full attention to taking care of her, and Kumasawa and Shannon are with him.
どうぞ、ご安心ください。
Please, do not worry.
まずは紅茶でおくつろぎになってはいかがですか?
Why not relax with some black tea for now?
さあ、カノンさん。
Come, Kanon-san.
早く配って配って。
Quickly, serve it. Why do I have to? Oh, Kanon's haterisms coming out. Look at the small text. Why do I have to? Kanon knew that this tea was just Goda's way of earning points, so he lined the cups up with a slightly sullen air.
Oh, Maria も手伝う.
Ooh, I'll help too.
大丈夫です。
It's all right.
マリア様はそのままでお待ちを。
You can just wait there, Maria-sama.
マリアも配膳やる.
Ooh, I want to serve tea too.
南條先生にはお会いしてないの?
Yeah. I mean, I think by episode 3, I was kind of already mentally at that spot with Maria, but like seeing the detail and depth of everything is definitely like, oh my god, my precious baby, right? Didn't you talk with Dr. Nanjo?
何か言ってなかった?
Did he say anything?
ええ、先ほどお会いしましたところ、それほどの外傷はないそうで。
Yes, when I met him a short while ago, he said that there weren't any serious external wounds.
私もちらりとお見かけしたところでは。
And from what I could tell at a glance, just as Goda had successfully captured the gazes of all present and was about to start talking knowledgeably on the subject, Nanjo returned. Of course, Nanjo instantly became the center of attention. Kanon turned his back on Goda, who seemed downhearted. Ha!
南條先生、どうなんですか、容体は?
Dr. Nanjo, how is her condition?
大丈夫そうなの?
Does it look like she'll be all right?
皆さん、ご安心を。
Not to worry, everyone.
大丈夫です。
She is fine.
怪我は何もありませんでした。
She had no injuries at all.
だいぶ疲労しているようですが、今夜特に熱を出さなければ何事もないでしょう。
It seems that she is quite worn out, but there shouldn't be anything to worry about, as long as she doesn't develop a fever tonight.
ならよかったわ。
That's good to hear.
お医者様はいても病院はないものね。
We're lucky enough to have a doctor, but this is no hospital. Everyone was relieved to hear that the girl was in good health. When Nanjo gave the more detailed results of his examination, concluding by saying she was young and therefore should be fine, everyone who no longer fell under this description nodded in assent.
やっぱり船は怖い.
Ooh, boats really are scary.
落ちる.
Gonna fall.
Yeah, get Battler's ass.
バトラーの言う通りだった.
Battler was right.
マリアちゃん、それバトラー君に。
All right, Battler's not here. Maria-chan, let's not tell Battler-kun about this.
ああ、奥様、旦那様。
About how she got here, right? Oh, Madam Kraus-sama. Goda, who was feeling sorry for himself and handing out cups, called out in an excessively loud voice. Oh, hey! Apparently he was that desperate to get everyone's attention. Poor guy.
客人の具合はどうだね?
How was the guest?
はい。
Yes, sir.
別状はないとのことでございます。
Her condition is not serious.
そうですか。それはよかった。
I see. I'm glad to hear it.
今はどちらに？
Where is she now?
熊沢さんとシャノンさんがお風呂に案内したはずだ。
I believe Kumasawa-san and Shannon-san were showing her to the bath.
それから服を見立てると言ってましたな。
And they said they would get her some clothes afterwards.
ならすぐに来るだろう。
In that case, they'll probably arrive here soon.
諸君。
Everyone.
親族会議の日ではあるが、不幸な事故で訪れることとなった来客だ。
This may be the day of the family conference, but we have a guest brought here by an unfortunate accident.
招いた客人ではないが、どうか歓迎してやってほしい。
She wasn't invited, but I want you all to welcome her.
意義などあるわけもない。
Who could disagree with that?
賛成や。
I'm all for it.
同じくだ。
Same here.
女の子には優しくしろってお袋も言ってたぜ。
Didn't Mom always tell us to be nice to girls?
あなたはそれを人生のモットーにしすぎよ。
You take that line way too far.
ジョージたちも呼んだ方がいいわね。
It's probably best if we call George and the rest over here too.
全員で挨拶しましょう。
Let's all greet her together.
そんな。
I'm not so
かえ
sure.
って恐縮させちゃうんじゃない？
Wouldn't that just make her feel more timid? Eva stood up and made a phone call to the guest house. Anyway, at that moment they heard the sound of a knock, followed by Genji's voice.
源氏でございま
So
す。
they're on their way when she comes in. It is Genji.
お客様がお越しになられました。
The guest has arrived. I've been waiting for this. At those words, everyone fell into silence, and the people who had been sitting stood up straight. I've been waiting for this. Genji came in first, opening the door slowly, then moved off to the side, bowing deeply and urging the guest forwards. Ah! It's her! The great detective knows. The guest had Shannon and Kanon following by her. Oh, wait, not Kanon, sorry. The guest had Shannon and Kumasawa following by her side. This is a banger already. It sounds like something that'd be in The Great Ace Attorney. There she is! It's the meme girl! And though she looked at the large amount of relatives waiting for her in the parlor, she didn't seem overawed in the slightest. Just this single point showed that this girl possessed a dignity appropriate for a guest invited in by the Ushinomiya family. Oh yeah, let's go! Oh, sick percussion.
古戸様、ご紹介申し上げます。
Furudo-sama, allow me to introduce you.
後宮家当主代行、後宮クラウスにございます。
This is Ushinomiya Kraus, the representative of the Ushinomiya family head.
ようこそ六軒島へ。
Welcome to Rokenjima.
事故でいらしたとはいえ、あなたは当家の客人だ。
Though you arrived due to an accident, you are a guest of the family.
歓迎しますよ。
We welcome you.
どうぞ、当家おしばしの間、ご自宅と思い、
Please
存分にくつろがれてください。
make yourself at home and relax however you please.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Oh, she's got a high voice.
自己紹介申し上げます。
Allow me to introduce myself.
古戸エリカと申します。
I am called Furuto Erika.
So Erika is katakana, but Furudo means old door. But I know, okay, I know this much. I looked this up. Higurashi Rika. I was like, wait a second, Erika. Oh shit. Because I knew this girl was coming and I knew her name because I've been on the internet. So, and so Rika's family name is Furude. So Furude Rika. Oh yeah, Kumasawa is pretending to be a door, that's right. But Furude Rika. And this is Furudo Erika. Very close.
この度は後ろ宮家の皆様をお騒がせしてしまい誠に申し訳ございません。
My deepest apologies for disturbing you members of the Ushiromiya family like this.
招かれざる客人であるにもかかわらずの歓迎、心より感謝いたします。
I am truly grateful for the warm welcome I have received, despite my status as an uninvited guest.
There was a general sigh of acceptance. The clothes she had been lent were probably Jessica's formal wear from long ago. Really? Poor Jessica had to wear that? But the composure of her introduction gave the impression that of a dignity by no means inferior to the clothes she wore. The girl's name was Furudo Erika. She looked slightly younger than Battler and Jessica, but her composure and mannerisms were beyond what anyone would have expected from a high schooler, almost as though she was a well-to-do family's daughter. Wait a sec! Who is this person? Oh my god, Burncastle. With someone incompetent like you as the main character piece, the game wouldn't get anywhere. That's why I've placed myself there as a piece, but your eyes and voice are completely different. Unless this is the same voice actress at a much higher register.
Well, it's just a bit of a bonus. Even in a closed circle, it'd get boring to see the same faces every single time, right?
Yeah, I am very, very down with a new face. Quit messing around. This piece doesn't exist on Beato's game board. Beato and I won't acknowledge it.
This is Beato's game board, right? If Beato refuses, then I'll think about it. And Beato's opinion?
Beato was unable to answer. Lambda Delta grinned as though in triumph.
Wanna try complaining about the rules and stepping down from the game? Isn't that the favorite move of you mystery people? If there's even a tiny element that goes against your expectations, you have a tantrum and totally stop thinking.
Oh my god! Is this Ryukishi's, is this him talking back to, like people complaining about Umineko online? Don't worry. I'll make a detective proclamation about this piece. Detective proclamation? Oh, that kind of detective proclamation. I proclaim that Furudo Erika is the detective. The detective is not the culprit.
その証明にはいかなる証拠も必要とし
No proof is needed to show this.
早い話がこの子を一切疑う必要はないということよ。
In short, there is absolutely no need to suspect this girl.
これなら人間の駒として登場してもいつもと変わらずに推理できるでしょ。
With this guarantee, you can theorize the same way as you always did, even now that she's appeared as a human piece, right?
ノックス第7条ね。
That's Nox's seventh commandment.
探偵が犯人であることを禁ず。
It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit.
原文には例外条項もあるんだけど、今回は探偵は犯人でないと赤で宣言してるから例外は考えなくていいわ。
There was an exception clause in the original, but for this game, the detective isn't the culprit, has been proclaimed in red, so you don't need to consider the exception.
言葉遊びは嫌いだから私も赤で言ってあげる。
I hate word games, so I'll say it in red too.
フルドエリカは犯人ではない。
Furudo Erika is not the culprit.
復唱要求。
Repetition requested.
フルドエリカはこれまでのベアとのゲームに影響を与えない。
Furudo Erika had no influence on any of Beato's games before now.
いいわ、応じる。
Sure, I'll respond.
フルドエリカはこれまでのベアとのゲームに影響を与えない。
Furudo Erika had no influence on any of Beato's games before now.
あくまでも今回初登場のエキストラよ。
She's nothing more than an extra character who appears for the first time this round.
これまでの世界には存在しないし影響も与えないわ。
She does not exist in the worlds before this one, nor does she influence them.
なら今の時点での在当者の人数はどうなるんだ。
In that case, what happens to the number of people on this island right now?
もちろんこれまでの人数にプラス1してもらうわ。
Of course, it's +1 over the previous number.
でも安心して。
But don't
フルド
worry.
エリカは1人増えただ
It is only increased by one person. Furudo Erika.
それ以外の在当者の人数はこれまでのゲームと全く同じ。
Besides her, the number of people on this island is exactly the same as it was in the previous games. At that time, the loud sound of people running through the corridor could be heard. It was Battler, George, and Jessica who had come from the guest house after being called here by Eva. They immediately spotted a guest they didn't recognize and their eyes went wide. Whoa!
どちらさん
Who are you?
おお、お客様。
Ooh, guest!
落ちるで来たの。
She came by falling!
落ちる
Huh? Fall?
源氏さん、こちらの方は
Genji-san, who is this person?
お客様のフルドエリカ様でございます。
This is Furudo Erika-sama, a guest.
ウルド様、こちらは当家令嬢のジェシカさん、並びにいとこのジョージさん、
Furudo-sama.
バトラ様でございます。
This is the daughter of the family, Jessica-sama, along with her cousins, George-sama and Battler-sama.
よろしく。
Nice to meet you.
後ろ宮ジェシカです。
I'm Ushiromiya Jessica.
はじめまして。
Hello.
フルドエリカです。
My name is Furudo Erika.
よろしくお願いいたします。
I'm very pleased to meet you. Though Battler, George, and Jessica didn't have a clue what was going on and were utterly bewildered, they each introduced themselves.
好都合じゃない。
Isn't that convenient?
これで人数がはっきりするわ。
This way, the number of people is clear.
ゲストハウスのバトラたちが合流し、今客間には金蔵以外のすべての駒が人間が揃った。
The people in the guest house have joined up with the rest, and now all of the pieces except for Kinzo, all of the humans, have gathered in the parlor.
そうなるわね。
Looks like
つまり
it.
今この客間にいる人数が在当者すべての人数ってことになるわね。
In other words, the number of people in this parlor now is equal to the total number of people on this island.
18人いるはずの島がじいさまが実は死んでて17人。
There were supposedly 18 humans on the island, but since grandfather was actually dead, that became 17.
そこにベルンカステルの駒が1人追加され。
And now that one piece of burn castles had been added. The number of humans on this island has returned to 18. Or you could say it's the first time it's ever been 18, if unless my Okanogi theory is true. I glanced around at the humans in the parlor. The guest, Rurudo Erika, and behind her, Kumasawa-san and Shanon-chan. Off to the side was Genji-san. Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi were welcoming the guest. Goda-san immediately started showing off, and Kanun-kun was being unsociable, wearing his usual blank expression. I know everybody on this island has a role on this island. Everything is by design. Thank you, Moana. There was Dad and Kirie-san, Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, Auntie Rosa and Maria, and Dr. Nancho. And on either side of me, George Aniki and Jessica. This is everyone. The true number of people on the island at the moment.
何しろ僕たちは全員後ろ宮だからね。
All of us are Ushiromiyas.
気兼ねなく下の名前で呼んでほしいね。
So please don't feel obligated to call us by our family name.
僕はジョージ。
I'm George.
俺はバトラだ。
I'm Battler.
よろしくな。
Nice to meet you.
ありがとうございます。ジョージさん、バトラさん。
Thank you very much, George-san, Battler-san.
私のこともエリカと呼んでもらえると嬉しいです。
I'd be pleased if you would call me Erika.
よろしくエリカさん。
Nice to meet you, Erika-san. Erika was welcomed like a guest, and it was decided that she could borrow the bedroom next to the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. In front of all the relatives, she had seemed dignified and a bit stiff. However, as she talked with George and Jessica, her expression began to soften gradually. And so, the detective, Furudo Erika, was placed on the game board. Ooh, I'm excited. I need to see this detecting. And I know she makes some really fucked up faces.
ジェシカの昔の服、あんなに似合うなんて思いませんでした。
I'm surprised that Jessica's old clothes suit her so well.
熊沢が勝手にお嬢様の昔の服を使用してしまいました。
Kumasawa made the decision on her own to use Milady's old clothes.
お許しください。
Please forgive her. The clothes Erika was wearing were Jessica's old formal attire. Though the guest possessed a dignity that would put many adults to shame, her body was still physically similar to a middle schooler's. Jessica's old clothes fit her perfectly.
いいえ、
Not to worry.
お客様にふさわしい身なりでしたよ。
They match this guest perfectly.
もし彼女が気に入るようでしたら、お近づきの印にプレゼントしても良いでしょう。
If she likes them, I should think it would be all right for her to keep them as a sign of friendship.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Minute dark.
警察やご家族には連絡しましたか？
Have you contacted the police and her family?
はい。
Yes.
先方も大層ご心配なされていたようでした。
They seem to have been quite distressed.
ところで、
By the way,
客人は本当に事故でしょうね。
our guest really did have an accident, right?
ご本人は寄港中のボートから転落したとおっしゃっております。
She said that she fell from a boat as it was returning to port.
裏付けはありますか？
Is there anything to back up that claim?
海保に問い合わせて確認しました。
I checked with the Coast
プ
Guard.
レジャーボートの後部から転落したそうで、他の乗員たちは気づかなかったようです。
Seems that she fell from the rear of a pleasure boat, unnoticed by the others on board.
実際の転落地点は分かりませんが、おそらくはここの近海でしょう。
We don't know the exact location she fell from, but it was probably somewhere near this island.
この悪天候に船遊びなど愚かなことです。
How foolish to be out boating with such a bad weather forecast.
しかし、近海で溺れてこの島に漂着することは考えられるのですか？
All the same, is it really conceivable that she nearly drowned in the nearby waters and drifted to this island?
ありえないことではありません。
It is not impossible.
この辺りの島には大抵漂流民が流れ着いた伝承がございます。
Tales of drifters washing ashore exist on several of the islands surrounding this area. Islands around this area.
おそらく事故は真実ではないかと。
I believe it likely that there was an accident.
この台風です。
This is the middle of a typhoon.
島のどこであろうとも、船での接岸は不可能です。
There is no place on this island where it would be possible to land a boat. Genji had already figured it out. Natsuhi almost certainly suspected that this mysterious guest, who had already arrived during the already high-stress family conference, might be a pawn in someone's plot. Therefore, Genji had already checked to make sure that the accident was real, that Furudo Erika was her real name, and that there was nothing suspicious going on.
わかりました。
Very well.
主人も丁重にもてなすようにと指示しています。
My husband has ordered you to roll out the red carpet for her.
粗相のないようになさい。
Make sure that there are no blunders. However,
わかっていますね。
you understand, don't you?
はい。
Yes.
親族会議には一切近づけません。
We will not allow her anywhere near the family conference.
夕食後はゲストハウスへお引き取り願います。
After dinner, I will see that she retires to the guest house.
客人をお父様に挨拶させろというような流れにもならないよう、よく注意するのですよ。
Make sure that they don't start talking about letting her meet father or anything like that either.
もちろんです。
Of course.
心得ております。
I will keep that in mind.
ほう、フルドエリカとな。
Oh, Furudo Erika, was
こ
it?
の六軒島に来客とは珍しい。
It's rare for guests to come here to Rokinjima.
楽しませてくれそうではないか。
She looks as though she'll be entertaining, don't you think?
ベルンカステル教の駒でしょう。
She is probably Lady Berncastle's piece.
人間のルールに従うとはいえ、プレイヤーは魔女です。
Though she will follow the rules of humans, the player is a witch.
侮ることはできません。
We can't underestimate her.
問題ない。
There is no problem.
仮にベルンカステル教本人であろうとも、人間である以上、わらわたちの敵ではない。
Even if she were Lady Berncastle herself, she is a human. And so she is no match for us.
何しろガープもいる。
After all, we have Gop with us.
人間はガープに絶対に勝てる。
Humans certainly cannot win against Gop.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
でも買いかぶりすぎは良くないわ。
Still, it's not a good idea to overestimate yourself.
魔女の定義は魔法が使えることだけを意味したりはしない。
The definition of a witch doesn't only imply the ability to use magic.
ですが、
True.
ジョーカーであり、台風の目である。
A joker and the eye of a typhoon.
それが
魔女というもの。
That is what a witch is. That's an interesting sentence, Ronove.
この六軒島で魔女と名乗ってよいのはこのわらわ。
I'm the one who gets to call herself a witch on this Rokenjima.
黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女ベアトリーチェのみである。
Only I, the golden witch and endless witch, Beatrice.
ベルンカステル教名。エンジェの次なるコマがどの程度のものか。
Let us see how good Lady Berncastle's next piece after Ange is.
じっくりと観覧させてもらおうぞ。
I intend to watch very carefully. She's been formally introduced. Let's go. Where are we at now? It's 7 o'clock. PM. Witch of Miracles. That's Berncastle. All right. They're having dinner. I think I need to take another little break. I'll be right back. Alright, dinner with Erika, let's go! Erika's seat was the lowest one in rank. In other words, it was at the inferior end of the table. Since Kinzo's seat at the high end of the table was empty, if you turn the whole thing around, it sort of looked like Erika was the host of this dinner. Oh, because she's at the end of the table, but the other end.
それでは皆様、
Well then, everyone.
本日の晩餐を始めさせていただきたいと思います。
I would like to begin tonight's dinner, if I may. After Goda's announcement, dinner began with the almost customary applause. It was finally the beginning of the dinner orchestra conducted by Toshiro Goda. Sitting at such a majestic dinner table was no everyday thing for these people by any means, except for those in Krause's immediate family. However, they were all used to it and acted as though this was completely normal. Again, if anyone was to be surprised, it should have been Erika. And yet, she showed no surprise at this dinner, and acted with composure, blending in with everyone else. There wasn't even a sliver of fear one might expect from someone who had wandered here like a lost puppy. What a mysterious child. He doesn't seem the least bit flustered of the Ushiromiya family's grandest dinner of the year. Kids these days have nerves of steel. Definitely not something I dislike. These Gen X kids are okay.
フルドさんはこういう食事には慣れているのですか?
Furudo-san, are you accustomed to meals like this?
大した落ち着きようだ.
I'm impressed that you look so composed.
ほんまやな。
No kidding.
ずいぶん手慣れたもんや。
He's a real pro.
わしなんか未だに次はどのフォークを使えばいいんか混乱する。
Heck, I still get confused about which fork I'm supposed to use next.
ああ、こっちやったか。それともこっちやったか。
Yeah, was it this one or this one? Erika had been gracefully eating her hors d'oeuvres without showing any confusion over the line of utensils in front of her. Hideyoshi started joking around with her, gripping a fork in each hand. Of course, the president of a company in the food service industry like Hideyoshi would obviously know his table manners. However, thinking that Erika must be nervous over this dinner, he had intentionally spoken with a comic tone of voice. You just have to start on the outside and work your way in. If that's too much trouble, then just ask for some chopsticks. Any self-respecting Japanese would use chopsticks. Chopsticks are wonderful. Just a single pair and you can handle any kind of food. As soon as she began talking about chopsticks, her eyes started glittering. The smile she now showed for the first time was far different from the dignity she had shown before and more like something you'd expect from someone her age. Yeah, apparently she is really into chopsticks. But you'd at least use a spoon for curry and rice, at least, wouldn't you? Simply pour it into a bowl, donburi style. Is there anyone who eats gyudon with a spoon? Of course not. We Japanese must unwaveringly, unfailingly, unflinchingly use chopsticks. So why are you not asking for them right now and you're just sticking with the fancy forks and stuff? But, so what she means by this, if you don't know, is, a donburi is a meal that has rice on the bottom and, like, something else on top. So, like, gyudon, I just had gyudon the other day, actually. Gyudon is, like, very thinly sliced beef that's kind of, like, stewed with onions and stuff in like a in like a sauce. And so this kind of stewed beef and onions is placed on top of the rice. So the rice is like a bed. So what she suggests is you can eat curry and rice with chopsticks if you put the rice like a bed and you pour all the curry on top. So the curry, like the chunks, of course, you can get with chopsticks, but like the curry itself soaks into the rice, and then you can simply use the chopsticks to pick up the rice with the curry soaked in it and eat the whole thing with just chopsticks. So, Goda-san, if you please, I would like some chopsticks. There she goes, she's asking. Oh my god, her kitty face. Look at her :3 face. I shall show everyone the proud and proper way for a Japanese person to eat. Incidentally, what is the next dish?
それが困ったことに、次はスープでございまして。
Unfortunately, that would be soup. As she pretended to shrug. Look at her shrug. Erika winked at everyone. That seemed very sitcom punchline. Of course, no one was laughing at her. She obviously knew that soup came after hors d'oeuvres in a full-course meal. Furthermore, Erika had even noticed that she had performed a little too perfectly, creating a sense of tension that led Hideyoshi to think that she was nervous herself. And this was why he had tried to break the ice. That is why she'd started behaving a little childish and lighthearted, acting the part of the guest and enjoying a harmonious dinner. Pretty soon, not only Kirie, but everyone else also caught on. Even though she was an uninvited guest, she was apparently worthy of participating in Ushiromiya family dinner. Smart kid. Did she really just come here by coincidence? Are we sure she isn't an illegitimate child of Nissan's you secretly invited to today's family conference? Uh-oh, that's gonna make Natsuhi flip her shit. It seems she's not only smart, but knows how to brighten the mood, too. And her manners are simply wonderful. It wouldn't be bad at all to have this girl as a daughter. She's completely the opposite of Jessica. That's pretty cruel. Where does that leave Jessica-chan? That's mean, Rudolph Nissan. What's wrong, Jessica-chan? Headache? Uh-oh, Jessica's starting to not like her. I can feel my reputation dropping by the minute. Come on, as the daughter of the head family, you can't let this stand. Try fighting back! With the table manners and dignity Aunt Natsuhi's always teaching you. Wanna see! Wanna see!
Wanna see table manners!
はしゃぐのはマナー違反だよ。
Hey, making a fuss is bad manners.
ジェシカちゃん、
Come on, Jessica-chan.
お手本を見せてあげて。
Show us how it's done.
もちろんだぜ。
Sure. No sweat. Jessica straightened up so much. It looked like someone had poked her in the back with a pole. She had good posture, but it somehow lacked elegance. She looked, well, kind of like a triangle ruler. She sat at attention, with her gaze fixed straight ahead, tried to bring her food to her mouth despite this, and failed miserably. No! Dad, who was sitting next to her, suddenly realized that something was up.
どうしたんだ、ジェシカちゃん。
Huh? What is it, Jessica-chan?
腹でも痛いのか。
Your stomach hurt? Jessica turned bright red. Ah, sorry, I can't help myself. No, don't tease her! We laughed our heads off. Jessica protested, still bright red. Aunt Natsuhi scolded us for not behaving ourselves. In the end, no matter how much we tried to smooth it over, we were who we were. Battler and everybody else are who they are. We couldn't act like we were anything else. Still, that laughter really did help us to relax. We had been so concerned about the guests getting nervous that we had grown even more nervous ourselves. The lively chatter spread from where we were sitting at the center of the long table to both ends. And ultimately, the dinner went even more smoothly than usual. Yeah, the letter didn't even come up. Oh, there was no letter. Erika was would have been the witch in other times, so. With some delicious cheese and coffee, our peaceful meal came to an end. Goda won unanimous acclaim and was praised for his skill by all present. After a short period of harmony following the meal, it was decided that we would return to the guest house. Normally, dinner tended to have a very dark atmosphere about it, and the adults would often move right onto the family conference with the same dark atmosphere. However, because this year's dinner had been oddly peaceful, everyone decided to take a break, the adults included. After eating, taking a bath, and relaxing while watching TV, this is the closest to a normal family conference we've had so far, and yet there's still gonna be a bunch of murders. I wonder if they'll gather again in the mansion in the middle of all this rain and resume their high-tension family conference. I'd rather not think about that. Auntie Eva seemed to get very worked up trying to convince the rest to start the family conference right away. But it didn't look like many people agreed with her. The meeting had probably come to a close for the night, since they had guest house duty. Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were chosen to guide us to the guest house. It must be tough for Goda-san. Even after making and cleaning up such an extravagant dinner, he also has the midnight shift at the guest house. I heard that Kumasawa-san, as old as she was, would be going to sleep soon. It seemed that she had been assigned the servants' quarters in the guest house.
皆様をゲストハウスまでご案内させていただきます。
Please allow me to guide all of you to the guest house.
エリカ様のお部屋もご用意できております。
Erika-sama, your room has also been prepared.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
体調はどうです？
Why not rest for a bit?
具合が悪かったりはしませんか？
Are you sure you feel all right?
ああ、そうだよな。
That's right.
すっかり忘れてたけど、エリカちゃんは溺れてて流れ着いたんだよな。
I totally forgotten, but you nearly drowned and floated here, didn't you, Erika-chan?
今日は無理しねえで、早く寝た方がいいだろうな。
Probably best if you take it easy today and get to bed early.
全然平気です。
I'm perfectly fine.
それよりも緊張と興奮でむしろ寝つけないくらいです。
On the contrary, I'm so nervous and excited that I doubt I could get to sleep.
じゃあ遊ぼう。みんなで遊ぼう。
Then let's play! Let's all play together!
トランプしよう。
Play cards!
Maria latched onto her, giggling. This lack of restraint, particular to youth, was very much like Maria. But for now, we really should be thinking about Erika's physical condition.
マリア、トランプは私たちと一緒に遊ぼう。
Maria, why don't you play cards with us?
エリカお姉ちゃんは疲れてるんだってさ。
Erika Onee-chan says she's
ト
tired.
ランプも好きですよ。
I like cards.
一息つきましたらぜひご一緒させてください。
Please let me join you after I've had a short rest.
やったー。
Ooh, hooray!
あれはどちら様ですか？
Who is that? As she passed through the lobby of the entrance hall, Erika stopped walking. When we saw what she was looking at, the rest of us also stopped.
ああ、あちらは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様でございますよ。
Oh, that is the Golden Witch, Beatrice-sama.
黄金の魔女。
The Golden Witch.
何やってんだガキども。
What are you doing,
さっ
brats?
さとゲストハウスへ引き上げるぞ。
Get your asses in gear. We're off back to the guest house. Dad, Kirie-san, Auntie Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, and Auntie Rosa all came over. The guest house party had all gathered. However, Erika's gaze was captured by the portrait of the witch, and she simply stared at it for a while. Yeah.
親父は200億相当の黄金を隠し持っていて
Supposedly, Dad has a stash of hidden gold worth 20 billion yen.
その隠し場所をあの碑文に記したって言われてる
And the hiding place for that gold is written of on this epitaph. Perhaps because it was too early for them all to disperse into their individual rooms. The relatives who had returned to the guest house were all gathered downstairs, continuing their chat. Topic was the witch's epitaph, which Erika had taken an interest in.
魅力的な謎ですね。
It really is a fascinating riddle.
誰にでも見られるところに堂々と張り出し、私たちの知恵に挑戦する。
He displayed it in a place where anyone could see it as a challenge to our intellect.
そういう挑戦、大好きです。
I adore challenges like that.
ヒュー。
Whoa!
エリカちゃんは案外ノリがいい。な
I didn't expect you to be so into this,
あ、
Erika-chan.
謎解きとか好きなのか？
You like solving riddles or something?
面白そうじゃないですか。
Well, they're interesting, don't you think?
そういう挑戦。
These kinds of challenges.
多分金蔵さんはあの碑文によって跡継ぎを選ぼうというつもりに違いありませんね。
I have no doubt that Kinzo-san intends to use that epitaph to choose his successor.
And she said that the adults froze and slowly turned to face Erika.
どうしてそう思うの？
Why do you think that? Auntie Eva spoke with a coaxing voice. Though there had been whisperings between the relatives every now and then that the person who solved the epitaph's riddle might inherit the family headship. That had been nothing more than wishful thinking, since such a thing had never been specifically stated up to that point, I guess. And yet, though she had only read it once, this outsider had already reached that conclusion. How had she come to it? No, that wasn't the problem. If you solve the epitaph, you can become the next head. She wanted to establish this not as wishful thinking, but an outright fact. So they closed in around Erica, asking why she was so sure.
大富豪が謎を解いた者に富を譲るというのは割とよくあるシチュエーションです。
Smileless soiree. It's somewhat common for extremely rich people to relinquish their wealth to the person who solves a riddle.
そしてご当主の金蔵さんはその碑文を神殿に載せたのではなく
Furthermore, Kinzo-san didn't publish this epitaph in a newspaper,
お屋敷の中に掲示しました。
but displayed it within the mansion.
つまりこのお屋敷の人間を対象にした謎だということです。
That means the riddle is intended for the people in this mansion.
そうだよな。
You're right.
この屋敷の中である以上、この屋敷に出入りできない者には解きようがない。
Since it's inside the mansion, there's no way for someone who can't enter the mansion to solve it.
つまり、この屋敷の人間にじい様は挑戦してきたってわけだ。
So that means grandfather has been challenging the people in this mansion.
Good.
Good.
良い思考です。
Well thought.
あの碑文が屋敷内にあったという一時からでもその程度のことを読み取ることが可能です。
Just by the simple fact that the epitaph is inside the mansion, it's possible to figure out that much. At first, this Furudo Erika girl had seemed to be the fairly silent type. But apparently that wasn't the case. When she grew excited about being challenged to a game of wits, she became much more talkative than I'd imagined.
なるほどな。
I see.
屋敷の中に碑文があるのは屋敷の人間に読ませるためってのは確かに道理や。
Well, it does make sense that an epitaph inside a mansion would be there so the people in that mansion could read it.
でも家督を譲る相手までも選ぶというのは言い切れるものなの？
But can you really be so sure that the one who solves it will be given the headship too?
この謎を解いて得られる宝がほんのささやかなものでしかないなら
If the treasure gained by solving the riddle had been something small,
私もそこまでは思いません。
I would not even have considered it.
そうよね。
That's right.
隠された黄金の価値は200億。
The hidden gold is worth 20 billion.
それはまさに後ろ宮家の財産そのものだわ。
You could consider it the wealth of the Ushinomiya family itself.
それを受け継ぐということは後ろ宮家を引き継ぐことと限りなく同じ意味です。
Inheriting that would be tantamount to inheriting the Ushinomiya family itself.
つまり碑文に込めた黄金の隠し場所という謎は後ろ宮家の実質的な後継者選びに他ならないということです。
In other words, the riddle contained within the epitaph that indicates the hiding place of the gold is nothing less than a way of selecting the practical successor of the Ushinomiya family. The idea that the person who solved the epitaph would be chosen as the next head was something that had been floating around between a few of the relatives for a while now. However, since it had never been stated specifically, they had thought of it as nothing more than an optimistic dream. And so they had abandoned all consideration of that aspect and left it as a gray area. Erica had declared it in clear terms that this uncertain part was, in fact, true. And if one of the relatives had said it, the others would have thought it to be merely an optimistic dream. However, when declared by Furudo Erika, a complete outsider, those words seemed more credible than they would otherwise would have. Everyone remained silent for a while, slowly considering what those words implied.
ただ碑文がそこに存在するだけで
All it takes is the presence of that epitaph.
フルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です
And a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika.
いかがでしょうか皆様方
Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen?
横やりで申し訳ねえけどさ
Sorry to butt in,
一応はうちの父さんが次期当主なわけだぜ
but my father is the successor to the head.
隠し黄金を誰が見つける云々はともかくよ
It doesn't matter who finds the
見
gold,
つけたら当主ってのはそういうことにはならねえんじゃねえかよ
because just finding it doesn't make someone the head, right? Jessica thought the treasure hunting part of the epitaph was really fun. However, she couldn't help but let her expression grow bitter once they started talking about undermining her father's position.
私の推理から演繹する限り
As far as I can deduce,
金蔵さんは次期当主のクラウスさんに円滑な当主継承を望んでいないと考えられます
Kinzo-san does not seem to wish for Kraus-san to have a smooth transition to inheriting the headship.
どうしてだよ
Why is that?
莫大な財産を持つ後ろ宮家の当主には政治的な意味で様々な影響力を持つことになるでしょう
Becoming the head of the Ushinomiya family, with all of the vast wealth it entails, would mean gaining a great deal of influence in a political sense.
ならば本来その継承は厳格であり一切の紛れが入るべきではありません
Ordinarily, then, the succession should be rigorously conducted so that no element of doubt is permitted to creep into the equation.
そうね
That's right.
うちの人の好きな戦国武将の話でもよくある
It happens a lot in those stories about Sengoku period military commanders that my husband loves.
後継ぎ候補が複数いたりすると大抵追い騒動の火種になる
When there are multiple candidates for the successor, it usually results in a family dispute.
そうやな
That's right.
だからトラブルを未然に防ぐためにしっかりと後継者を指名しておくのが大切なんや
That's why it's important to clearly specify a successor so you can avoid any trouble.
時には競合する後継者を粛清することさえあるんやで
Sometimes there's even a purge of all the competing successors. Even the Sengoku commander Hideyoshi admired, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, had made his son-in-law, Hidetsugu, commit seppuku. But it was rumored that he might have done this to make Hideyori, who was his real son and born after Hidetsugu, his true heir. In other words, naming a successor was a way to make it known to the world that a given, single, unique person would be acknowledged by everyone as the successor, and a way to remove any chance of another person becoming an opposing candidate.
Good.
Good. Good.
まさにその通りです
That's exactly correct.
あのような碑文の存在はクラウスさんの次期当主の肩書きを危ぶませる意味しかありません
The only purpose for an epitaph like that would be to cast doubt on Kraus-san's position as successor to the head.
つまり金蔵さんがクラウスさんに当主を円満に継承させたいと願うならあのような危険なものをわざわざ人目にさらす理由がないわけです
In other words, if Kinzo-san wished for Kraus-san to become the head without any trouble, he would have no reason to go out of his way to display something so dangerous for all to see.
そうね
Yes,
チェス盤をひっくり返せば確かにそうね
if you flip over the chessboard, you certainly could say that.
当主は継承するけれども200億の黄金は譲るない溶けた誰かに譲るというのはおかしな話だね
It would be odd if he handed over the position of the head normally, but wouldn't hand over the 20 billion yen in gold except to the person who solved the riddle.
giving up the title of head, but only giving the 20 billion yen in gold to the person who solved the epitaph. You really couldn't call that passing on the headship in the truest sense.
そういうことです。
So there you have it.
以上の推理により、金蔵さんがクラウスさんを本当に後継者だと認めていたか怪しむことができるわけです。
With this logic, I can cast doubt upon whether Kinzo-san truly acknowledged Kraus-san as his successor.
ただ碑文がそこに
Oh my
存
god,
在
the
するだけ
sprite.
で
All it takes is the presence of that epitaph.
クルダエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
And a deduction like this becomes trivial for Fururo Erika. Oh, she's doing a little bow.
いかがでしょうか、ジェシカさん。
Oh no, her mocking face, her little curtsy, her colon 3 face. Your thoughts, Jessica-san?
なんだよそれ。
What the hell is that?
何が推理だ。
That's not logic. Her curtsy is so good, I agree.
デタラメだ。こじつけだ。
That's bullshit. You're just making it all up. Jessica let her emotions lay bare and glared at Erika. Erika, on the other hand, looked exceedingly calm, with an expression that said, "The truth is the truth." I see. It looks like table manners aren't the only way this Erika girl is fitting for the Ushinomiya family. It seems she really is like the family, even in ways that it would have been better if she wasn't. Ooh-hoo-hoo.
まあまあ、落ち着けよ、ジェシカ。
Okay, okay. Take it easy, Jessica.
エリカもそれくらいにしろって。
And Erika, let's leave it at that for now.
まあその後継者云々の話は置いといてもやな。
Well, we can put all this about the successor to the side for
い
now.
ずれにせよ、お父さんからのビッグクエスチョンやというのは間違いない
Big
やろな。
question. Any way you slice it, there's no doubt that it's father's big question for us.
200億やで。
It's 20 billion yen!
マリアちゃん、もし見つけたら何に使う？
Maria-chan, what would you use it for if you found it?
黄金鏡は黄金だけじゃない。
The Golden Land isn't just gold!
もっと神聖な場所なの。
It's a sacred place! Uncle Hideyoshi persisted with his fake laughter, attempting to force the mood to improve. Everyone else tried to go along with him, but Jessica's mood didn't get any better.
エリカちゃんも碑文の謎に挑戦してみたくなったんだね。
So, Erika-chan, would you like to have a go at the epitaph's riddle?
はい。
Yes.
灰色の脳細胞がうつきまくりです。
My little gray cells are itching to get started. Don't call your brain that.
ですので、謎解きを早速始めたいと思います。
So I would like to start solving it once, if I may. George Aniki skillfully turned the conversation around. Just like the time she had made everyone laugh in the dining hall, Erika looked about with gleeful eyes and jumped at the chance. I like it.
せっかくエリカちゃんが面白がってくれてるんだし。
Well, since Erika-chan seems so interested, oh, you guys need to calm down, because as soon as she figures this out, y'all are gonna be shitting yourselves and being like, no, there's no way that's true. There's no way she's the new head. Well, since Erika-chan seems so
また
interested,
去年みたいにみんなで謎解きをしてみましょうよ。
let's all try and solve it together, just like last year.
私コーヒー入れるわ。
I'll make some coffee.
欲しい人は手を挙げて。
Raise your hand if you want some.
マリアはダメよ。
Not for you, Maria.
眠れなくなっちゃうでしょ。
You won't be able to sleep.
マリアもブラック飲む。
I want to drink black coffee. Have you ever had that before, Maria?
ワクワクしません？
Don't that get you excited?
こういう謎、
Riddles like this.
私は大好きです。
I adore them. Erika said that and smiled, even though she must have known that she'd ticked Jessica off and made the atmosphere sour. She just smiled nonchalantly.
別に10月5日の事件を待たなくても
See?
解ける謎はあるってわけ。
There's a mystery you can solve even without waiting for the crime on October 5th.
そりゃ、俺も何度か挑んださ。
I did try to solve it a bunch of times.
だが。
But
でもさっぱりわからなかったから投げ出して考えるのをやめた。
But you didn't have a clue, so you gave up and stopped thinking.
でしょ?
Right. It pissed me off, but I didn't have a good counter for that. After all, I don't get the epitaph at all. I don't even know what the beloved home of old means, much less the parts about the Sweet Fish River and the key. Thinking that a few more hints would show up if I waited. I kept on waiting and just stopped thinking.
あなたなりの答えは準備できてる?
Have you figured out an answer on your own?
私が今から解いちゃうから。
Because I'm about to solve it. Oh shit! This is our last chance! Burncastle's about to spoil it for us. Shit. Shit. Wait, do we have I want to see the Okay, I'm gonna look up the epitaph and read this over again. Or what CC posted. I just need to Control F Sweet Fish. I know there was something about how sweet fish are fish that are kind of like salmon, that they like go to the ocean. But was it that they spawn in the ocean or they... Let's see. Yeah, so they're like salmon. They lay their eggs in the river and they're taken out to the sea, or they go to the sea when they grow up. So the river, the Sweetfish River, could also be symbolic of the home of old. So okay. I need to look this up again. The epitaph is very hard. I've been trying. Man. Okay, this is my last chance. I don't even know if it's my last chance, but
I don't know if she's about to spell it out for us, like, oh, here's the epitaph. You didn't solve it before, you're a dum-dum. No, let me see, behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land and search the key, you will see a village. That village okay, when you're young, as you're going towards adulthood, towards the sea, you'll see a village. Look for the shore to speak of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. The two. Oh! Cece! You're at. Oh, enjoy the concert! Okay, so they're not actually going to spoil. Burncastle's not actually going to spoil the epitaph right now. Okay. Phew. Alright, I don't have to just sweat all my gray cells. Oh. It's in a few days. Well, I hope you have fun when it happens. I thought Burncastle was about to spoil the epitaph, and I'm like, oh shit, we're down to the wire. I need to friggin'. Also, thank you for the follow, Ushido Mia Battler. I can't believe Ushido Mia Battler is following me. Thank you, Cece, for 23 months. Okay, Burncastle's not about to spoil me. We're not done. A real battler? Wow. Have you figured out an answer on your own? Because I'm about to solve it. What?
ベルはね、ここで碑文の謎を解いちゃったのよ。
This is where Burn solved the riddle of the epitaph.
さすが奇跡の魔女ね。
I'd expect no less from the Witch of Miracles.
解ける謎であるならば、難易度に関係なく必ず解ける。
If a riddle is solvable, she can solve it without fail, regardless of the difficulty.
今度は解くのに何年かけたの？
How many years did it take to solve this one?
失敬ね。
How rude.
Oh, that's a Higurashi thing, right?
かけらをほんの数百個ほど漁っただけじゃない。
I only fished through a few hundred fragments.
Oh, so she's not actually that smart. She just went through so many different timelines that she figured it out.
やっぱり恐ろしいわ、あんたは。
You really are terrifying.
それは赤で答えをいきなり語るとか、そういうインチキじゃねえんだろうな。
You better not have cheated by suddenly saying the answer in red or something like that.
安心なさい。
Don't worry.
あなたと同じプレイヤーとしてのルールにのっとってよ。
The full answer is provided way later at the end. Okay.
You! Just like you, I followed the rules as a player.
じゃあ始めようかしら。
The kitty face, the :3.
Well, shall we begin?
ここじゃ狭いわ。
It's cramped here.
海の上で話しましょう。
Why don't we talk at sea?
オッケー。酔わないでね、バトラー。
Okay! Don't get queasy, Battler!
Oh no, Ochiru!
海
Ochiru!
って何の話だ？
What do you mean, sea? Right after I thought the world had turned pitch black, I was struck by a strange floating sensation, and must have felt like suddenly having the floor drop from under you, sending you into a bottomless pitfall. Ooh. My stomach would flip. What the fuck? We're in a void purple sea? 1. When I looked, I saw that the 2 witches and I had been thrown into a pitch black universe. What the fuck? The space was cloaked in endless darkness in every direction, and it felt like an infinite expanse filled with countless glittering objects. Sea of Kakeda? Oh, the Sea of Fragments? I thought they were in space or something. Translator's note. Kakeda means fragments instead of a universe. Some people might have likened it to the depths of an ocean where countless glittering fragments drifted. Whoa! Didn't she tell you not to get queasy?
If you want the concept of gravity, just create it yourself, okay? Calm down. Come on, calm down and look at us. Come on, don't we look like we're just fine? Believe that your feet are on the ground and that you're being controlled by gravity. If you do that, you'll find your equilibrium.
She's right. The 2 witches were standing normally, as though their feet were planted on a transparent piece of glass.
Just use your imagination, idiot!
I was the only one floating about like someone in a rapidly plummeting elevator. When I saw that they were just fine, I started calming down, figuring that there was no need to be scared. Then, just as Lambda Delta said, I gritted my teeth and kept telling myself there was a place to stand here, and that I just had to calm down.
Very good, very good. What's your name?
Ushiromiya Butler. 他の誰に見えるよ。
Ushiromiya Butler. Who else do I look like?
Okay, no matter what, you mustn't lose your will, emotions, or form. After all, this is the ocean. If you lose your purpose, you'll fall into the depths of eternity and become a scrap of ocean seaweed. Be careful.
Why are you crying, Cece? I didn't get what Lambda Delta was saying, but I tried to calm down for the time being. I seemed to be regaining my balance the more I calmed down. Gradually, that weird floating feeling, like I was falling forever, began to disappear. Or why are you frowny facing, Cece? Like I was falling forever, began to disappear. It still felt strange, like struggling to stand upright at the bottom of a deep pool, but it was much better than before. Oh my god, I know that feeling. It didn't on my end. It looks like a colon on my end, and look at the chat in the stream. It might just be your phone or whatever you're doing this on. Your iPhone. Your iPhone is being silly. That's cool though. Hey, crazy low latency. We love to see it. Then let's begin. I'll weave a fragment for solving the riddle of the epitaph. We're F-styling. Burncastle opened both of her hands. Then, like a planetarium, All of the fragments throughout this empty space began to spin, leaving tails behind them. The expression planetarium might have even been more fitting than I thought. Multiple fragments were tied together by gold lines, and what looked like constellations zoomed by us rapidly, one after another. It felt almost as though we were dashing through space at an incredible speed. Then, with tails of light drifting behind them, several brightly glowing fragments swirled around Burncastle. This is sick. You're so cool, Burncastle. It looked almost like she had created her own solar system, with her as the sun. That solar system surrounding Burncastle grew to a radius large enough to swallow us up. And every once in a while, one of the satellite fragments zoomed right past me. This is what wait, these are, why are these you said so long. That's so funny that they use the text from the other translation. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so I think I read about this when I was looking up this patch. So so this is the Switch game, right? This is a translation patching the Switch game. And apparently they only really went as far as to replace the images, like the still screenshots that those memories were, instead of doing them with the new text, because that's like the text that a lot of the other older translations use, the font, sorry. That was really funny. When those fragments passed right by me, it felt as though some kind of memory welled up inside me. I could feel it in my gut. These fragments were probably like crystals of memories. Oh my god, just like E12. They aren't memories. They're fragments of worlds. Well, I guess they might feel like memories to you. Then let's begin. Let's start with this fragment. One of the satellites in the solar system was slowly sucked in towards Burncastle as its orbit around her decayed. It drew a spiral as it approached her and came to rest on the palm of her outstretched hand. Then it shone brightly, painting over the world with pure white. The red text! Oh, we're getting a memory back when Eva was solving the epitaph. Right, right. My beloved home of old. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. There the key to the Golden Land sleeps. The beloved home of old definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past that father held dear was his years as a boy. I remember that.
これは第3のゲームでエヴァおばさんが碑文の謎を解く直前にしていた自分の中の魔女とやらとの考察だ。
This is when, in the third game, Auntie Eva was just about to solve the riddle of the epitaph and was thinking it over with this witch inside her or whatever. That's right.
そしてこの考察から
Good night, Cece. And from these thoughts, she made her way to the correct answer. In other words, this fragment shows a vital hint for reaching the truth. Okay. Hey, if you want to look in my VOD, I actually went over the ones I've done so far, but it's not very many. And from these thoughts, she made her way to the correct answer. In other words, this fragment shows a vital hint for reaching the truth. Good night, Cece. In other words, it means that this theory is not mistaken. Okay, so it's not a metaphor. That's what I was reaching for. So, you're saying we should assume this beloved home of old isn't a metaphor or anything like that. But the place grandfather actually spent his youth? That's right. And at the very least, it isn't Odawara.
生まれは確かに小田原だけど、お父様が懐かしむ故郷は多分小田原のことじゃない。
Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think this home father loved was Odawara.
それについては多分兄弟たちは全員
Good
同じ
news.
場所で認識して
Your mom's dog didn't have yet another blockage, so no surgery, just an upset tummy. Yay! Doggy doesn't have to get surgery. I hope Doggy feels better soon. I believe all of us siblings are thinking the same place. Yes. This probably isn't Odawara. No! I'm glad it's not the third time. I'm sorry there was a first or a second. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth. That's right. Told your mom it'd be funny if it was her eating yarn again. She did not think it was funny. That's right. Auntie Eva and her siblings said that it wasn't Odawara. And not only that, it looks like everyone had a good idea of where grandfather's home was. Right. And, annoyingly, the actual location isn't spoken of in any of the fragments. Of course! If I told you that, there'd be too many hints. If a riddle isn't hard, then there's just no point to it. Then what's the point of that in episode 3 being a big hint? Uh-oh. That's a hint too. Oh shit, is it? Just where is this home of grandfathers? We can't even start if we don't know that. And that's something Furudo Erika shouldn't know either. You mean you couldn't start, so you stopped thinking? Since it had to be a place where he could have lived. The number of possibilities is limited. Right. So when the Great Kanto earthquake happened, he was away. So he wasn't in Tokyo, basically. So this place he's referring to isn't in Tokyo. And Odawara's kind of in the Tokyo area-ish. I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Since it had to be a place where he could have lived, the number of possibilities is limited. Well, this is the toughest part.
お前は確か解ける謎である限り絶対に解ける魔女だ。
You were the witch who could certainly solve any riddle that can be solved, weren't you?
つまりお前はその有限の範囲内。
So you took those limited
つまり
possibilities.
地球上のすべてがじい様の住んでそうな土地をすべて想定して考えたのか。
In other words, everywhere on the earth, and considered every single piece of land that grandfather might have lived on.
そうしてもいいけれど、それじゃ時間がいくらあっても足りないわ。
That would work too, but that way, no amount of time would be enough.
だからさらにヒントを加味して答えを絞る必要があった。
So, I needed to take some more hints into consideration to ring out the answer. So this is a hint on how to think about it. Didn't you say it yourself? You said it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it.
あゆという言葉がそんなにもややこしいなら忘れてしまえば
If the word sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it forever?
川で考えるの
Think of a river.
川で
A river.
家系図という連想は悪くないわ
Linking it with a family tree wasn't a bad
そ
idea.
の要領で川から連想するものを他にも考えてみて
Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines.
故郷を貫く鮎の
A sweetfish river running through his home of old.
川しかしその川は本当の意味での川ではない
However, this river isn't truly a river.
エヴァは川から連想できる他のものを考えた
Ever thought of something else? Something that could be linked with a river.
そうだ。
Sure.
川じゃないよ。鮎って何なんだ。
But if it isn't a river, then why the sweetfish? There was a hint about the sweetfish. They go to the sea.
考えなさい
Think.
故郷を貫く
A river that runs through the home of
川
old.
でも水の流れる川じゃないの
But it isn't a river with water running down it.
川のようにも例えられるもの
Something that can be likened to a river. A road? Something used for transportation?
懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川
Behold the Sweetfish River, running through my beloved home of
エ
old.
ヴァは故郷がどこか分かってたから鮎というヒントを切り捨てて考えたけど
Eva knew where this old home was, so she ignored the Sweetfish hint.
故郷を知らない私たちにはヒントになりうるかもしれないわ
However, since we don't know where it is, this could be a hint for us.
鮎の川に悩みすぎた
I racked my brains too much over the Sweetfish
鮎
River.
なんて大した意味ないじゃない
The Sweetfish part didn't really matter that much at all, did it?
そんなことないわよ
That isn't true.
立派なヒントだったじゃない
It was an excellent hint, if you ask me.
ああ確かに鮎である必要はなかったかもね
Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be sweetfish. It could be salmon.
鮎って何なんだ。
Okay, so if they spawn in the river, I go out to the sea, and a family tree was pretty easy of a way to think of it. So maybe it's like the river of time? And generations? Because the sweet fish go to the river to spawn their young, which then go out and go back into the ocean and over, like a cycle, right? Of generations. There you will find the key. Let's see. There's a shore, right? That the two speak of. At the end of the river, there's a town. Search for the shore at the place the two think of. So if it's the river of time, going from this place that was important to Kinzo, maybe it has to do with his old experiences, like where he met Beatrice. Like there was the war he was in, but then he apparently met Beatrice then. And so you find the key at Rokinjima? I don't know. I'll keep going. Oh yeah, Evan Rosa talked about how the sweet fish detail. Yeah, Dan. Oh Dan, have you been around to meet Furudo Erika? One of them was like, it didn't actually matter in the end, lol, and the other was like, I thought it was a helpful point. Yeah, Burncastle just pulled that memory out and wiggled it in front of us. Barely. What are these sweet fish?
言葉通りの川でない以上、ああいうだってもちろん泳ぐ魚を意味したりはしないはずだ。
If the river isn't a literal river, then of course, sweet fish probably doesn't mean the kind of fish that swims.
そうね。
Yeah.
その上ローザに至っては、鮎に大した意味はないとまで言い捨ててるわ。
And on top of that, Rosa tossed it aside, saying that sweet fish weren't that significant.
その一方でエヴァは鮎である必要はないが立派なヒントだったとも言っている。
And on the other hand, Eva said that it wasn't important for them to be sweet fish, but that it was still an excellent hint.
つまり鮎は何かを想起させる鍵だということ。
In other words, the sweet fish is a key to make you think of something else.
その何かが他の単語であっても想起できるなら、エヴァの言う鮎である必要はないが。
Oh no! They're drowning! They're drowning in the text again! Burncastle! Lambda Delta! They're drowning! If that something is a different word, but a word that sweetfish makes you think of. And Eva's line about how it probably didn't have to be sweetfish makes sense. From these thoughts, Auntie Eva formed some theory, went to the archive, looked through some kind of book, and verified that she was right. In short, Auntie Eva formed some theory about the true nature of this Sweetfish River running through his home of old. Then she opened a certain book to determine whether that theory was correct or not. In other words, this theory was something that could be verified through some kind of book. It was an atlas, right? So like a map? Also, after she figured out what the Sweetfish River was, she figured out the rest of the riddle very quickly. I think it was an atlas, so like a book of maps.
良い思考よ。
Good thinking.
気分は川を下ればやがて里ありと続く。
The epitaph continues on, saying, as you travel on down it, you will see a village.
エヴァはその時点ではそこから始まる産業の謎を解けてはいなかった。
At that point, Eva hadn't yet solved the 3 lines, starting with this one.
里って何？
What is village?
里ってどういう意味？
And what does it mean?
この川を下ると里なんてあるの？
Is there a village if you go down this river? Boom. All those pieces that I hadn't been able to understand at all were right before my eyes, starting to snap into place all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. But they also said it's not literally a river. But yes. Okay. Another thing. Maybe they said one reason that this is hard to solve if you're... Yeah, highways or train tracks. I was thinking of it like that. Yeah, I was almost gonna go with star route, because I think the Milky Way is also considered like a river in Japanese, but that would be really hard to track depending on a specific location. But also, the source has to be on Rokkenjima. So how does this relate to Rokkenjima? I feel like from this she was able to find the gold, and so is Rosa. Like the location. Okay, star stuff wouldn't be in an atlas. They don't have constellations or anything in atlases? Alright. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really all right for this to be the answer? Really? Really? So, if we figure out what the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old is, that leads us directly to the understanding as you travel down it, you will see a village stuff, and then we get the key to the Golden Land. So if we can figure out where this beloved hometown is, we can literally open a map and look for any kind of thoroughfare or traveling way, traveling down it and reach another location. Correct.
その書物を読んで確かめるまでは川を下った里のことはわからなかったみたいだし。
And we know that because even Eva didn't know what the village meant until she checked the book. Damn it. Just what is this book? Sorry.
これは全然6文字じゃないわ。
Yeah. Oh my god, Rowan! You gotta go do a lottery drawing. You gotta go get yourself a megabucks, or no, that's not the word. I keep thinking in things in terms of Vegas slot machines. The hyperball, or whatever they call it. But this isn't 6 characters at all. Let's go gambling! Right. I'm absolutely sure that this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all. Aw, dang it.
Did you stop thinking again?
ならそれを6文字で読める方法を考えなさい。
In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters.
思いつかないなら調べなさい。
If you can't think of one, then research it.
きっと答えはあ
There has to be an answer.
る。それを疑ってはダメ。
You must not doubt that.
それが信じられないなら、とっとと泣き寝入りでもして、へそでもかって死んじゃえば。
If you can't believe that, why don't you cry yourself to sleep and then just give up and die forever? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh.
6文字。
6 characters. Oh, maybe if it's spelled out in English, it would be 6 letters long. Like in Romaji. Whatever this place is called. Ah, I found it. Every single point you talked about trying to solve this is being brought up in the story right after it. I know, isn't it great? That's happened to me a lot too. This is Golden Lens. Key.
そして、黄金鏡への鍵を見つけたわ。
Chapel is 6 letters long. Then Eva found the key to the Golden Land. Yeah. And this key.
6文字の何か。言葉か数字か文字列なんだ。
Some kind of word, number, or string of characters. 6 characters long.
そういうこと。
That's it.
鍵の正体が6つの文字だと分かれば、第一の番の意味がだいぶ分かってくる。
If we know that the key's true identity is 6 characters, the meaning of the first Twilight changes drastically. Right? Because there's 6 sacrifices. Oh, shit.
第一鍵の選びし6人生贄に捧げ
On the first Twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key.
鍵の選びし6人
But again, her knowing exactly where to use the keyword makes you think it could have been used somewhere obvious, like the quadrillion door. Yeah, but also where's the quadrillion door? It looked like the chapel. Chapel is 6 letters long, but like... But yeah, if the 6-letter word, whatever it is, would have been used at the door, how did she know how to go there? Right. 6 chosen by the key. 6 characters. In other words, it means on the first Twilight, sacrifice the 6 characters chosen by the key. But the 6 people change each time. Character?
この鍵がある特定の6人を指し示す。
This key points towards a specific group of 6 people.
いえ、ある特定の6つを指し示すというべきね。
No, we should say it points to a certain specific group of 6 things.
もしこれが文字通りに生贄を捧げろという意味でないなら。
If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices.
例えば、アナグラムかもしれないわ。
For example, it could be an anagram.
アナグラム
An anagram?
文字遊びのことかな
Do you mean a word game? That's right, Kirie-san theorized this already way back then.
第2の番に残されし者はとある。
On the second Twilight, it says those who remain.
ということは、少なくともその何かは有限の文字数なのよ。
Which means that, at the very least, that something has a finite number of characters.
そこから6文字を抜いて残った文字で話を進めろと読み解けるわ。
It's... You could read it like it's telling you to continue with the remaining characters after the 6 characters are removed.
Oh.
In
other words, even then, I'm not about to look up every fucking map, every fucking town, made up person whose background I don't know. Exactly. That's why Burncastle was saying we don't know that, so we have to take the information around it and see if we can come up to a different conclusion. It's technically easy mode for the Ushidomiya children, apparently, because they know this information. In other words, on the first Twilight, we take a list of characters that's longer than 6. Kill the 6 that are the key. And then do something with the characters that remain. That's right. But, like Kirie said, what should we kill the 6 characters from? We don't know this longer string of characters that we're supposed to be killing from. On the first Twilight, kill the 6 characters that are the key. And that's the key that opens the door. So it is a 6-lettered code. That's the 6 letters you need to open the door. But there's a longer string of characters that you need to take more and more things off from. On the first Twilight. In other words, if those characters is the quadrillion spiel, in other words, by the time we reach the first Twilight, some string of characters already exists. But Daiichi no Ban only has 4 characters, the first Twilight. You could physically remove them or push them in. Also, if she's also talking about characters, hold on. Daiichi no Ban, that's actually 7. If you spell it out. Are we meant to read it differently? If we read it in English like grandfather would, maybe the first Twilight or something else like first night. Fasto night. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 10 characters. 6. Take 6 of them out. Birds? Like the forest? The trees? It gouge the X, the order of buttons? Oh! Which is a button order to open a secret passageway. It does make a certain amount of sense. But how long has this installation been there? It might have been there for a long time, but the epitaph would be much more recent, apparently. I've been told explicitly that it's only been posted within the last couple of years. First night.
Good. Good. The order of buttons. You love Erica's good. It is very good. Which, if it's a button order to open a secret passageway, it does make a certain amount of sense. But how long? Yeah. A button order would have to be either changeable or set up as it was for a very long time. I have a feeling it's the latter, but let's see. Good.
バトラさんのその考え、なかなかです。
That idea of yours is quite insightful, Battler-san.
鍵の選びし6人の生贄を6文字の文字列と読み解く。
We can interpret the 6 sacrifices chosen by the key as a string of 6 characters.
柔軟な発想だと思います。
I think that's a clever way of thinking outside the box.
鍵の形状をしたものとは限りませんから。
After all, key-shaped objects are not the only types of keys.
アナグラムの可能性は私も考えてたの。
I also thought of the possibility that it's an anagram.
そういや、以前そんなことを言ってたな。
Oh, congratulations, Rowan! You can do the 80 quests and be like, I want more Sharuntia content now, just like me. Come to think of it, you did say something like that before.
しかしだとしたら何から6文字を抜くんだ?
But in that case, what do we remove the 6 characters from?
そうね。
That's right.
6文字も抜く以上、それ以上の文字数だわ。
Since we're removing 6 characters from it, whatever it must be, whatever it is must be at least 6 characters long.
第1の番を6文字以上にどう読み解けばいいのかしら。
How could we read it in a way that gives us more than 6 characters? Well, you figured it out in another fragment, Eva.
お父様のセンスはやっぱり英語なのかしら。
If we follow Father's sensibilities, I guess it probably is English after all. Oh, hell yeah. All right. English. We're set.
行き詰まるようなら先に第2の番に進みヒントを探してみましょう。
If it looks like we're getting stuck, why don't we move on to the second twilight and look for hints?
残されし者は寄り添う2人を引き裂け。
You, those who remain, shall tear apart the 2 who are close.
残されし者は6文字を抜いた後に残った文字だと考えてよいでしょう。
We can probably think of those who remain as the remaining characters, after the first 6 have been removed.
となると、寄り添う2文字とはどういう意味になるんだろうね。
In that case, what does that mean by 2 characters that are close? Sorry, I'm visualizing something. Maybe like a V? No, but that wouldn't make any sense. It could if you were fucked up, but... Or an H? Or an I? The dot and the line are close to each other. It would become an L, then a period. But a period doesn't seem very useful. Maybe like a D? If you take it apart, it becomes like a C and an L. See, if this is a Japanese word, we're like putting into Romaji. Tear apart the 2 are close, then 5 gouges. Yeah. I think. In that case, what does it mean by 2 characters that are close?
そうか。
I see.
わかったぜ。 つまりはこういうことだ。
I get it. So that's what this is about. I can look it up. All right, I have the Japanese version that CC posted in. All right, let's see. The gouge is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, you're right. No. Wait, there was another one. Oh, yes, there was. Then praise my name is the next one, and then the 5 kills. Oh, wait. So between the 2 who are close, there's praise my noble name, and then the 5. So praise my noble name probably has something to do with it. I see. I get it. So that's what this is about. For example, let's take the following list of 9 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then let's say that 6 characters offered as sacrifices are 1, 3, 6, 7, and 8, and 9. We erase the aforementioned 6 characters from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and get X2, X4, 5, X. So 2, 4, 5. Though the 2 who are close. So 4 and 5 you separate out. Oh! So the 2 characters that are clear 6, then separate 2, then praise, then kill 5. Yeah. So the word is 11 characters long. Oh shit, is it? Oh, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. So 2, 4, and 5 are left. What do you mean? It is wait. You mean quadrillion is 11? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Holy shit, Dan! So that's why it's like, go to this door to input it. Because it's the... Oh, Dan! Jesus Christ! So you have a 1 in quadrillion chance of opening this door. That was the hint. That's the 11-letter word. Jesus Christ. Oh, I know, but I didn't think it was that. I figured it was related, and it figures that this weird door would have piqued some people's interest who were on the island for years. Shit. But then what's the key? All right, let's keep going a bit. So 2, 4, and 5 are left. So what? Oh, 4 and 5 are close. Clear out 6 characters. 2 of the characters will be next to each other. But what are the 6 characters? Chosen by the key. Key is 6 characters. And the 5 characters that are left will praise my name? Well, Kinzo doesn't fit in quadrillion. So the 2 next to each other is a hint. Yeah, it has too many letters that are in quadrillion.
Maybe Beatrice's real name? Because apparently Beatrice isn't Beatrice. Maybe whatever her real name is 5 letters long. Quadrillion has a U? So you mean like you? Oh, and Ushidomiya. It does start with a U. Ushinomiya Kinzo starts with a U and ends with an O. But depending on the romanization, you could also argue it starts with a U and ends with a U. They did make the very conscious decision to romanize everybody's names in Japanese order. You know, a lot of games flip the two to be more readable, to understandable to your average English audience. But maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe praise my name means that... Hold on. Hold on. Separate the two who are close. Sorry, I'm like thinking. I know it's really not entertaining for the stream. I'm not even writing this down on a piece of paper. I'm like staring really hard at OBS. Yeah, but it could be a name. What? It's a 4-letter word? Is the whole character still... What do you mean by an initial? Or what's your line of thinking there? Lord you? Lord Ushinomiya? Oh!
what's praising his name? There's a remaining 5 letters. And the letters left in quadrillion after cutting down those 5 are U, D, R, L, O. So the 2 who were close is... Wait. So how do we know to get out? Q, A, I, L, I, N. Q, A. How do we know to get rid of those? But also get rid of the 2 who are close is... Separate the 2 that are close. It's not get rid of, it's separate. So D and R, what's the point of separating those 2? If it's not to take them out? So L-O-U? Yeah. Pull out the 5 letters, move the R away from the D, and rearrange them somehow. Oh! So that's your logic. So push them in from left to right. Separate the 2 who are close. You don't know what gouge means in the mechanical sense? Well, it could be to just gouge them like with a pencil, like scratch them out, right? Like just scratch them out from the equation. Like get rid of them. Maybe it could have to do with interacting the door, but wait. Was there a keypad? I don't remember what was on the door. Ah, okay. Yes, I get it. So by the 2 who are close, it means 2, 4, 5. So yeah, 4 and 5. Yep. There's a gap between 2 and 4, but 4 and 5 are right next to each other. They're the 2 who are close. Good. Well done, Battler-san. Ah, Erica's stuck where I was. I didn't know whether it's to eliminate or just pull them apart. I can't tell whether to tear apart means to eliminate 4 and 5, or to put a gap between them. But I think that's a good observation. That's where I was stuck too. Then what do you think about the 3rd twilight? Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Lord you.
文字遊びである可能性が高い以上、それもまた言葉遊びの可能性があります。
Since there's a good chance that the epitaph is a word game, there's a possibility that this part is also a word game of sorts.
残された文字は誉れ高き我が名をたたえよ。
The characters that remain shall praise my noble name.
難しいね。
That's tough.
どういう意味だろ
What could it mean?
どなたかわかる方は？
Have any of you figured it out?
Erica's like, I fucking figured it out.
私は多分わかっていました。
I think I have.
Huh?
何教えなさいよ。
What is it? Tell me.
う。これもアナグラムか。
Is this also an anagram?
またしてもグッド。
Good though. Good once again.
バトラさんはなかなか発想が柔軟です。
Bachelor-san, you're a pretty flexible thinker.
アナグラムって文字遊びって意味だよね。
By anagram, you mean playing with letters, right?
ということは
That means
つまり残った文字を入れ替えると何かの単語ができるという意味じゃないかしら。
I would guess they mean that you can make some kind of word by changing the order of the remaining letters.
だな。
Yeah.
とすると
If so,
ちょいと勇み足な仮説だが、
I might be getting ahead of myself a bit with this
これ
theory.
は第一の番に間引く大元の文字数は11文字じゃないかと想定する。
Dan! But I'm going to assume the original list of characters that the first Twilight has taken out of is 11 characters long. Dan! Oh my god! Actually thinking of the mechanism of a locking thing that uses physical letters on a door. Oh! If you can... The other thing is, quadrillion isn't spelled out. It's numbers. Oh, wait. Hold on. How many characters are in... How many zeros are in quadrillion? Please help me because my brain is fried. How many zeros are in quadrillion? But wait, that also means the remaining letters, the 6 that were taken out, needs to also be a word, right? And that's the key. So Q8. Plot the 6 letters, slide the R over one space, and then push the letters in order of Lord U. Help! How many zeros are in quadrillion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is billion. 10, 11, 12 is... Oh, that's not gonna work. It has 12 zeros. Alright, so that doesn't work. Never mind. Thank you, though. Thank you for humoring me. I'm going to assume the original list of characters that the first Twilight is taken out of is 11 characters long.
またしてもお見事。
Well done again.
私も同じ見解でした。
I reached the same conclusion.
どうしてや
Why is that?
どうして11文字なんて言えるんや
How can you be sure there are 11 characters?
生贄を一人殺すというのは、文字を一文字潰すことを意味すると思われます。
Killing a single sacrifice appears to mean eliminating a single character.
第二の番の引き下げを、とりあえず2文字の間を開けという意味で解釈した場合なら、11文字。
If we interpret the tear apart of the second Twilight to mean adding a gap between 2 characters, then we would expect there to be 11 characters in total.
この引き下げが2文字を潰せという意味なら13文字になると想定されます。
If tear apart means to eliminate those 2 characters, then we would expect 13.
なぜなら、その後の第4の番から第8の番にかけて5回殺せという記述が出るからです。
The reason for this is that From the 4th twilight to the 8th twilight, the word kill appears 5 times, as well as gouge. It's like gouge the X and kill.
そしてその次の第9の番で誰も生き残れないと書かれています。
And then on the 9th twilight, it's written that none will be left alive.
魔女が蘇るって部分をとりあえず無視する。
If we ignore the part about the witch reviving for now,
第1の番に6文字潰し、寄り添った文字を割いて、さらに5文字潰したら。
I figured it meant that after eliminating 6 characters on the first twilight, separating the characters that are close, and then eliminating 5 more,
ぴったり文字がなくなるという意味ではないかと考えたんだ。
there should be exactly none left. So that makes 6 plus 5 equals 11 characters. If tearing apart the 2 who are close on the second twilight means to kill both of them, that makes 6 plus 2 plus 5 equals 13 characters. There's a chance that the word symbolizing the first twilight has 11 or 13 characters.
実にお見事です。私とまさに同じ推理。
Wonderfully done. Exactly my logic. I have such a smart boyfriend. He's got the same logic as Fudo Erika.
バトラさんもどうやら私と
Fudo Erika.
灰色の脳細胞に恵まれているようですね。
It looks like you were gifted with the same little gray cells I was, Battler-san. And so was Dan.
よせやい。
Hey, quit it.
適当だぜ、適当。
Just doing what comes naturally. Damn.
おいおい、なんだよこれ。
Hang on, what the hell?
コマの俺は随分と頭が切れるじゃねえか。
My piece is pretty damn clever, isn't he? Not Battler being like, wait, this is weird. Why am I so smart? To be fair, you were only able to make any of these conclusions because the story told you extra information that wasn't available earlier. Like, this is definitely wordplay in English, yeah. But still, basically that, I know Battler's like, wait, why the fuck am I so smart?
おかげで俺の推理する出番がねえぜ。
There's no room left for me to make theories.
あ、ごめんなさい。
Oh, sorry about that.
バトラはこの時不在だったから私の方で勝手に雲を操らせてもらったよ。
You weren't around at this point, so I just controlled your piece for you.
切れ者っぽくていいでしょ。
Isn't it nice how sharp I made you seem?
あんたはベルでプレイヤーをしてもらった方が賢そうに見えるわ。
You look so much smarter when Burn's playing as you.
プレイヤーは降りて駒に専念した方が良くない？
Why not step down as the player and concentrate on being the piece instead? I joined in on this game on October 5th after the first few murders. So up until that point, the piece called me was being controlled by Burncastle, the player, which makes it possible for Burncastle to present her reasoning through my mouth. Oh no! Battler's gonna get so much stupider from the 5th Twilight onwards, and everybody's gonna be like, Battler, are you okay? Did you hit your head? Which makes it possible for Burncastle to present her reasoning through my mouth. The game I'm watching now is nothing more than a replay of a part that's already ended. Oh my god. However, that's probably good enough for now. This Burncastle-sama has gone out of her way to solve the epitaph for me. So I'll watch closely for now. And try to find out what it means. Lambda Delta let it slip herself just a second ago.
そりゃそうでしょ。
Of course!
それを教えてあげちゃったらヒントが過ぎちゃうわ。
If I told you that, there'd be too many hints.
難易度の高い謎でなきゃ意味がないんだから。
If a riddle isn't hard, there's just no point to it.
あらいけない。これもヒントになっちゃうわね。
Uh-oh, that's a hint too. If a riddle's not hard, there's no point to it. Same with who am I?
This theory about grandfather creating the epitaph in order to choose a successor isn't bad at all. Going further backwards, if there's a name of a place along some sort of transit line or road whose name can be written as English using the letters Q-A-I-L-I-N. You find the key at the place the two speak of. So it might be a destination instead of the actual road itself. Another thing to consider is if it's in Japan, you have to change some of those letters. Like a Q could be a K, L could be an R, Ri, Ka, Ni, In, Ka, Ikarin, Rinka, The theory about grandfather creating the epitaph in order to choose a successor isn't bad at all. Erika and Berncastle's logic is extremely reasonable. Or an intersecting road. But that's only if we assume grandfather was the one to create it. He was probably alive at the time the epitaph was displayed. But of course, he's already dead by 1986. And in the games up until now, Beatrice threatened us repeatedly with letters, saying that the only way to survive was to solve the epitaph and trying to force us to solve the riddle. In other words, it was Beatrice's intention, her hope, that we would try solving the riddle of the epitaph. The epitaph is so confusing that, in most cases, the relatives never seriously tried solving it until the threatening letters started to arrive. If they did at all, like in episode 1, they just completely ignored it. That's why Beatrice fired the starting pistol, which made us take a go at it. Why is Beatrice carrying out grandfather's last wishes? Like the theory proposed in the first game. Is he really grandfather's confidant, following his orders even after his death, and trying to select a successor with the riddle of the epitaph in his stead? The way she's been acting, it definitely doesn't seem like it's because she wants to. There's been moments where she really, I think, let out some of her trauma. And little offhand remarks she's made while she was cackling that, I saw them as, making light of something miserable so that you could, 6 years ago, you committed a sin. Because of that sin, people die. So I got the impression that when it comes to Kinzo and Beatrice, she had a lot of trauma associated with him, kind of like his children do. It definitely seemed sexual and abusive. There is that time in episode 2 where she went off on Shannon for talking about her love with George, and she's saying, you know, like, this shit isn't fake. Just wait till you're like, you have the wrong idea about men, that they just want your body, kind of thing. And then during episode 4, when she was, you know, drunk with Kinzo and stuff, there's stuff she would say about how Kinzo used to treat her, or do this or that, and she would just cackle about it. And to me, it came off as like, it's kind of weird to admit this. It's something I've kind of done where I like reveal something kind of shocking, kind of just because I want to shock people, and I laugh about it. But it's kind of, sometimes I reveal it as something that's actually like upsetting to me, something I don't like, but I laugh it off. Like, a good example was one time I flew to Japan, and I so much did not want to you know, bother with, you know, getting up and climbing over people to go to the bathroom or anything. I don't like to do that on planes in general, so I usually just stay put where I am, and I like the window seat, and you have to climb over people to like exit a window seat and use the bathroom anyway. So I usually don't go to the bathroom when I'm on airplanes, and that included this like over 8-hour flight to Japan, even though I ate all the meals and had drinks and stuff. And I told my friend after I arrived later that I did that, and he was like, what the fuck? But I laughed about it like it was hilarious that I didn't go to the bathroom for 8 hours, and I just sat completely still in this seat the whole time. Kind of because it was kind of bad, but one, I kind of wanted to shock, and two, it was kind of like a way to cope. Like oh, this wasn't a big deal, that I'm so afraid of burdening other people that I'll just suffer over here. Like, I kind of laughed that off and made light of it to make it into like a little shock value thing I could get a thrill out of. It kind of came off to me like that. It's like, even though she was laughing and joking about it, even though it was like really kind of like alarming things she was talking about, it felt to me like those are things that she really hates and upset her. But she was making light of them to cope. So, so in conclusion, I don't think she's doing this of her own will, which she's been iterating from the start, that she's trapped on this island, right? Even if it's Not literally. So maybe, if Kinzo is already dead, and she wants to carry out his final wishes for a worthy successor to be chosen, and not just Kraus, then, they're doing so against their will, or maybe out of a very powerful sense of obligation. All right, let me see what Dan's been saying. A lot of Beatrice's decision, even that interpretation, that it's all mundane or really weird. Like, if she wanted to kill people, she wouldn't bother with the whole solve the epitaph and I'll stop. And she wouldn't put in effort to make a bunch of closed-room murders for people she plans on killing within 24 hours, unless she wanted a certain reaction out of one or more of them. And considering she's blaming Battler in the 4th game for this, then it would mean the whole game is for Battler's sake, but like, well, if... what's she hoping to get out of Battler? If she thinks Battler is a worthy successor, maybe she's trying to goad Battler into becoming the successor. And so she keeps testing him to see if he can do it. And because she's so set on Battler, she gets, oh, hey Shannon, sorry I forgot to buy a horse teehee. Okay, I'll stop murdering the rest of your family. Aw, you, laugh track. If this person is so set on Battler being the successor, then his crime, maybe his crime 6 years ago really was as simple as abandoning the family register. Because then he wouldn't even be qualified, because that happened 6 years ago, and then he wouldn't even be qualified to become the successor at the time, because there was no epitaph at the time. So if he was not even in the running to be the successor, maybe that was the sin? But it feels more personal than that. Why is that an affront to this person? Why do they want Battler to be the successor that badly? Like, clearly Kirie is not aware that her son is Battler. Who else is invested in Battler? Rudolph Triss doesn't seem like a popular theory. It seems like he'd sooner want it himself. A wild card we really haven't heard about yet is Kinzo's wife. Did Battler ever meet his grandmother? But anyway, I don't think, I think, whoever Beatrice really is may have been, helping carry out Kinzo's final his final wishes out of a strong sense of obligation, maybe. The phone call from the other person 19 years ago, what's up with that? It's possible that's something Lambda Delta was setting up for this particular game. It's not set in stone that happened in the past every single time. And nothing about that has been said in red. But that is another person in the equation. But if this is supposed to be solvable from like episodes 1 through 4, that means whoever this new person from 19 years ago is, it's not, yeah, see, it was definitely suspicious, but I don't think that person has anything to do with the final answer, because apparently for episodes 1 through 4, everything is solvable. Our detective came to a different conclusion. Right, she did come to the conclusion that it was not Suhi. I'm sure that's gonna come up later. I think we just need to get there. But I have a feeling that's more for like this particular game than for the grander question at hand. I'll keep going. That would mean that Beatrice really is grandfather's trusted underling. And exactly the family alchemist she called herself in that letter. Wait. Okay. One of the questions posed by the AP test is, what does it mean to be furniture? If Beatrice, even in the real sense, is Kinzo's furniture, what does that mean about who they are? There was that scene just now with, or earlier with Genji and Kanon and Shannon, where they talked about, like, even though the master is dead, we can't stop serving until he's well and truly passed away. Maybe that was a hint. Maybe whatever Beatrice is about that. So, even if we haven't met her for real, well then that puts the whole thing on, like, the mastermind is a servant. So, go to Triss real. No, then hashtag blame Shannon real. Although I'm kind of starting to gun for hashtag blame Kumasawa or Kumasawa Triss real. If that's part of the motive, then you can't just be like, yo, Battler, this is on you. Right. Again, I don't know if that's related. That might just be something Lambda Delta added for spice. Another thing said from the beginning is that this murder plot, as we're going to see it, was created without love. Battler did something small enough to be unsure of what even his sin was, and his aunt nearly murdered you. Okay. One of these things is much more important. After grandfather's death, Beatrice would have managed the 10 tons of gold and taken the title of alchemist without ever embezzling the gold. She entrusted it all to the epitaph's riddle and waited for a human fitting to be the successor to appear and solve it. Especially if you're gonna blame someone for murdering their entire family in retribution, right? And if that human didn't appear within a set time limit, that meant game over? And that's Battler? Or within a set time limit, a fitting human to appear and solve this to inherit the legacy. Certainly, when Auntie Eva solved the riddle in the third game, she became the only survivor and automatically the final head of the Ushinomiya family, inheriting everything. Up to this moment, no one has ever survived past October 5th except Auntie Eva, the one who solved the epitaph. That was the only case where Beatrice let anyone survive. Is Beatrice's loyalty to grandfather the thing that drives her? No, I don't think she's loyal. I think she feels obligated or something is chaining her to this. I don't think she's doing it because she wants to. And like, sure, your logic is going to be a little warped if you're actually going to commit premeditated murder, but maybe it's like, maybe Kinzo resolved that if no one worthy comes up to inherit his legacy, then the Ushinomiya line ends with him. And that's why everybody has to be killed if no one worthy shows up. And that's why the killing only stops if someone solves the epitaph. Because as soon as someone worthy steps up, then the order of kill everyone in the Ushinomiya line, except for Ange, who by sheer coincidence happened to not be there. Maybe that's what it is. Premeditated murder, that you wrote multiple fan fictions of your premeditated murder spree and put them in a bottle to wash up on shore years later. That does feel a bit obsessive, doesn't it? It does feel a bit obsessive, doesn't it? I think I'm onto something, though. I feel like I'm onto something. This kind of feels like it makes sense to me. There's also the thing that in the sense of the witch thing, like from the perspective of us playing the game, the whole reason why this game between Battler and Beatrice started in the first place was because everybody had to accept that Beatrice was real and the magic wouldn't work unless everybody was involved. So maybe that has something to do with the fact that Battler was taken out of the family, took himself out of the family register 6 years ago. Really fucked something over for Beatrice or the circumstances. Someone stop me before I kill you all, like the killer is the fucking Riddler. Well, that's what I think, Dan. I think maybe Kinzo's dying wish was, if you can't find somebody worthy to succeed me, I want the line to end. And maybe ideally it would have been like he wanted it to end with his own death. But it didn't happen during the first... it hasn't been said in red how long before he died. How long he died before. Riddler even go to jail willingly if Batman solves his riddles. You don't even know. I don't remember, or I don't know the comic context. But if Beatrice is Kinzo's furniture, and out of like a very strong sense of entrapment or obligation, she has to carry out Kinzo's final wishes to erase his line if a worthy successor doesn't show up. Then it's less the Riddler, I'll stop killing people, and more she's carrying out orders after a generous grace period of over a year, if we can trust the timeline in this episode so far. Or however long it was after Kinzo died. But you can only eliminate the Ushinomiya line at the family conference because everybody's together and doesn't have security and stuff. The Ange thing is unfortunate, and maybe if maybe they decided, oh, I get it. They couldn't, because Battler wasn't on the register. They couldn't. No, that wouldn't make sense, because then he wouldn't be legally part of the Ushinomiya line. I think I'm getting somewhere with this, though. If Beatrice was ordered by Kinzo to kill the Ushinomiya line after his death if a worthy successor wasn't found, then what was the sin Battler committed 6 years ago? Why would that be a sin? Why would you wait for Battler to come back in order to set Kinzo's wishes into motion? And you'd be okay with Ange not being there. Because if Kinzo died over a year ago, the next time that makes sense, if we trust the current timeline, is the conference immediately following his death, but nobody was killed. However, Battler wasn't there because he hadn't rejoined the family yet. Maybe there's something special enough about Battler. Maybe Beatrice wants Battler, for whatever reason, to be the next head so badly that she's willing to put off fulfilling Kinzo's wishes until Battler is there. Because of your sin, people die. Did Kinzo lose faith in his family after Battler left? Is that when he made the decision to kill his family if no successor was found? Okay, I'll keep going. Is Beatrice's loyalty to grandfather the thing that drives her? No. Did grandfather give her some terrible order to kill everyone if the epitaph isn't solved? Isn't that what I literally just said? Isn't that what I literally just said? Everything other is pointing to a different reason why these murders are happening. Yeah, you're right. It's not all clicking together. Did grandfather give her some terrible order to kill everyone if the epitaph isn't solved? I just thought of that. Good job, Bettler. And she's so loyal that she faithfully carries it out? No, I don't think it's because she's loyal. I think she feels she has to. Out of duty or obligation, or she feels trapped if she doesn't. Or maybe being furniture means you are trapped. There is the gospel school with Shannon and Kanon, and everybody was like, yo, that's so terrible that you think that of yourself, that like, that you're not even human, that you're just furniture to be used and thrown away at will. Maybe it's a metaphor for Kinzo brainwashing his servants, like indoctrinating them, conditioning them. Maybe it's conditioning. Maybe Kinzo conditioned his servants to put their duty before even their own humanity. And if Beatrice is one of those, then maybe that's why she's killing people even if she doesn't want to. Even if Kinzo's already dead. But that doesn't lead me any closer to what Battler's sin was. I must not stop thinking. Don't stop thinking. Don't just think of the riddle itself. Think about why it's significant. Why is Beatrice telling us to solve the epitaph? Why did she create such a confusing epitaph for us? Okay, well there is... If Kinzo wrote the whole thing, why did she put it under the witch's epitaph? I mean, the witch's portrait. That's another question to consider. We know Beatrice, that we know isn't really Beatrice, but there was an important figure to Kinzo that was a Beatrice, who was referred to as a witch and family alchemist. And maybe it's because she was the source of his wealth and success, the source of his gold, so to speak. And the epitaph, maybe the reason the epitaph was placed under the witch's portrait was to symbolically signal that his legacy, which he attributes to, like, without Beatrice, he'd be nothing. Like, he got his start because of Beatrice. So he wants somebody to be as great of a man as him, as successful, as much of a mad genius as him, to succeed him. But it really wasn't him who was 100% responsible for his own wealth and success. He attributed that to
test of your reflexes.
Why did you do that? He attributed that to Beatrice. And so maybe it's symbolic of the gold and the witch's gold, and therefore his legacy, and that's why it's beneath the witch's epitaph. Because then the witch can eternally rest in peace if her gold is passed on to someone worthy. Xiaonun is not, she's 16. Unless she's lying. She was from an orphanage, so her age could be inaccurate. Battler didn't buy a horse 6 years ago, so Shannon's gonna kill everyone, but actually Shannon nearly murdered 19 years ago by Natsuhi. So she's gonna kill everyone except she keeps pushing stuff. She doesn't kill everyone. When did the Beatrice clone die? That was, I can actually check that in the document. Because that's in the document. The AP test, I mean. Let's see. The exact red text is in here. I should control F this. It was 1967. Maybe she's more comfortable with that because she's actually older. And we're in 1986? Yeah. That's 19? Ah! Shit! Fuck! So the dude on the phone could be referring to the clone Beatrice and the sound of the sea and pushing off a cliff. Maybe you were onto something, Dan. Maybe it has to do with the other Beatrice on the island. And the weird son of Natsuhi is just a metaphor, because it might not have happened exactly like that, but maybe Lambda Delta meant it as a hint. So was it Rosa or Natsuhi? Just kidding. Yeah. Well, the baby that Natsuhi remembers was a literal baby. Rosa remembers a young adult or teenager. Right. Maybe the clone had a baby. As horrible as that sounds, she was at the mercy of Beatrice. Yeah, I know you don't want to think about that possibility. It's a really bad possibility. It is very cursed. But that doesn't mean it's not a possibility. Exactly. I know, I understand. Bachelor is 18, not 19, but it's very close to when he was born, huh? At the time, Jessica was not born yet because... Oh, I think I'm onto something. Okay, so 19 years ago, Jessica wasn't born yet. Depending on what time She may not have been pregnant yet even, or knew she was pregnant, but maybe she would be very soon. However, it's been made clear that at the time, Natsuhi was under a tremendous amount of pressure because George was already born by then, and Eva was lording it over her. George was Eva's big power play, in a sense, to have a shot at becoming the head, because she produced the first male heir, and that could put Kraus's position as the successor into jeopardy. And I guess all this time Natsuhi and Kraus have been trying to have a kid for years, but they haven't. And so Eva was tormenting Natsuhi about, you know, not being able to have a kid, not being able to have a son. And then when she does have a kid, it's a daughter. If it's possible that Natsuhi wasn't even pregnant yet, maybe she happened to find a baby in the woods or by the sea. Or a third choice that would be even more fucked up. I thought of something really cursed. Do you guys want to hear it? I thought of something really chilling. That's more berserk than Umineko, but let's just say okay, so I'm going to the title screen. Yeah, I've been typically making a new save file per episode, but I just saved over my last one, so that order's fucked up. So the backdrop of the start screen changes every episode, and it usually is something of some significance. Like in episode 2, the backdrop was Kuadorion, and that's when episode 3 had Kuadorion as the background, and that was the first time we became aware of Kuadorion's existence. Was that episode 2? I think it was 3. Episode 4 had a portrait of Beatrice, which, as we found out, the whole question of episode 4 ends up being, who is Beatrice really? The background here for this episode 5 is the first time they use this background is the cliff when Rosa is trying to lead Beatrice away from Kuadorion, but they can't figure out how to get out. So Beatrice ends up on this cliff and falls, right? And there's the sound of the sea. The Umineko's nakuing. What if Beatrice, not Beatrice, but what if the clone Beatrice, the young person who we're told is Beatrice, who was trapped in Kuadorion, what if she was very pregnant, but Rosa couldn't really tell? One, because of the dress, which is voluminous, and 2, because she's kind of young, right? And she's the youngest daughter, so she wouldn't really have many memories of what pregnant women look like. If that clone Beatrice fell, eventually her body would have been discovered. No, I think she died while pregnant, and I think yeah. And I think either the baby was born on the beach, or upon Kinzo discovering the body, he was trying to save the baby. Because we never saw when the body was discovered, but presumably it was... There is a doctor already on the island with Nanjo, this is true. At this time, Natsuhi and Kraus were already long married, and even though Rosa was still being raised on this island, the only people on this island really would have been Kinzo, Genji, Nanjo would have been around, Natsuhi, and Kraus, and little Rosa. So if Natsuhi was already like really into her role as trying to support the family, and Kinzo however she could, maybe she happened to be present when the baby was discovered, or on the beach where the body was discovered. Like, Nanjo would have been called all the way out there. This is very remote. Unless they kind of like swung a boat out there. Oh wait. Nanjo had been through the hidden passage to Kuwadorion before. He mentioned that in episode 4. So if Nanjo had been ushered over to Kuwadorion after Kinzo... Hello, Majin-shan. After Kinzo had discovered... But I don't... I feel like... Yeah, once he realized that Beatrice was missing, Nanjo knew about the cursed child, yeah. But also, like, of course, Rosa didn't tell anybody, not a soul, about what happened. I guess the next time Kinzo went to Kuwadorion, he must have noticed she was missing and, you know, did a search. But the search could only really have been done by people who knew about her already. So probably Genji. And maybe Genji found her body on the beach. And when he informed Kinzo of this, maybe there was signs the baby was still alive, or maybe well, if the baby was already born, they probably would have brought it to Nanjo instead of the other way around. So maybe if Genji was able to think the baby was still alive, maybe her stomach was warm or he felt a kick or something. Maybe then he informed Kinzo, and so he had no choice but to rush Nanjo through the hidden passage to Kuwadorion. And he was younger at the time, so maybe they found a safer way to get down the cliff to the beach. And then to try to save the baby. But Natsuhi remembers the sea. It's possible that that Lambda Delta isn't showing us a truthful event with the phone call. But if Natsuhi remembers the sea, it makes it sound like she would have been present. Maybe she wasn't for real present, but if she was aware of the baby, because of course she would have noticed if a baby came into the mansion. And she saw that this was a male baby. It would have been very natural for her to feel very tempted to adopt this baby as her son, so she could say, hey, I did it. I have a male heir, just like has been expected of me. Or maybe if she found out that this was Kinzo's child, maybe she was afraid it would endanger Kraus even more. You're right. You're right. I mean, I think she would maybe try to convince Kraus. Yeah, he's not the brightest bulb in the bunch. Maybe she would try to convince him. See, that's where I'm turning around on this, Dan. Maybe if she put together that this was a child begotten by Kinzo, a male child, that would put, maybe she was afraid that would put Kraus's position in even more jeopardy. And so maybe she was tempted to get rid of the baby to prevent any of this like drama from coming out. And so she went and threw the baby into the sea. And that's why she remembers the sea. Or maybe the baby isn't necessarily a boy at all. Could be a boy or a girl. But Natsuhi really believes in the honor of the Ushinomiya family. Maybe the idea that Kinzo, who she respects so much, would have a scandalous, illegitimate child with a chick who ended up dead on the island, just disgusted her so much that she decided to like kidnap the baby and kill it, so that it could be like it never happened, and this like complete fuck up of her worldview could be like it never happened. And maybe she did it secretly so you couldn't suspect it was her, just like oh my god, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, it's good to think about these questions. You'll get more hints later in the episode too. So try to keep your theories in mind while you get more info. Okay. But anyway, I was thinking this might be why this background was chosen. Why did she create such a confusing epitaph for us? If Beatrice makes us try to solve this epitaph that we have no real chance of solving, and by some lucky chance a miracle occurs and someone is able to solve it. And of course, if that person did survive, it had to be because of someone who was in on it. Yeah, so like maybe Nanjo or Genji. What significance does that have to her? I don't know. But this miracle would be worth to Beato. So Kumasawa and or Genji and or Nancho. Yeah, I guess Kumasawa would have been around back then too. Kumasawa Tris real?
第一の番がわからねえ限り、これ以上はお手上げだな。
Anyway, until we figure out the first Twilight, we'll have to give up on the rest. You have like 100 pages of speculation theories from your playthrough. Oh, geez, that's awesome though. You were really trying. I appreciate. I can respect it definitely. We tried looking at it from several different angles, but in the end, we got stuck there and made no further advances. Cute Maria yawn. Most of it was obviously nonsense and didn't pan out. But still, it's cool. Maria let out an extra large yawn. This caused several other people to yawn. We had been using our heads so much that everyone had gotten a little sleepy. Same. I'm gonna stop after this next scene, when the scene transitions over for sure. Jessica, who had been silent and looking displeased the whole time, quickly stood up. Stella, yeah, even Stella's starting to rub up on my microphone, like, stop streaming, pay attention to me. I'm going upstairs with Maria. We'll watch TV or something. Alright. I'll go up too. Stella!
そうだ。みんなで上でトランプでもしようか。
I don't even know what I knocked off the table. What was that, Stella? News right now. Oh man, a whole piece of my oh my god, a whole knob from my mic stand fell off. I guess because Stella was rubbing against it and I can't even figure out where it went. Wait, I think I figured it out. Thanks a lot, Stella. I'll put it on later. It functions right now. Oh yeah, your sous chef, right? Is rubbing up against you, being like, talk to me, like interact with me. The reason why it has to be one of the people who were in on it is because they had to be able to let the child know what happened to them. Yeah, true. She's got the zoomies. Oh, it's that time of night. All right, I'll go up too. Hey, why don't we all play cards upstairs? When George proposed this, Maria completely forgot about the big yawn of hers and started jumping around, insisting that she wanted to play cards. Judging by the clock, it would soon be 10 at night. It's all soon gonna be 10 at night in real life, in my time zone too. It was already about that time you normally take a bath and get ready to sleep. In that case, why save them? It would be easier to just let it die and hide the body. It's not like anyone else comes to the island. Without love, it cannot be seen, Dan. Without love, it cannot be seen. It was already about the time you normally take a bath and get ready for sleep. Even the adults seemed pretty weary from traveling. We decided to continue this later and went our separate ways. If you see a baby drowning, hopefully your first reaction would be, I'm gonna save the baby that's drowning. Yeah, exactly. Will you play with us too, Erika-chan? Cards.
お気持ちだけで結構です。
I appreciate the sentiment.
客人の分もわきまえず、ちょっと仕切りすぎました。
I overstepped my bounds a little, forgetting that I'm a simple guest.
今夜はおとなしく休もうと思います。
I'd like to take it easy and rest for the night.
自分が遭難者であることをすっかり忘れていましたから。
I'd almost forgotten that I was just in an accident.
まったくだぜ。
Seriously.
とても溺れてたとは思えない元気さだ。
You're in such high spirits, it's hard to believe you almost drowned. You almost drowned! An accident at sea. I know it's like she has nothing to do with it. And they said it in red, but it could be hints. You know, it could be implications. It could... There is a lot of themes that end up rhyming, you know? That's youth for you. Why did the baby survive? Because babies can be surprisingly sturdy, depending. Still, I enjoyed it. I think we've taken a big step in our reasoning thanks to you. If I find the gold, I'll let you have about 1,000,000 yen's worth.
せめて気前よく1億ぐらいドーンとは言えんのか。
Can't you at least offer the poor girl 100 million? There's really no need.
私に興味があるのは謎解きだけですので。
I'm only interested in solving the riddle.
それではこれで失礼します。
Well then, if you'll excuse me.
おやすみなさい。
Good night.
おやすみ。
Yeah, night.
あら、バトラ君上に行かないの？
Oh, you aren't going upstairs, Battler-kun?
俺はちょっと面白くなっちゃう。
I'm getting a bit interested here.
もう少しここで考えをまとめてみます。
Genji would want to keep them close. Hanun and Shanun are not 19 unless somebody's lying. Oh, wait. No, you're setting this up as hashtag blame Shanun again, aren't you? I'm getting a bit interested here. I'll think things through here just a bit longer. If I can just figure out the
第一
list.
の番を示す文字列さえ分かれば、きっと一気に道は開けると思うんすけどね。
If I can just figure out the list of characters that marks the first twilight, I'll bet the road before me will open up all at once. Everyone went up to the second floor one by one. Only Auntie Rosa remained behind, cleaning up the coffee cups everyone had been drinking out of. Kirie-san and some others had offered to help, which means he would put them in the furniture school for furniture people and then hire them. Hashtag. I freaking called it. The freaking furniture school for furniture people. Holy shit. That's such a great... It's killing me. The furniture school for furniture people. Lie about their age, too. Nobody suspects. So Natsuhi will never suspect. Kirie-san and some others had offered to help. But since Auntie Rosa had refused this, she was washing them all alone. Everything coming up, Dan. God damn it. She was washing them all alone. Since I'd just been treated to such delicious coffee, I decided to help too. I wasn't just doing it because I felt obligated. I wanted to keep discussing the epitaph with someone. Yeah, exactly. I was literally thinking of Zoolander, the Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good and who want to learn to do other stuff good too. Yeah, exactly. That's Gospel House. I wasn't just doing it because I felt obligated. I wanted to keep discussing the epitaph with someone. The first.
第一の番。第一の。
First twilight. First twilight. Ugh.
ローザおばさんはなんか思いつく文字列とか言葉あるっすか？
Auntie Rosa, have you thought of some list of characters or a word? No.
私には全然。
I don't have a clue.
でも第一の番じゃなくて第10の番はちょっと気になったかしら。
But instead of the first twilight, it's the 10th twilight that bugs me.
第10の
The 10th twilight?
何ですか？
What about it? Okay, here it is, Dan. Oh wait, no, that's not the first part.
The first part about the Sweetfish River, that's not included in here, but this is the Twilights at least. You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. The 10th being, you shall reach the home of the gold. And we did get a hint that the home of the gold is not the Golden Land, but where the gold is physically stored, or wherever the hell Eva and Rosa found in episode 3. And again, trying to kill someone off a cliff would probably still cause permanent damage to a child. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a cliff. Natsuhi could have just gone to the beach and thrown the baby in the ocean. Or off of a short little ledge to the ocean. Shanun doesn't seem very permanently damaged. Cecil and Rosa? Not... this is Ushiromiya Rosa. Well... the word Golden Land appears several times, right? Yes, it does.
出てきますね。
なぜか第10の番だけ旅は終わり黄金の今日いえ里ね
For some reason, on the 10th twilight alone, when the journey ends, it reads, the home of the gold read Ogon no Kyo, sorry, Ogon no Sato. Ogon Kyo.
黄金鏡って単語何度も出てくるでしょ
They're trying to help us. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So when you spell out the Romaji, it's 11 letters. For Ogon no Sato or Ogon no Kyo, it works out either way. They've got to do this on purpose because for other things they've not been using the extra like oohs, like elongated sounds in people's names and stuff. Like Kinzo. So sorry, Ogon no Sato.
黄金の里へ至るだろうって書かれているの
The home kanji is separated out.
どうしてここだけ黄金の里と書かれているのか気になってね
I can't help but wonder why this is the one place where it's written like that.
本当だ。
You're right.
確かに。
Wait a second. Home of the Gold in English is 13 letters, which is a possibility. It's like 11 or 13 letters, right? Rosa was also fixated on that in chapter 3. You're right. No mistake.
他はみんな黄金鏡って書かれてる。
Everywhere else, it says Ogon Kyo, Golden Land. Even though all the rest were written Golden Land, the 10th Twilight is the only one where it's different. And Home of the Gold is written there instead. See, 13 letters. I wonder if the word home Has any special... Sato! Sato! The village! The village! Sato! Sato! Village! Sato! Village! Yeah. I can't just look at the epitaph on here. Okay, so the village that you go down the river to find, the word they use for it is Sato, which sounds like this Sato. The gold's Sato. Different kanji, same sound. But what does it mean? Well, the village is where you find the key, right? God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna look up the translation again. Yeah, so as you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. There sleeps the key to the golden land. You know, I gotta say, I'm looking at the different translations on the wiki. Not scrolling far enough to get spoiled, but this is showing a few different translations, and it seems that the place where you get the gold, it changes the most between translations. So this bit seems to be like the hardest thing to translate. But yeah, the Sato, as you travel down it, you'll see a village. Sounds like this Sato. In that village, look for the shore the two tell you of. There sleeps the key of the golden land. So you shall reach the same place where you got the key, the village, that the two tell you of. Wait. There were lions flanking the quadrillion door, right? Maybe that's the two? Maybe the village, the Sato, really speaks of the mansion on Rokunjima. But how does the river lead you there? Oh god, my brain. Ow. Alright. But anyway, I think this is referring back to the village you get when you go down the river and where you find the key. Still, you and that Erika-chan are incredible. What about the actual kanji, too? The first one means the name of something. Yeah. But it may also refer to the physical place. But yeah, the village does have a name of something. Is it, baby? Maybe there's another place called Rokenjima? Or there was a name the guest house had. I forget what the name of the guest house was. Maybe it has the same name as the guest house on the island. I forget what it was, but like Koadorion had a name. But the guest house also had a name, and it was like presented once in like episode 1 and never brought up again. And they showed the kanji and everything. I'm gonna hope I don't spoil myself by Googling. Torayon. Torayon. Which doesn't seem to have anything to do with the Sato kanji. But if it's a place that points to Torayon... No, I figured it out, but thank you. The kanji doesn't seem to have anything to do with this Sato, but if we can, like, backwards conclude that the place refers to somewhere on the island, maybe we can look for a place called Torayon. Follow the river on the map, and there's a place called like Twin Cities next to something, Twin Castles next to something else. Oh. Oh. Okay. I see what you're saying. Still, you and that Erika-chan girl are incredible. That something else is named our 6-letter word? Okay. Still, you and that Erika-chan girl are incredible. The way you think is really flexible. I'm already an old lady and my mind just doesn't work that fast. That theory about the 6 chosen by the keys signifying 6 characters to be removed was very impressive. After hearing that, I can't see it as being any other way. But before then, I didn't think it was like that at all. Oh god, relatable. Rosa's calling me out. It's frustrating how thick-headed I am. Same, Rosa. Thanks for calling me out. Oh no, I definitely think it's a Japanese language thing. That's why I was trying to figure it out. Like, in that way. That's not true. You have a very flexible mind, Auntie Rosa. Yes. But depending on the romanization, perhaps not spelled out, and that's why they spelled out Ogon no Sato like that. I don't know if it's like that per se, but maybe something. The 2 speak of... Okay. thing is, the two speak of talking in Japanese, and I think the way it's spelled in the Japanese version of the epitaph, it uses uchi. So like kanji that looks like a square, it means mouth, but can also mean speaking or talking. But the thing is that's an incredibly common thing to use in names, including of places, you know, like Yamaguchi or things like that. So if it was two people, it could be like Futaguchi or Futari. Yeah, Futari. Like Futaguchi or something. A word with squares in it. Like a big square, not just any square. Unless that's part of the kanji. But that's really hard to think about backwards. It'd be so much easier if we knew what the place Kinzo hung out in as a youth was called. But it's supposed to be hard on purpose. Exactly, if we knew the town, and I'd look at a map and look at the kanji, yeah. If we knew the town, but they're not giving us that. Okay. That's not true. You have a very flexible mind, Auntie Rosa. That home discovery might be really important somewhere down the line. Oh look, here's a station or public place with a name with two whatevers, yeah. Not at all. My mind's very stiff. Until a few moments ago, I was thinking of the first twilight as a place 1/10 of the way to the Golden Land. I mean, Rosa, that's flexible thinking. I never thought of it that way even once. Or a name with two squares? Oh, the two speak of two mouths. No, Dan, there is kanji like that. Like the kanji for... I think for language. There is kanji with two mouths in it. Man. A name used in two places? Well, okay, that part's a dead end because there's like a lot of places named the same thing in Japan. There's probably more like 5 places that fall under a name. Anyway, I was thinking of the Twilight as a place 1/10 the way to the Golden Land. What's that? Sounds interesting. Mind telling me about it? That's what I'm saying, Battler. I'm like, damn, girl. I never thought of it like that. After all, in the line before the first twilight, it says you must journey to the Golden Land, right? Is this like a fucking train line? The river is a train line? Applaudable. Trying to solve the epitaph now. Yeah, Burncastle, I couldn't do it until you started giving me hints. I'm so sorry. Great Witch Burncastle. Even though you and your game piece had to give me hints first. Thank you, I guess. Yeah, now I'm trying to solve the epitaph. All right. After all, the line before the first twilight, it says you must journey to the Golden Land, right? These aren't train stops, are they? This isn't a train line, is it? The train lines do have names like this. If only we knew the name of the town. We could look at the train lines.
そして10日をかけて旅をするわけだから、これはその旅の途中のお話なんだろうと思ったの。
The next part describes a journey that lasts 10 days, so I thought the first twilight would be part of the way through that journey. Like at a train stop? A journey.
確かに。
See.
それで旅を始めて最初の一晩目のキャンプで6人を生贄に捧げて。
So you start the journey, and then on the first twilight you set up camp and sacrifice the 6.
ならその場所ってどこだろう?
So I thought, where is that place?
スタート地点から何キロ目?
How many kilometers from the starting point?
なんてね。
Things like that.
内緒よ。
Don't tell anyone this, okay?
おばさんバカだから。黄金の里のことずっと黄金の京って読んじゃってて。
I'm not very clever, so for a long time I read the home kanji as kyo when it's probably sato.
ほら、京って言うと京都みたいでしょ?
And kyo reminds me of Kyoto, right? It's often shortened to kyo, which means capital. And that kanji means capital. And I noticed, maybe this counts as a hint, which would be bad. And I'm sorry to anyone who's watching. But I was looking at the different translations that are a little different than this one. And they refer to the Ogon no Sato as the capital of the gold instead of the home of the gold. So I think that's definitely a hint. You kind of need 3 languages to help you solve it. So this kyo that Rosa's talking about means capital. But Sato, which she was like, this is grammatically probably what this says. That's village. The exact same wording, not the same kanji, but the same pronunciation as the village where you find the key. Anyway, and Kyo reminds you of Kyoto, right? It's often shortened to Kyo.
だからお父様の故郷から京都までの旅路の最初の10分の1の地点に何か秘密が隠されてるんじゃないかって思って。
So I thought the 10-day trip might be between Father's home and Kyoto, and there might be some hidden 1/10 of the way there. He's talking about where to use the key.
いや、めちゃくちゃ斬新っすよ。その発想。
Are you kidding? That's a brilliant idea.
10日をかけての旅の最初の一番の場所。
The first night, because you go and sleep, right? The first twilight is the first stop on a 10-day journey. Okay, so there is a very famous road, the Tokaido, the Eastern Sea Road. That was between Edo and Kyoto, so modern-day Tokyo and Kyoto. That travelers would walk down by foot. And traveling infrastructure between different places in Japan was absolute shit for a long, long time. The Tokaido was the first major feat of transportation technology in Japan. It was an established footpath between Edo and Kyoto, right? It's very famous. And there were stops along it where people would sleep at inns. That's abso-fucking-lutely what I'm gonna research when I'm done with this. I'm gonna look at what those inns were called, what those stop points are called, because there were rest points. I don't remember how many there were, but there were rest points between as you go about, because people, of course, now that Tokaido is a car highway, but there was a historical footpath, and it would take days to walk between the two destinations. Maybe. Anyway, I'm definitely gonna look that up when I'm done. First Twilight is the first stop on a 10-day journey. The name of that place might be the key. For my 10-day theory to work, you'd have to know both the start point and the end point. I know the start point. I know the home father would call beloved. Father really did spend his youth a long way away. Where the fuck was it? Tell me. But the problem is the goal, the golden land. What does that really mean? We don't know that. My theory gets us nowhere. The other way around, Rosa. I think we could do this if you told me where the fuck your father loved to be. If we don't know that, my theory gets us nowhere. I've been stuck at this spot for a long time. But after listening to your reasoning today, I've realized what an embarrassing mistake I've been making. You solved where to use the keyword because you were working backwards from English. Yeah. No, I think that's still an interesting idea. A start and a goal. 10-day journey. Well, that would explain why it's called the first Twilight. But ban is the word used, which is like evening. Not evening, but like night. It's like night. Yeah. So it makes sense when it's night, when you're on a journey and you settle down for the night and set up camp. It makes sense. Because this is a story, there's no clear 11-letter word that would be obvious to just use. Yeah. But they did say it would take till episode 4 to give us all the hints. And, we did find out about that quadrillion door in episode 4. Start and a goal, a 10-day journey. And the place reached at the very first twilight. Believe it or not, I think you might solve this one easily, Battler-kun. If you solve it with your auntie's hint, share a little with me, okay? Even 5% would be great. Like, she's like, I need money. Give me some 5% of your gold. Onegai shimasu. Promise me. Rosa's totally doing this for her own benefit. She gave me a wink and a smile, which almost made my heart jump a little, even though she was my aunt. We need to summon the bonk emote for we need to summon the bonk for Battler. This is the part where you actually give the hint, Rosa. What does this mean? Great Witch Burncastle. As I helped her wash the coffee cups, I kept pondering the epitaph's riddles silently. After I finished helping Auntie Rosa and went into the corridor on my way to the bathroom, I saw Erika unlocking the door to a room on the way there. Your room is on the second floor, right? I was sure you'd gone upstairs and fallen asleep by now. I was just searching for something. I thought it might be here. Searching for something? Erika unlocked the door and opened it. A dusty smell drifted out. It was the archive. So the archive is in the guest house. The archive that... It's in the guest house? Why would Kinzo put it in the guest house where he was letting, Kraus have free reign of the place and giving it out, like, selling it out as a hotel? But maybe that was recent. Maybe he didn't start that idea until after Kinzo died and had no idea what kind of shit Kinzo had going on in here. Maybe that's what it is. It was the archive. The distance between the bookshelves was too small for this to be called a library room. This was obviously a room made for storing books, not reading them. So you're searching for a book? Not necessarily a book, but, well, reference material. There's something I simply have to look up. You're looking for something having to do with the epitaph's riddle? Pretty admirable that you haven't given up yet. I guess 20 billion yen is pretty enticing. I hadn't given up either. Apparently, we were both bad at giving up. You're joking. I'm only interested in riddle solving. I'm only looking for the gold because I want proof that my reasoning was correct. Even if I found it, I wouldn't pocket it for myself, so don't worry. Sit down, shut up, and learn, Battler. Yeah. The Erika ease for what Berncastle really wants to say. She immediately dismissed the idea, saying that she just likes solving riddles and had no interest at all in the gold. My first impression of her had been that she was a bit of a weird one, and looked like I hadn't been wrong. Erika started searching for the book she was after, slowly going around the bookshelves. I'm also in the middle of trying to solve the epitaph. Oh yeah! Just a second ago, I heard something interesting from Auntie Rosa, which might be a hint about the first Twilight. May I ask what it was? Erika asked this without stopping her search or even turning to face me. In the line before the first Twilight, it says something like, whoever obtains the key must do so-and-so, right? You who laid hand upon the key must journey as follows to the Golden Land. Whoa! You've already got it memorized? Guess I shouldn't be surprised. And what about that line? Right. Must journey to the Golden Land, it says. Apparently, this made Aunt Rosa picture setting off on a journey from the beloved home of old to the Golden Land, a journey lasting until the 10th Twilight. Or, in other words, 10 days.
Actually, I already noticed that myself.
10日かかる旅
I'm so smart.
の1日目にたどり着く場所
The place where you reach on the first day of the 10-day journey.
そこから生贄を捧げる
That's where you offer the sacrifices from. If it's the Tokaido, and they were using Kyo as a capital of the gold to try to, maybe they were trying to throw people off in that way, and that for whatever reason it's the other way around, and that Kinzo's beloved home of old was actually Kyoto, and Ange saw a sign when she was visiting Rokkenjima that signaled that Rokkenjima was technically part of the Tokyo metropolitan area. The home of the gold is obviously on Rokkenjima. So maybe there's a red herring with the Ogon no Kyo to make you think the start of the destination is from Tokyo, from Tokyo and ends at Kyoto. But maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's the start is Kyoto and it ends at Tokyo. So whatever's the first stop on the Tokaido from the Kyoto direction, maybe that's what it is. I'm gonna look that up after we're done here. The place where you reach on the first day of the 10-day journey. That's where you offer the sacrifices from. Yeah, that's exactly what Aunt Rosa thought of. I also think it's an interesting theory. The place you reach on the first day of the 10-day journey. That bit of land, or else the place's name, might be the key. I have also been speculating that the name of a place might be the key. That's why I'm looking for a reference book. I want to turn this from speculation into certainty. This is 1986, there's no smartphones or Google yet. What is it that you're looking for? Then Erika's hand suddenly stopped and she slowly pulled it out. Then as she dusted it off, she finally looked at me and spoke. An atlas. Hey, there it is, Atlas! We remembered. It was a book of maps. And that's where they end it. They're like, figure out the rest on your own, bitches. 10 o'clock. Actually, that's a perfect place to end it. Back at the mansion. People are getting murderized. Or Nazis about to murderize people. Alright. Alright. I will look up the Tokaido on my own, and I'll come with you guys about the oops, sorry. About what I come up with, but in the meantime, I'm going to stop there for today. I feel a little bad that the time
today was bloated with just me thinking real hard, but some of you have said that that's the whole joy of watching people go through this, is them thinking. So for any of you watching the VOD out there later, oh yes, Smudging? That's good though, the game's all about the thinking. Okay, good, I have heard that. I'm just gonna trust that whoever watches this in the future likes the thinking and thonkin, because that was like at least half of the runtime today. There's a joke about the creak in the background. Oh, sorry. No, that was me adjusting my microphone, and I think it creaked because there's a whole bit of this thing that Stella knocked off earlier, and I need to reattach that. Anyway. Theater goers show up to watch you, I think. Aww. To watch me think? Aw, thank you. All right, I'll just accept that and hope I'm not boring people. All right. Let's see. Oh my God, Jerma's playing Elden Ring. Wait, but Hayami is playing Paranormacite, which is another mystery game. Paranormacite is a lot simpler and shorter than Umineko, but if you like Umineko, I think you might like Paranormacite. So yeah, let's raid Hayami Mae. I'm great. Aww. You'll understand what that means in episode 6. Theater goers show up to watch me think. Oh my God. Okay. What you bonking me for, Great Witchburn Castle? That I'm giving up for the day? I need to. My cat will attack me if I keep ignoring her. As a fellow cat, I'm sure you would understand. All right, let's raid Hayami Mae, who is playing Paranormacite. An excellent game. Little motivation. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, rated for is going out. And I will see you guys this Sunday, hopefully. I don't think anything's gonna get in the way of Lore Sunday this week. Though it will be the last one for a while, because after that I'm starting Dawn Trail. Take care, Streamer-san. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed. I will be back with more Umineko next Thursday. I will have looked up the Tokaido probably while I'm gone. So hope you guys look forward to it. Playing Final Fantasy XIV this Sunday unless something weird happens. So you can see me then. All right, thank you guys very much and have a very good night.